I have to adjust one of my
Is it
cam.
on YouTube? YouTube also crap?
YouTube can get like a disconnection. Sometimes it doesn't always come into. Um, YouTube's probably the most accurate one. Maybe Rumble. Okay, I need to adjust my camera on here. So give me like 3 minutes. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, I see how it is.
JK. JK.
People, do you hear this abuse that I get?
Unless you have really good tiles and then you have a nice word and then you can go. Well, what's the background noise?
What background noise?
Is it like a podcast or something?
No, I'll turn it down. But that's wild. I have this going all the time. 24/7. Comment on it. Can you hear it now?
No, it's good.
This shit.
Literati. In the AI versions, you want to get rid of, make like a cap on like the multipliers or something. If the X or K is played, or would that numb it down?
No, that's fine. I just I fucked up.
Oh. I think studying words that like end in certain letters is probably a good sign, because sometimes I'm just like, there's like a U and I'm like, I don't know any. There's like not a lot of words that just end in a U.
I agree. Ending in U, ending in Q, ending in oh, look who has the S.
What did you say? Were you mocking me?
Yes, sir.
For utilizing a tile?
Yeah.
So you're supposed to say someone has.
Fuck.
Looks like they're giving away the. Oh, fuck. It It's over.
That's what I thought you were going to
So
say.
where you just play.
But I'm down. Oh, it's over. I was going to say, I'm down like more than 20 points. Does that make it over? And then I thought you were going to play something like Giant. Like, oh man, with an R and a T in it, this is going to be interesting.
Fuck was that? I am fatigued for sure right now.
Aren't we both?
You get any new emails for podcasts?
Just the one. Yeah, I got one that the guy was like, um, he was like, it was the one where I think I told you, like, I don't think he recorded it. And I kept asking him, like, hey, when is it going to air or whatever? And he's like, yeah. It was just an introductory discussion or whatever. Which I was like, okay. I mean, it would have been nice to tell me that. But, and then the one that canceled, or he just said to reschedule it. And I haven't checked in the last few hours. Usually they get.
Do you use the shuffle button?
Never. Yeah.
Why not? That's weird. I could definitely use it. Oh, didn't know you could play quad with the O. Good to know. Dang.
Dang. It's over.
Plus, maybe could have helped you. Actually, probably wouldn't.
It wouldn't have mattered. Everybody knows I got Jade, I got Q'd, I got X'd. It's garbage. I even got double M'd. Double M, dog. Double M'd.
I think like a couple games ago, you played like yeah, you did. You play like a double an X and like an XI at the like in like the first like it was like your second turn or something, and it just like enraged me.
All right.
Like I almost rage quit on the spot.
All right. Come with your anger. I'm waiting on my invitation.
For what?
This is garbage. That's how you want to do that? Keep me up all fucking night, and then while I'm tired.
I'm also fatigued.
I mean, that sounds like a you problem.
I don't want to go to sleep, honestly.
All right, go to sleep, big dog. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
All right. Peace out. Shout out to Brennan Schaub.
You've got that right.
You have a quick little. You can talk about Brennan Schaub if you wish. You
Oh, talk. Of course. So he's got the podcast that airs today, but tomorrow he does his live stream. Just to give you an idea of how many people he really has watching him in comparison to, like, if you look at his numbers every week, it's always 40,000, 40,000, 40,000. And now when he does a live stream, it's 1,000. So that tells me, like,
that's a lot.
1,000 people. Stream. No, not at once. Not at once. No. The most he ever had at once was like 300. No, he has 1,000 total who watch his stream. So, and it was his first stream ever. So you would think that would have like. Live. What'd you say? Live. I think he botted it with 200 people. Or.
Why do you think that?
Well,
the comment ratio.
It just when he went live, there were like 250 people in there, like automatically, and the comments were moving. Maybe it was more than that. But
did you join at the start? And how fast were the comments flowing?
I joined it like maybe within the first 5 minutes of it starting, and comments were going extremely quickly because he let anybody mention anything they want. That's when I got my question in there, but then they figured out how to make it member only, and then it was slow.
Oh, that's stupid.
Well, he wants to make money on this thing, so that's his strategy.
You're gonna get more engagement if you let people comment.
Yeah, but
can you still comment?
No.
Or like you literally can't even comment in the chat.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it becomes toxic when he lets anybody chat him about all the chicks he used to fuck and why he has to sell his house and why his relationship with his business partner sucks, and they'll ask about the truck giveaways.
This is a serious question. Do you think that takes a toll on his mental health because like he's basically like stuck in a situation where he's just like feeding cyber bullies content.
I think it would. Um, just a moment. Um, he's kind of invited it though. He's been a boast. Like whom? There's like a kid who does Twitch. He's like a Twitch live streamer. This was like a while back. This was like years ago. Nonetheless, this haunts him. So there'll be a Twitch streamer who made like let's say $100,000 in a year just for live streams, and let's say this Twitch streamer is like 16 years old or something. Okay, and Brendan will be like, "Oh, that's real cool," but here's the big question: how many chicks did you fuck? Zero. And it's like, dude, this kid's like 16 years old. Like, don't like put pressure on him. And so, whenever anybody like talks to him, they'll use that quote. And oh, he has this story that haunts him. Like, it's a total douchebag story. It's like maybe of all the stories, it's maybe his worst. That bad. Um, so his story is this: he was playing on the Colorado football team, and he had a roommate, and he was eating all of the roommate's food that the roommate had purchased, and it was pissing the roommate off. And this is Brendan telling it, so it's not even the roommate telling it. And so the roommate started putting labels on all of the food, little post-it notes, basically saying, "Don't eat my ate all. You weren't supposed to eat my food." And Brendan was like, "What are you going to do about it?" And the roommate's like, "Look, I'm not going to do this." And he's like, "Oh yeah, well, this place is only big enough for the two of us. What are you going to do about it?" And he's like, "Dude, I'm not going to fight you." The guy says to Brendan, "I'm not going to fight you." And Brendan takes a big loogie, hawks it up, and spits in the guy's face. And the guy's like, "I'm not going to fight you. What the fuck?" And basically, then the guy called his mom or something and was like, "Look, I can't stand this guy. He he's like just being a complete dick to me." And so the mom called Brendan and was like, "Hey, you owe him an apology. You need to buy him his food back." Right. Just hung up on her like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." And so in Brendan and his roommate's lease, there was one parking spot, and the roommate did not have a did not have a car, only Brendan did. The roommate started utilizing that parking spot for his bicycle. Basically like, "Hey, if you're going to be a dick to me, then I'm going to start using all the parts of what's on our lease." So Brendan had to park his vehicle paid for by his parents on the street. And that vehicle got broken into. So Brendan comes in and is, "Oh, it's on." He's like, "Dude, I'm pissed off. My fucking vehicle got broken into. We don't know who did it, but it wouldn't have gotten broken into if you hadn't parked your bike in the parking spot." And he took his roommate and threw him through a glass window. And his roommate was on the football team as well. And Brendan went to practice that day and told everybody on the team about it, as Brendan says, because he's a great storyteller. And he thought he was going to get thrown off the football team. And the coach called him in and was like, "I wish other people on this team had that type of like aggressiveness and physicality and whatever. And they called the police. The like roommate did, but since Brendan was a football player, they weren't going to do anything to him, and he has. But everybody just kind of holds that over his head because he was like a complete douche. And then the next week, after he told this on air, on Fox, on like their Fox podcast, when it was a big podcast, one of their their fans wrote in and was like, "Hey guys, I usually love the broadcast, but when Brendan told that story last week, it really made me lose a lot of respect for him because he seemed to not have treated his roommate in the right way. His roommate just did what a reasonable person would do, which is mark general human dignity. And Brendan did to him. I just don't think that's cool. It's sincerely listener." And Brendan's like, said something along the lines like, if that doesn't work for you, then this isn't the podcast for you. Basically, this is what happened. I'm telling a story, and go listen to something else. And he said that to other people too. Like, um, there was a veteran who wrote into their podcast and was like, "Look, something that you had did, Brendan," and Brendan's like, "That's cool. We don't need you. This isn't a podcast for you." And have I ever done anything that mean to anybody? No, but I'm sure I'm not. I haven't been perfect over the course. People have been like, could be like, uh, even just like with you, they could be like, dude, every single night this guy's nice enough to come in and play games with you, and all you do is shit talk him and say the champ's here and all this other bullshit, and you're just such a dick for doing that. And I could honestly be like, I do it, but if I'm quiet, it's quiet. Then there's no reaction. I kind of do it to people so that they want to play with me because it gives them that competitive spirit to be like, oh, yeah, you think you're better than I am? Fuck you. I'm going to try to beat you. But then also, it's fun to win as well on a camera. So I'm trying to be as possible for the people either now or in the future or whatever it is. But I get it. People could say that. And I'm not perfect either. So, uh, I get it. What Brendan did, though, surprisingly, nobody's ever accused him of rape. The worst that they said that he did was basically be married and not good, but that's why people like him more than they treat him worse. But he gives people a lot of content to be able to make fun of him. Uh, okay, so I just was talking about Brendan. Don't you think that it wears on him? Yeah, but he's a jock kind of a guy. He's got thick skin. Um, and he's been a bully in his life as well. So he's just kind of getting it back. But here's the thing, Riser. The community that can't stand him, if he actually turned a leaf and was a good person and followed through on it, would really embrace him. It's like he could turn a new leaf and be embraced, but he doesn't. Like this is something that he would be on a podcast and he would be like around the holidays and he would be like, you know, they'd be reading about something like a family in, I don't know, Panorama City, somewhere in LA or something. Their house burned down during the holidays. And Brendan would be like, I wish there was a way that I could like buy them all presents for the holidays. Like, I wish there was just some kind of way to do it. I don't want to give money to like a big organization because I don't know if the money's actually going to go to the people. And it doesn't have to be this family, but just I wish family out there that I could give money to buy presents. Like I've got it this year or whatever. And somebody else was on there who doesn't make as much money as he does, and they were like, I would do that. I would go in on that with you and like buy presents for somebody. And then Brendan will go back and be like, yeah, but you never know how the family is, and they could have like bad parents anyway, so you never really know who you're helping. Like when anybody's ever trying to get him to do something, he just goes back on it. Like if you go on his merch website, he would say like a portion of all sales goes to something, but he never talks about that organization. It's really just something. It's what did they call it?
Is that illegal to say you're donating money like that?
Yeah. It's called virtue signaling, is what he does, and um, he his the thing is his wife is so vapid. She will make videos outside of the Apple store with her ring and a designer purse and talk about like first world problems. Vapid bitch, you just had to move from a $3 million house to $1 million house, and your husband's business. Your parents live with you because, like, here's another example. I'm not saying like Brendan made a big deal that he bought his in-laws a house, and he made a video of it, and he goes to his mother-in-law, and he's like, "I want you to know that this house is yours," and she starts crying and everything. And within a couple of years, he has to sell that house. It's like you didn't give her this house. That's not what you did. You used it as a real estate investment, and when you realized you were in over your head, you sold it, and now she lives with you. And he has this thing where like everybody's on his ass about CTE because some people say he has it, other people say that he just always has garbled his words. He it could be a mixture of both. I mean, if you watch his fights, when he loses badly to the point where like he's like getting concussions. And so you would think that like on the front of your mind, you wouldn't want your kids to get that. But already his kids are like 10 and 6 and they're in tackle football. He's got them helmets and everything. And when his son was like, "Can I get a guardian cap?" which is like the a cap that goes on the football helmet that makes it softer and is supposed to protect the head. He's like, "No, pussies have that." Like you would think that you would be more serious about it, but I don't know. Frankly, he puts out so much content that people shit on him because he doesn't have anything really to talk about. He's not an expert in anything. His MMA takes are usually wrong. He's wrong like more than 50% of the time. He doesn't know other sports well. So all he has to do is talk about his kids. And like if you think about any podcast that you listen to, all of the people who host the podcast at least are good interviewers or have guests on. He does not. He just sits in front of a camera for an hour, talks about kids youth football sports or kids youth sports. And more than that, it'd be one thing if he cared about his kids like being well-rounded individuals. He says, "No, you're shovs. You aren't in school for learning. You're in school to play sports." And so these kids already have the wrong mindset. Like, who cares about how we do sports? And his like, I mean, you gave a story of this.
Yeah, the guardian helmet thing's crazy.
Yeah, and like his kids are as as vapid as their mother. I mean, but it's because they're innocent in this. They're just doing what their parents are saying. But Brendan has done everything he can to keep his kids, and he recognizes. He hasn't said this, but the second those kids can go and type in their parents' name, like remember you were like, "Dude, it's not that bad. Her Instagram's not that bad." Okay, I agree with you, but she is in sort of like a soft core. It's pretty close to being soft core. Her one scene in a movie. I've seen two scenes of her movies. One of them, she's coming up underneath a desk from blowing a guy, and the second one, she's in an argument with somebody in a parking lot because somebody gave her AIDS or something like that. And I mean, there are far worse things. You could be the Kardashian your mother doing, but that's what they're going to see of their mother. And their father, they're going to learn about how he cheated on her. And they're going to learn about how he's a huge laughing stock. And that his stand up specials are considered the two worst stand up specials in the history of the ranking of these websites. And they're going to just lose all of their respect for their parents. And but with that being said, I eat this shit up. Like it's and the amount of channels that are dedicated to just making fun of him, dude. The channels that make fun of him make more money than his channel does. Thing, his channel's like $60,000 a year allegedly, and the channels that make fun of him make $100,000 a year.
Hey, how much do you think Brennan Schaub is making?
That's
like total annual.
Okay. I can tell you what his numbers used to be and what they are now.
I just want the figure. I just want the number.
Well, he does a few different things. So just from his,
I don't care. I just give me the number.
Wait, he does a few different things. So I have to think of them. YouTube, he makes like $60,000, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But each of his ad reads for his YouTubes, I think was $5,000 each, and 10 ad reads per show. So he's got to split a lot of that. So maybe with that, he might make like 400. Well, and he has multiple shows. So I don't know. His podcast probably make $500,000. $500,000, but he's got to split that with other people. So he pays one of his employees $100,000, Chin, his producer, and he's got to split. He pays Ryan $25,000 a month, so that's 12 months, so that's $300,000. And then he's got the merchandise stuff that he sells. He probably makes $100,000 on that or so. He got a payout from the UFC for a settlement. I think he got like $120,000 from that. And he does another show, The Golden Hour. Not anymore though, but he was making pretty good money on the YouTube, but way more money on the Patreon the Patreon, because when Theo Vaughn was on it, a lot of people subscribed to the Patreon, but just left it going after he left. So I'd say overall he makes something net after paying everything. He probably makes like $200,000 to $300,000 a year. To make though, just touring, standing that he did ever in the UFC.
He's a B-list celebrity, a C-list, or D-list.
He's definitely not A. He's definitely not B. He's not even like an actor or anything. Though he's tried it, he looks stupid when he does it. He's probably D-list celebrity. He probably peaked at C-list celebrity and is now a D-list celebrity.
What's the difference between C-list and a D-list?
So A-list is they're garnering like anywhere more than $10 million per movie and movies. They don't generally do anything but movies. B-list is
like Ronaldo. He's not like a A-list celebrity, or like Tiger Woods.
Oh, they're what is considered A++.
What does that mean?
So the way that I get these is there's a website called Crazy Days and Nights, and it's infamous in Hollywood for like what's going on. Basically, somebody will write a blind item. They'll be like, this A++ celebrity was caught getting drunk at a local country club and doesn't want anybody to know that they are taking prescription medication. And then like a few months will go by and people will guess who that is. And they'll be like A++. And it turns out it was Tiger Woods. It will be revealed many times later on. So like A plus plus people would be like, or A plus people would be like Drake. Like A plus plus is Michael Jackson. He was like considered the biggest one. Um, Other A plus plus right now today, um, really nobody's like Michael Jackson. Uh, Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan might be considered.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, she might be.
Like any top musician, like very very top musician.
Yeah, exactly.
A plus plus, top athletes.
Yes.
Top movie stars.
A plus plus, yeah, or A plus. I would say that like Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya, they're A plus. Then and like maybe like some older but established people like Jack Nicholson, oh Leonardo DiCaprio, they'd be like A plus, A plus plus. Um, and then A list celebrities are like um people like who's an A list like uh who's no no he's B. Joe Rogan would be Joe Rogan be an A list celebrity.
No, isn't he like A plus?
No,
he's gotta be like A plus.
No, because he's not in films and stuff. I mean, some people may say he's an A plus podcaster. In terms of celebrities, he's not like he's not on that list where it's like Taylor Swift or like she's worth $2 billion and Joe Rogan's worth like $500 million. Jay-Z is worth more than
you have to be a billionaire to be A plus plus.
In and around, yeah, or A plus. Jerry Seinfeld would be A plus. He's a billionaire. Larry David, pretty close to that. But even Larry David probably would not be considered A plus, more just like an A list celebrity. It's really the way that this list came about was people in Hollywood, they events like, is this an A list event, a B list event? Then Kathy Griffin made a television show on E, I believe, called My Life on the D list. Basically, she considered herself a D list celebrity, when in reality, she's probably like a C or B list celebrity. Kim Kardashian, A list celebrity, A plus list celebrity. Maybe like Kourtney Kardashian.
Yeah. Oh man, no, she's
she's A plus plus. But she's probably A plus plus. Sisters are A plus, and yeah, we can leave it at that. So yeah, who else? And then you get like a level above all of that, which is like heiresses, but without going into that, like that's a different level.
What the fuck? What's heiresses?
Well, heirs and heiresses, people who are like
royalty,
like Ariana Rockefeller. She's above all that.
Oh yeah, so it's not necessarily popularity; it's just wealth.
It's influence.
Influence, but influence requires popularity, not just money.
Not always. Not always. There are people who aren't really well known, who you would rather have at your party than any of these other people. Like the Sheikh bin Mohammed, that guy, he's like him at your party than Kim Kardashian even, or Drake, or Tiger. But that's a different level.
Yeah.
We're talking.
So just super super rich people.
Yeah. So Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, they're not even on that list anymore. They're like industry changing wealth. That's huge. Okay, so then Elon Musk, he's not on the A. He's like a higher level, A plus 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 plus, whatever you want to consider it. A list celebrities though right now, Zendaya, Timothy Chalamet, like Miley Cyrus.
Net worth and popularity, yes. I mean, YouTubers like Timothy Chalamet is a YouTuber, so like
no, he's not. What are you talking about? He's an actor. He's an A-list actor.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that guy. I'm thinking of. There's some other Timothy Xiaomi sounding YouTuber I'm thinking of who's like Asian.
That's okay. So anywhere between okay, so if you want it from a money standpoint, A plus 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 is anything over $5 million. A plus plus is usually
What? Wait, A plus plus
plus plus like it just
over.
I misspoke $5 billion. I misspoke $5 billion. A
Oh
plus
yeah.
plus plus $5 billion. A plus plus, at least on like this website, would probably be anywhere between uh $2 and $5 billion. A plus, it could even be higher than that. $1 to $2 billion is definitely A plus. Or A plus plus, just depending on how he doesn't have that Hollywood look, which brings him down the list a little bit. But someone who might, like let's say Julia Roberts, she's still really high on that list because of all of her work and everything. Like Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is more visual, so he's considered A plus or A plus plus, or Leonardo DiCaprio, A plus, A plus plus. Even though they're not quite billionaires, when they're in a movie, they're making at least double to get a cut of it, and they're worth anywhere between one 100 and $1 billion, 100 million to $1 billion. Okay, A-list celebrities are usually people who are have a net worth like $5 million, and let's say there's a wide range here, but maybe $500 million. Julia Louis Dreyfus, she'd be an A. She's way more than that actually because of her wealth. But okay, so I named some: Timothy Chalamet, Zendaya, Miley Cyrus, Britney Spears would have been A plus,
So you said wait, we're at A's now and it's 50 to 500.
something like that. Yeah, and then there's A minus. And A minus could be someone who was once an A-list celebrity who isn't anymore. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, still pretty big, but if they've had career, they become closer to from A list to A minus. Then you get B and B plus, and that's usually um, someone who maybe doesn't have that big of a net worth but is on the upswing. So, um, or on a major downswing. So who would be someone like that? Um, R. Kelly. I mean, I know he's in jail now or whatever, but like he was once an A-list celebrity, and he's now at least A minus to B plus or B. But he's still really well known, so he's not like that bad in terms of his fame. Um, okay, like people on Parks and Recreation, they're anywhere from A-list celebrities. Aziz Ansari, uh, from he's probably like an A minus to B plus. The guy who played with the mustache, who's married to Mullally, he's like A minus. Ron Swanson, Nick Offerman, he's probably like A minus. Leslie Nope, she's probably like A minus, but she has a really big podcast now, so she might be still an A. Um, the other people who are on that show, not those big people, they're like B or like The Office. The people on The Office considered A-list celebrities today is it's probably only Steve Carell, that Krasinski, um, and not Jenna Fisher. She I hate to say it, but she has a big podcast, but she doesn't do movies anymore or TV. She's like a B-list celebrity now, maybe B plus. Um, her partner on that show, uh, Angela Kinsey, is like a B-list celebrity, moving more to B minus because she hasn't done something in a while. Um, Anybody else on that show who's still like Will Ferrell? But some people may say he's A minus now because he hasn't done a really big movie in a long time. Um, oh, who's that guy? The guy who played Andy Bernard. I can't think of his name right. Ed Helms. He's probably maxed out at like A minus. even though he was in like the the Hangover, like the other guy in the Hangover, the one who people think is good looking, he's an A list.
I would say like A minus.
Hold on, I agree with Ed Helms is A minus. The guy who people think is good looking from the Hangover, I forget his name. The good looking, everybody says he's a good looking guy. He's like an A list celebrity. Um, Zach Galifianakis,
Zach Galifianakis.
A minus.
A.
A minus. No, he's he
A.
he's A.
He's a.
He doesn't have a huge net worth. He's not like when you are trying to get a leading. This is the thing. What's A list after? It means it can be a leading role in a film as well. Nobody's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis. Nobody's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis is the leading man in. They will see it if the guy who they say is good looking.
The Hangover.
He was a co-lead. The main person in The Hangover is that one guy. I'll look up his name. Like basically when you're looking at IMDb, how they rank, and it would be like Will Smith is big. He's an A. Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper's an A list. Ed Helms and Zach Galifianakis A minus. Nobody's going to see a movie that Ed Helms is starring in. No one's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis is starring in just because it's them, or very few people. But they will see that if Bradley Cooper's in it. So that's the difference. Are they a leading man in Hollywood? George Clooney, A plus, maybe closer to A plus because of his net worth, a leading man. Brad Pitt, always seen as a leading man. Tom Cruise, always seen as a leading man. Never have been lower than A list because they bring people. Tom Hanks, bring people in. People will go see that movie because of that actor. But people like Jack Black and Zach, those kind of guys are A minus. They're some people may say they're A. Who?
Maybe that movie wasn't super popular.
What one?
Yeah, it's had the lead role.
School of Rock.
Rock.
Yeah, but that was when he.
Kung Fu Panda was pretty big.
Yeah, but he's just the voice in that. The Rock is A plus, A plus plus, and Kevin Hart is A or A plus. In terms of Bill Burr, in terms of just like Shane Gillis would be considered A minus. Bill Burr would be considered A minus. Chris Rock would be considered A. Dave Chappelle would be considered A.
He's not A plus.
Dave Chappelle.
Number one.
No, he just doesn't have that.
The number one comedian. Is there any comedian that's A plus?
Jerry Seinfeld.
No, like he's like pure comedian.
Maybe Chris Rock.
Only does comedy.
Maybe Chris Rock. But even Chris Rock isn't that big anymore. Dave,
like Richard Pryor.
Oh, okay, that goes back. And back in the day, there were a lot of people who didn't really like Richard Pryor. So, but not A plus. Bill Cosby at one point would have been considered A plus. Bill Cosby was once the biggest person on television.
Really? Damn.
For sure. He had the number one show on it.
Steve Harvey A?
No. He's A minus.
What?
Yeah. He just doesn't.
A
plus plus.
She's got to be A plus.
She's A plus plus.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Okay, Ellen also A plus plus?
A plus. Easily. But then
Jimmy Kimmel A plus or
A.
Yeah.
Just A.
Only A.
Same with Stephen Colbert, even trending. He's probably considered still A. Jon Stewart, maybe A minus because he doesn't have a show or I guess he does a daily show, but still trending.
Bill Maher,
Bill Maher
A
is
minus.
A minus or B plus. He's not as big as he wants to, but since he has an HBO show, probably A minus. And I once said
William Montgomery,
D. Um,
D.
yeah. So get this.
Yeah, I guess.
I had an idea for this, and it's just called the big board or something like that, and it's I heard this on the radio one time, but it never went to anything. It was you could buy stocks in actors, and it would just be one list of the biggest actors in Hollywood, and they would compete in rankings. Like, you get what I'm saying? I know what you get. What I'm saying. Like, who the top one would be, and then uh, that would be able to say like, hey, I'm the number 13 biggest person on the big board. I deserve this amount of money or whatever it would be.
There's ranking them.
Yeah, there'd be users ranking them, and there'd be other things like their net worth and what shows they've been on and how popular those shows are. It'd be like an algorithm that you could put together, and if they did like music, like how much their tour sold, did they also act and dance, or were they just a one trick pony? Anyway,
Why
and
did you frame it as like you can own stock and stuff?
you could if you wanted to.
As if you could invest in their revenue sharing stream or something.
Exactly. Um, and the thought was to you could just buy stock in people basically. If you think about it, like let's say there's some random like William Montgomery, we both would think like, okay, his stock is really low right now, but we think he has a huge upswing, so we would buy stock on this website in William Montgomery because we think one day he could be a really big comedian.
Yeah, but is William Montgomery? He's selling shares and then
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't have anything to do with it if he didn't want to. It would all be run within the website.
So it's just like a random coin, basically a crypto coin, basically. That's all it meant. Okay, but it's not tied to actual revenue because the one company that I wanted to start that came to me in a dream was like I was like surfing the web and I was going down like this list of like podcasts. I've told you about this.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you could buy stock in like Joe Rogan's podcast,
right? Which isn't
it was revenue sharing,
but yeah,
because those would be classified as securities and whatnot, and crypto legislation is like unraveling into a nightmare.
Right, especially your location. But this would be like the 1,000 biggest celebrities out there, and you could buy a crypto on this market and how big you thought they were. And you could have it just run solely on the popularity of their coin, or you could have it like if they had 10 number one hits, if they were like huge on Spotify or whatever, there could be like other things in it. But I just think that would be this exists at managed, but this information is just proprietary and they don't let it get out. So this would be a public list basically that has this. But anyway,
I feel like what about the? I thought there was a website that you mentioned, Dreams and something or whatever, that was ranking them. There's got to be ranking celebrity sites already.
yeah, no, not Dreams. Crazy Days and Nights.
Yeah.
It is not. It doesn't rank them like that. What it does is it helps you to identify who the person is. So there'll be. I remember watching or like reading through it. I think I know who runs it. She's a lawyer I know, but I've never confronted her on it. But think I think she runs it. Anyway, I could be wrong, but they do say that a lawyer runs it, and I just almost all that much about it, but anyway. But what it will do is let's say somebody saw um The Rock not wipe down his gym equipment. Someone will say this A plus plus actor was seen at a Gold's Gym in Muscle Beach or in Miami and refuses to wipe down gym equipment and has their personal assistant do it, something like that. Which actually wouldn't be that big of a deal. That's kind of what their one of their roles could be. But anyway, so that's what they would say, and they put it out there. And then there's a comment section. I mean, you can just go to the website, it's crazydaysandnights.com, I think, and there's a comment section. All these people guess who it could be, and they'd say like, and I think one of the reasons why they do this is so that they don't get sued. So you don't, the person never actually says who it is, so there's no defamation. It's just random good guesses of people. And some people will be like, oh, I saw The Rock do this in New York City at an Eclipse gym in New York City. And then somebody will be like, no, I know him and he always wipes his stuff down or whatever. And then maybe they'll reveal who it is a few months later. Maybe they won't reveal it at all. But that's basically how this website works. Um, and then they'll have something like this A plus celebrity is known for dating younger women, but recently seen with another with an A-list celebrity, and it would be like, let's say Leonardo DiCaprio started dating like Jennifer Aniston. Well, Leonardo DiCaprio probably like an A-plus celebrity, and Jennifer Aniston once was an A-plus celebrity, but doesn't really do anything that much. So she's like an A celebrity, and then people would be like, oh, maybe it's these two, or maybe they're just totally off about this stuff. Um, but it Crazy Days and Nights is the epicenter of Hollywood gossip anywhere. That's like if you want to learn about Hollywood gossip, it's there. Um, and I don't recommend getting too into it because it's just a lot of the guesses are wrong, and you're gonna. It's a lot of rumors and stuff. But anyway, so who would be like a C-list celebrity? Um, before we well, I would say Kathy Griffin is probably a B list now, but she would always say my life on the D list. Who's a C list celebrity? Um, Maybe Red Band. Tony Hinchcliffe's probably a B list celebrity now. Red Band's probably a C list celebrity, though Red Band doesn't want to be that big. Um, and who's a D list celebrity? William Montgomery.
Is Jamie a B list or C list?
C list. Yeah, Jamie's a C list celebrity. Jamie makes $1 million a year. His net worth isn't giant. He's not on camera. He is part of it, which is cool, but aside from that, he's not super well known. If I say to your average person, do you know who Jamie Vernon is? They'd have no idea who I'm talking about. Now, if I say pull it up, Jamie, they might know that. But even the Joe Rogan universe is is not as big as we think it is. It has a lot of impact on society, but if you ask like liberal people about it, they don't watch that. They don't know about stand-up comedy, a lot of them. They don't get into it. So even Joe Rogan's pull is probably smaller than I'm not saying his influence.
Were you always into like stand-up comedy, I guess?
Yeah, ever since I was a little kid, and I would be able to get I was really into Saturday Night Live, and as a little kid, and then stand-up comedy became more important to me when Napster became a thing, and I could get the albums on like entire albums of stand-up comics, and then I would listen to like Jerry Seinfeld's stand-up comedy before going to bed, like and who else should George Carlin, and but I really liked Jerry Seinfeld's. Who else would I listen to? But uh, I wouldn't get into Richard Pryor. That was too dirty, I think, and I just didn't get into it. Was big for me, and it was fine for me to listen to because he's clean, he's Jewish. He had a television show he had a television show that was popular in my family. So if I got caught listening to it, it wasn't that big of a deal. George Carlin, I got into a little bit older. Oh, Rodney Dangerfield was somebody who um, my family really liked and was always seen as okay, even though he wasn't always that clean. He, in my opinion, is the best pound for pound comedian. He has the most amount. He's so funny. He has the most amount of jokes. Um, he's just hilarious. Do you know who Rodney Dangerfield is?
Snapping jokes like a yo-yo.
Yeah, exactly.
Where is he from?
Brooklyn.
Okay. He talks like a mob boss kind of
Yeah.
dude.
And he was in Caddyshack, and he was in Back to School, and those were like
I've seen him on like late night television stand up.
his stand is hilarious, and it's really good. And then as I got older, Dave Chappelle became really big, and that's when it went from audio, and that's where like Killing Them Softly, and we would just like memorize that, uh, his his stand up, and then Chris Rock was really big. I listened to Chris Rock early on too, um, and like Tim Allen, who
Who's the celebrity or the comedian in the '90s that was like he'd always be smoking a cigarette and he'd like be like bugging women or people's, I guess, like the boyfriend in like the crowd and asking them like when he thinks their girlfriend slept with before they met each other.
I have no idea who you're talking about. He smoked a cigarette, and I have no idea what you're talking about. The big. I should also say.
Oh, Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh, that was 80s. That was 80s. So I do remember a little bit of that. Also Jay Leno, David Letterman, they were big because they were late night, and then Johnny Carson. Johnny off air. I remember the night he went off air. Like that was the end of the as we knew the traditional one. And I begged my parents if I could watch, and my mom was more lenient. My dad did not want me. I just remember they agreed. Okay, you can watch the go to bed because it was a school.
It was Tucker Carlson.
No,
Johnny Carson. Was he offensive?
No, not at all. He was the opposite of that. But it was on. He was on the Tonight Show, and it was on. He had a sleep schedule, and I think it was a school night as well. And his last episode, so I wasn't allowed to stay up that big time. There, I know you want to go to bed, but there's a controversy that occurred when Johnny Carson retires. Who's going to take over, Jay Leno or David Letterman? And Jay Leno was more blue collar comedy, and David Letterman was more intellectual comedy. And NBC had to make a choice. What are we going to do? And David Letterman, I believe, already had the show that was or something like that, or the Tonight Show, and it was, I believe, I don't want to misname the executive that made the decision, but they went with Jay Leno, and it caused all this controversy. They had to go with one of them; they couldn't have both of them. And so they would have gotten controversy either way. And so the Late Show, that's the show that just went off. Steve was on for like more than 30 years, and Jay Leno did the Tonight Show up until like 2008. And I personally was a huge Conan fan. Huge. He did the show after Jay Leno, which was known as which was known as late. It was hilarious. Of all the late night shows, Conan O'Brien was the best one. better than the Tonight Show, better than the Late Show, the late the oh wait, the not the Late Show with Conan O'Brien. No, the Late Show was David Letterman. It was called uh the late wait no the late it was Late Night with Conan O'Brien. It was the best. It was so funny, and because they could pull shit that normally they couldn't pull on the Tonight Show, and it was hilarious. So then when Conan took over for Jay Leno, everybody thought, oh, this is going to be amazing. Well, it did not turn out well. And within like a year and a half, they didn't really give Conan the opportunity to really make it his own. And they did all kinds of things with the scheduling. Basically, they told Jay Leno, hey, we know you can't do the Tonight Show anymore because we think you're getting too old, but we'll give you the time slot before the Tonight Show that you can do a nightly show anyway. And Jay's like, okay, I'll do that. And it took away a lot of the viewership of uh, Conan O'Brien. And Conan felt like, hey, the network fucked me because they basically took away my lead in. Normally the lead in was like I don't know, like Dateline or Law and Order or something or ER or like a big show. And basically Jay Leno got to make all the jokes already and then you had to rehear them in a different way on the Tonight Show. And
Way too much talk show for people.
that's exactly right. And so within like 2 years they took Conan O'Brien off. He went to a show on TBS, the Conan O'Brien show, or Conan, and he did that for like 10 years. Wasn't ever really anything that big. Jimmy Fallon took alcohol. He,
Really?
yeah, I've heard like he's like has a major like it's not talked about all that much, but I've heard. Um, but he's apparently got it under control enough that he's been able to do his show. But he did the Tonight Show a lot differently than what anybody else had done the Tonight Show. He made it very interactive. So he would have celebrities on and they would play beer pong. That would never happen in the Johnny Carson years. Beer pong wasn't a thing. It would never happen in the Jay Leno years. It wouldn't have really happened in the
Yeah,
Conan.
they're doing that like shit where they bring out like 8 terrible shitty things to eat, like squid eyes and like cow tongues and shit. Update with like
And then they do like lip syncing and stuff. They would never have it be really interactive with the guest. It was know what the question. Usually, they know what the question when they're asked, and they know what their outfit is. They know everything is pre chosen, and they just have to memorize their answers and tell a little anecdote of you know a little they had while shooting a show, and then the big thing is to promote their movie or their television show or their album or whatever, and they would show a little clip of what was going on or what they were going to do, and that was it. And usually they would have three quote unquote guests. They'd have the main guest, which is like an A-list celebrity, usually like a B-list celebrity, and then they have a musical act. And the Tonight Show used to be an hour and a half, and then they changed it to an hour, and now they don't even have it on every night, which is like a travesty. Like that, or they can just like, hey, I'll watch the clips, whatever. Then you don't really need it. But I can tell you this: I used to stay up really late, even on school nights, like trying to so my even my parents didn't know, and like have television, and I would it was mandatory. I would watch even late night with Conan O'Brien until I was exhausted the next day. But I knew all the jokes, and so I could tell everybody the jokes that were on the Tonight Show from the night before.
dope.
There you go.
I was gonna ask. Well, thank you for all that information.
100%.
Gonna ask. Yeah, for like the ad marketplace, do you think people could use it as like virtually like strictly promotion? Like say it was like some random band that like wanted to promote their album, and they just go on and check a contest stuff, I guess.
Yeah, we talked about this with
Try to use it.
bands who wanted to do their
No, that's like a poster where they want to receive something. This is just like weird dropping an album, or it could be like whatever, a new special that they're dropping. And strictly just want to like promote it.
well, then they just would sponsor a contest.
Yeah, and then be like best person who promotes it the most wins.
His stand-up special Man of the People, which is bombing. Okay, he could have to get people aware that this was going on. And when your website is really big, it's going to be a place where people are going to want to promote stuff. He could just sponsor a whatever $100,000 contest or a $10,000 contest, so that people promote his special on their social media, so that when it airs or when it drops on Netflix or whatever, not only does he have the natural media that he would normally on which he would advertise, but then there's this organic way of people posting about it in advance. Hey, like, so how would he do it? He could just say, hey, design a poster for me, winner gets $10,000, and all these people would design a poster, and then people would know that his special was airing because their friend made a poster that they submitted to carrot to parrot carrot.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you think there could be like a section that's just like strictly promotion? Like instead of being like poster graphic design section, just like a promotion type of category?
Then you have to host information, don't you?
No, I mean, it's the same like social media. It's just like, I don't know. And instead of creating like a bullshit poster for Tony Hinchcliffe, you just go on and be like, I just watched Tony Hinchcliffe's special. It's so great. The reviews are wise. You need to go watch it.
It's not a bullshit.
Or I just listened. I am looking forward to listening to like the new Tame and Impala.
It's not a bullshit poster. It's something that tens of thousands of people are going to post on their social media, so it has impact. If you want to give your
maybe just like fan art or something. Tony Hinchcliffe just draw me. Whoever draws the best fan art wins.
That's a contest, though.
Something. Yeah, no, I agree. It's similar to like a poster, but it's not like a promotional like tour date poster.
Agreed.
Artwork.
But yeah, if you,
okay. When if it's a music band that already has their album cover selected,
there. What about a T-shirt design? What about a hat design?
okay.
What about a logo
So
for?
just make up something that needs a contest, and then you're good.
Yeah, but all of these things need designs. Or you could have it be like, hey, compilation video for us in 30 seconds, or that's 30 seconds. Give us a reaction video. Like, have your friends get really excited about the new album, and they get a bunch of their classmates to get excited, or they get so excited who are Swifties or what, and the winner gets $1,000.
Could it be a challenge to go do something in society and post it?
I would not do that. No, too much of a legal risk for you.
So no challenges.
I would avoid it as much as I could.
No marshmallow challenge.
No marshmallows. I would avoid it. Usually, corporate entities are going to avoid those kinds of things because of the liability. If you say who can drink the most amount of water in honor of Taylor Swift dropping a new album, you're going to get people who kill themselves doing this, and you want to avoid that.
I mean, it depends on like the.
and fit the most amount of marshmallows in their mouth and somebody chokes on it, then all of
That's an obvious choking hazard. But it's like who can build the best paper airplane. It's pretty safe.
not necessarily. You could get somebody who threw that paper airplane and blinded a friend.
Not throwing it, just folding. Paper,
even still, these corporate entities are going to be very conservative, and they're going to want the least amount of liability. The last thing they want is one of their advertising like arms to hurt someone or give them negative publicity. So you're going to avoid all of that. What you could
say, well, the challenges do have the potential to like spread like wildfire though. And one example I could think of was like Sway Lee had this on Black Beatles, and they did this like challenge trend thing where like everyone would just stand completely still in like a position, and then like some cameraman would like go around and like one standing like completely still doing like weird like random poses like kind of halfway, and that took off. So I was wondering if
they could look. I just would avoid the challenge. If you want to say people to make a certain position or whatever, they give an example if they wanted to. That's fine, but don't call it a challenge. Challenge opens you up to liability, because then people are going to say, "Oh, it's the Sway Lee challenge," and so got hit by a train during the Sway Lee challenge, and then it's negative publicity for them. I would avoid that.
Yeah, and with like, videos or advertisements, filming the advertisement, whatever, because they're outside at Starbucks and then they get
100
in the parking lot.
100%, but that doesn't get published. You won't allow that if someone got hurt. I get what you're saying. Somebody says they were filming a Coca-Cola ad and they got hurt. The press is going to pick that up as so-and-so was filming a video and got hurt. They're not going to throw the word Coca-Cola in there. They know where their bread is buttered. And what you want to avoid is some challenge getting really popular and then people getting hurt over. Okay, so what's a popular challenge? That Mentos Coca-Cola. That's like a challenge people do. But you put Mentos and Coca-Cola and it fizzes.
Yeah, or like the milk crate challenge, or
that can.
Like one. Do you think the bottom? No, the milk crate challenge is like crazy dangerous.
Yeah.
Like that time you get paralyzed. What about like a bottle flip challenge?
I would say that you can't call
very low danger. It's just
no.
There's always a chance of danger.
I wouldn't call it a challenge. A challenge gets to courts. Just making a video avoids that generally. But if you say it's a challenge, it gives it the enticement. I understand what you're saying. Like it makes it more virality. However, once it gets to a court that says, "Oh, Dunkin' Donuts was seeing who could fit the most amount of donuts on their hands or whatever," and it caused the sugar level of this child to go really high, and they went into a diabetic coma and died. And put your it wasn't even like eat all the donuts you can. It was just put a donut on every finger and take a picture. Even that, if Dunkin' Donuts says, "We're going to give you $10," all you have to do is buy a dozen Dunkin' Donuts and put one on each finger and take a picture just like this. That's fine. But if they say it's the 10 donut challenge, well, now when it gets to a court, it's like the company was pushing people more when there's a challenge, as opposed to we just wanted people to take a picture. When it's a challenge, there's the idea that
I see, yeah.
that there's going to be a winner and a loser, and people will push themselves a lot harder. And you may say,
I
but like,
mean, I'm sure you know, like that is like the law works. Like you know that,
no, I can
or
tell you it's going to go before, and the jury is going to deliberate on whether a company endorsed a challenge. And if they endorse a challenge, there's
yeah,
much higher likelihood that the jury's going to find against them and in favor of the person, the victim, as opposed to the company just asked you to put donuts on your hand. So that's innocent. There's nothing wrong with that. But when the company makes it a challenge, people go above and beyond, and many times get hurt because of that.
yeah, no, that makes sense. Abstract edge cases
Like it's
like
almost like
that.
when I hear the word challenge, I think of the word dare. Like we dare you to put a donut on each one of your fingers. Now the company's basically like tempting you, as opposed to just saying, put one donut on each of your fingers and take a picture. That's simple. But if we say Dunkin' Donuts dares you on each finger and take a picture, or we challenge you to put,
Okay.
you get what I'm
Here's
saying?
a follow-up question. The contest is literally just put 10 donuts on your fingers. Can people argue that like like everyone's photo is like so similar that it's like impossible to like pick a winner, and it's like I don't know.
No.
It's like almost like unfair in a
No.
way.
Then you have a sorority full of multicultural people during Women's Appreciation Month, and they have their whole sorority do it, and they're going to be the winners because they have a huge amount of people doing it. And the company would recognize, like, look, this is a diverse group of women, and they it took all of this. That's a better picture than just one person doing it. But then there's another who would just take a picture and he wins, or got his dog there, or whatever they think is going to sell the most, they're going to do it. But I understand what you're saying. Aren't all pictures of people holding 10 donuts on their fingers the same? Absolutely not. You could say Dunkin' Donuts could say, get a dozen Dunkin' Donuts and put your 10 favorite uh, donuts on your fingers and show the camera for a chance to win $10,000 or whatever it is. Uh, if you have one person do it, what's more powerful, one person doing it or an entire sorority doing it?
I mean, I guess that's up to Dunkin' Donuts. Maybe it's just like a super adorable kid and with like 5 kittens or whatever at the discretion of the company.
That's absolutely true. Beauty of this, what are they going for? Maybe they may say the picture of the sorority is just women and we want, and usually like wealthy women, we want more
Can
diverse.
we exclude certain people participating? I'm
Absolutely.
assuming that.
It's allowed on Facebook and Instagram, it's and TikTok. It's going to be allowed on your platform. You can't say now. You may want to. You may be able to say like, well, we can't have Antifa or something like that. If they can post it on Instagram, Instagram's the moderation group. So if it can be posted on Instagram, then you have to say it's good enough for Instagram, it's good enough for and TikTok, it's good enough for us. They're like a level.
So the Mexican cartel could win the Dunkin' Donuts contest.
Can they post it on Instagram? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Then absolutely.
Okay.
But you have to understand, Instagram doesn't let the Mexican cartel usually post stuff. They know that it's the Mexican cartel, then they're going to say that this is a violent organization and they take their accounts away.
Okay.
As
So it
opposed,
could just be like a member and his like family account.
then it's a member of the Latinx community with his family, and that's totally fine.
Okay. Yeah, no, makes sense. Like I didn't think discrimination should be allowed either.
You're not going to be the one
Unless
to make.
there's some crazy other edge case.
I can't foresee it. Basically, if it's allowed on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok, you would allow it. But the other thing is, it has to be positive for the company. You can't have people doing it in spite of it or whatever.
Well, okay, yeah. So no kids in any of the contests can a parent enter their child.
It has the Facebook.
I guess probably, right?
Yeah, whatever person has the Facebook account, they have to. It has to be run by a parent. Usually, those are parent-run account or whatever, and you have to be 18 years old. So whatever person submitted it has to be 18. If they're not, then they can't win.
Yeah, but like post submissions could include content that has a child in it as long as the poster is an adult.
Yes. If it's allowed on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok, then yes.
Yeah.
You have to see Facebook and Instagram and TikTok as your moderation mainstream enough to be on your website.
Yeah, understood.
Now, here's a question. Do you allow marijuana? It's a questionable one because it's a really great way from when you're starting out. Marijuana is always looking for ways to expand. That's up to Instagram and TikTok and Facebook. Normally, they don't allow those kind of things, so you're not going to be able to allow those things. What about alcohol? You might want to stay away from.
Can you advertise alcohol on Instagram and social media?
People do all the time. Look at that one guy or person, that trans person who had the Bud Lights. That was an Instagram post.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it is like bad backlash on the marketplace. Obviously, it's legal everywhere. It's a legal substance.
It is not legal everywhere, not in the United States.
It's not legal everywhere in the United States?
No. It is.
Which state is it illegal?
It's legal in all the states, but there are some counties where you can't buy it. They're known as dry counties.
It is legal in all the states.
It's not legal in.
Cannot buy it in some places.
Yeah, it's not legal in all places in all the states. And there are some rules about transportation of it too. But like they're minor. I don't think you're going to run into a big issue with that. If Bud Light is able to have a social media post on Facebook, then or on Instagram or something like that, you should be okay with that.
Yeah. What would you do in a situation where Bud Light hosts a contest, people make submissions, they all get like wiped off the internet?
Then I think you could say in your terms and conditions that contests are subject to change without notice and can be canceled at any time. And to be able to cancel without notice at any time without reason.
Makes sense.
And you might run into an issue where, like, this is what would happen. Somebody was making a video for whatever, this Bud Light thing, and you, for one reason or another, had to take down the Bud Light contest. Somebody might be able to sue you and Bud Light and say, you had said that there was going to be a contest. And the question is, what damage occurred? How were you hurt? How are you impacted? And somebody else say, I spent 10 hours making a video. You'd be like, all right, the worst that's going to happen to you probably is you would have to pay them for 10 hours of their time. And you have to think how much money it's going to take for them to sue. No lawyer is going to take a case because somebody, it was a contest too. It wasn't even guaranteed. No lawyer is going to take that. Be safe from that perspective.
Yeah, I agree. Um, so alcohol is a yes.
Perhaps going to change. It's going to impact things though, because for an alcohol one, you have to be 21 to.
Like you'd only have to be like whatever, like 16 or something to submit.
No, 21. You have to do what the maximum age is for anywhere this is going to be available. You've got to cover your butt on that. So 21 for alcohol and even probably like CBD and stuff, and 18 for everything else. Any kind of controlled substance is going to be 21. Now, where you can make a lot of money on this, and we haven't had this conversation, is pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals could be pharmaceutical advertising is 80% of all the news advertising. So this could be really, really a huge market. And like, what do you do in this situation where this one's going to get tough? And I don't know if you, and we won't discuss all the ins and outs of it right now, but with pharmaceutical advertising in the United States, it's unique. You have to put like all of the different, all of the, like, they don't have pharmaceutical advertising in Canada, I guess. Not on television.
They don't.
But in the
They
United
have
States,
like out stuff, but not like I don't know what.
That's-
I've never really seen.
that's
pharmaceutical
that's
ads.
that the difference is over the counter. We have pharmaceutical ads. Literally are like,
Yeah, Ozempic and whatever.
yeah, they're like 30 seconds long, and 25 of those seconds are all of the warnings about
Major
it.
side effects.
Exactly. So you might not start out with pharmaceuticals. You don't want people like those all have to be like vetted by lawyers and stuff. And you might say no pharmaceutical at the beginning. At the beginning, I would around with that. So just keep that in mind. Pharmaceuticals might be a
Gambling. I assume those are illegal ads.
no gambling will be big time money for you. Maybe some of the biggest things you can have. So gambling,
Oh, yeah, I guess like stake.com. Oh, yeah, if you've ever seen the Instagram reels for people shilling stake.com,
it's all over.
they have like an amazing advertising strategy.
I
Googled it once and they said like they like pay people per views or something.
I disagree that they have amazing strategy.
Don't get botted to shit.
Wait, I disagree. Strategy. They take advantage of the system, and they should be banned as advertisers, but they're not because they have a lot of money. And what do I mean? They'll take somebody's viral ad of like, I don't know, somebody who's like doing a backflip or something, just something like that. And they'll put in the bottom of it stake.com, and then they'll upload that to their all over their social media when they don't own that content, and they just go with it, recognizing that nobody's going to sue them over it. Nobody cares that much. And so it's free advertising for them. And at least on X or Twitter, they don't want people to do that because they want people to pay for their advertising. And Stake basically says, we don't care about what your opinions are on this. We're gonna do this. And I get it. They have a lot of money behind them, and they don't want to get, and companies don't want to turn down money. So basically Stake says, we'll spend a little bit with you through advertising, and then we're gonna put all kinds of like just botted stuff all over and see what hits.
So they just have botted accounts just with like the little steak watermark.
Yeah, on already viral
You
things.
should do that. You should do that.
On already viral
Sounds like
things.
a great strategy.
On already viral things. I have done that in my own way. I take pictures of really pretty actors, really pretty, like actresses.
Yeah, and also like the like top gifs or whatever. Exactly. Doing.
That's exactly right.
But you know, like a bunch of bot accounts doing it.
Arguably, I do.
How's it going? It's been a bit.
Absolutely. What's new with you, my man?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just chilling. I'm on a lunch break. I was just like, hey, I'll talk in.
Excellent. How are things at work?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Okay, excellent.
So I'm doing the technical thing, camera work at the TV station. Doing something I enjoy, so that's
excellent.
what matters.
Yeah, definitely. That's always really important. What's been new with you recently?
What has that's a good question. I mean, I feel like I've been spending much time on the internet. It's been like I've been doing some gardening, hiking. Yeah, just like I added more things to my seasonal business. I had like my decorations. Before it's just like Christmas lights and Halloween, but I've expanded it to like this year I did Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, now Pride Month recently. There's a lot of 4th of July reservation stuff already, so
that's phenomenal. Are you gonna watch the World Cup?
So we expanded out a little bit, and that's exciting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you gonna watch the World Cup?
I've been watching a little bit of the finals. I haven't checked in on that, but I definitely should check in. See how it's going.
Yeah, it starts.
I think the Knicks for the NBA have kind of slam dunk. Like they won by 1 point yesterday, and that was like a crazy clutch game. And now they're 3-1, and almost no teams like in the finals can win 3 games in a row after losing 2 in a row. So, but we'll see.
That's absolutely correct. But you never know. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, exactly. But if you told me the Spurs were in the finals this year, I would have laughed out your face. It's as strange as it is. Okay.
That's absolutely right.
I've been like, what?
Did you know the World Cup starts in 2.5 hours?
It starts in 2.5 hours. Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah. I have to check into that for sure. I mean, I was really soccer when Messi was still in Barcelona. Cristiano Ronaldo was still playing for Madrid. So I've checked it up every year just a little bit, but not like former years.
Did you hear Charles Barkley announce his retirement?
Oh, he did that.
Yes, sir.
All right. I mean, I haven't looked into soccer, but I think it's going to be like England, Spain, or Portugal for winning the whole thing. That's just based off what I've heard. I've only heard a little bit. I have people who are like way bigger into it than me, and that's what they've been saying.
Well, Spain's the favorites.
What? Yeah, Spain's definitely the favorites this year.
Gotcha. Yeah, Spain's 1. France is 2. I think Argentina's 3.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm probably gonna root for Argentina. Honestly, I mean, I went there like a year and a half ago. Had a really good experience, and like I haven't been to. I mean,
I'm like, I don't really want to root for them. So that's probably who I'm gonna pick, just based off like prior experience and enjoying their culture and what's down there. So yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
I would like to go to Spain one day. I haven't been. Definitely one day.
100%. And yeah, the Knicks seem like they're going to be a lock. Do you follow hockey at all?
Hockey? No, not really. Like, remember you're talking about hockey with like Riser at the time. Is he still? It got me a little bit.
All right, big dog. I've got to use the restroom. I don't mean to be rude, but
Yeah, all good, all good.
but
I'll see you when you come back.
excellent. All right, my man. Just one moment.
Store was the
Yo,
dream.
what's going
You know,
on?
the laugh factor.
Alrighty, you're back. That's good.
Yes, sir.
So, what have you been up to recently?
I've been on some podcasts. Been on like
All right.
something like 15 podcasts over the last 3 months. So that's been good. And I'm supposed to maybe be on one later today. I'm still trying to confirm. And then I might be on one tomorrow as well. And then I think I might have one on Sunday as well. So I've been doing one, at least scheduling a day. They don't always go through because people have to cancel and such, but that's
Yeah, it's cool. Do you have any of the like Spotify or YouTube links in any of them?
Do I have the Spotify or YouTube links?
You got any of the podcasts?
If you
that you
just
do?
if you just type Rabbi Rothschild interview in YouTube, you'll find them.
Nice.
So that's what I've been up to, and these things have just been like wild to schedule because people they run into and health things and family things. But one on
It definitely happens.
yeah, I did.
I mean, that's why when we first met, I was working with I thought, just didn't end up working how I needed it or wanted it to, since that was a big problem I was having myself.
Right,
But yeah, I've been liking this more local sort of business. That's what they say. 9 out of 10 businesses fail, but just make enough of them until one succeeds and one that you enjoy doing. So that's what it's about.
I like that business that you have of the holidays. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, it's been going around for 2 years, and I mean I've gotten some really good high value clients. And we're moving on to residential list, so it's it was definitely mostly just businesses, but now we're doing residential.
That's great.
Yeah. It's simple, but there's a need for it. There's a lot of people who are wealthy and just well, I don't want to be doing this, or oh, this is complicated. I don't want to be setting this up. I'll pay somebody else. It's kind of like a plumber, electrician, but just in a different sort of sense.
100%. That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar to just a service that people need.
Yeah.
Are there any untapped markets that you're thinking um oh I don't know.
I'm in the DC area, Great Falls. I don't know. Do you know the DC area at all, or not really?
Yeah, Great Falls and just
Yeah,
really
so that's those are markets I'm already in because they're wealthy already.
how about Falls Church?
Yeah, Falls Church. Yeah, Potomac and Gaithersburg. We might we haven't done any residential in DC proper, but we have done it for businesses or government, not really government, government contractors in the area.
Right, that's some of the most wealthy people in the United States because of the contractors.
Yeah, exactly. So it's I'm in a great area, and I mean I don't plan to expand like crazy, but if there's an opportunity the New York City area or whatever, yeah, we're expanding on that. Right now it's me and 3 other people, right? I'm the business owner and I got 3 employees, but if there's room to expand, we'll expand, if that makes sense. So I'm not gonna force expansion.
Sure. How high will you put up lights?
How high will we put up lights?
Yeah, if I have a
if there's if there's an easy access, are you talking about if each certain level outside, we don't really if we have roof access, that's what really matters.
Yeah, no, I understand. Do you go on do you go on ladders? Do you go on ladders?
Yeah, for we've done that for like a really large Christmas tree, like in like Tyson's Corner or something. Like we've done that before.
Okay. Will you go up 2 stories on a ladder?
We haven't done that yet, but I mean, maybe, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you have to insure these guys and yourself, and like that would get expensive.
Yeah. So that's what we kind of have to figure out when is like, and we haven't really figured that out 100%.
Okay, I understand, but that's something you're gonna have to figure out before you because
Yeah, especially if I want to expand to like New York City or different areas.
All it takes is one of those 3 guys who work for you to fall and hurt themselves, and you've got a huge lawsuit.
Yeah, it can be bad news.
And your insurance probably is not going to cover them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would be careful of that.
Be cautious, be aware. Yeah. That's another thing. I like hearing different perspectives and stuff like that. And I know you're a guy who. Yeah, some people would be like, oh, he just is on his computer all day. And you have very good critical thinking skills. So it's like, I come to you and like, I've come to you many times. So I'm like, I just need advice.
100%. I mean, if you expand your business, do you have a link tree?
I don't have a link right now.
Okay, well,
I've been using Calendly. You know what that is?
Yeah, that's not what. That's different. That's the setup. Linktree is one link where all your social media is, where your calendar can be there, but it has your Instagram, your TikTok, your YouTube, your Facebook, your Tumblr, your X. Like, people aren't able to see your shit, but if they were able to see your shit, you could quit your full-time job and just do this as a major business, because everything that you do is so visually attractive, and people don't know it's an available service. Nobody knows that you could have Pride Life unless you see somebody else who has it, but they wouldn't know where.
Right now it's mostly been like word of mouth, but like that's a good idea, especially on the marketing side.
Exactly. So if I were you, I would get it for the top 30 different social media, and then when people are Googling it, it's going to filter people into your inbox.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, see, I've been doing like very just local stuff like that. It's a very good idea though. Like get some marketing to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's relatively new what I've been doing. Like I've only been doing this since like December. No, well, technically November 2024. So it's not like been a crazy long time. But yeah.
But you're going to get more and more people who are interested in what you do, and I'm
it's
sure
just easier to sort out like the appointments, and lead generation, all of that. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I'm sure you probably do you do projectors on buildings?
Like what do you mean by that? Like project like how it works?
No,
or
I mean like
projector. Like what?
I
what
mean
do you mean by that?
I mean yeah, like a physical projector. Like you can make the walls of a building look, using lighting, look like they're coming alive. Like you could make something really.
No, we have not done that. We have not all that.
Secured with like tag it with like in case somebody steals it, but you can have it
an air tag or whatever.
exactly.
Whatever.
And you can have it in a hard to reach place, and then it's no longer like, oh, this person has a Halloween lights. It's like, oh, their house looks like an entire haunted house, and all you had to do was point a projector at a wall, and it's like it'll run like a whole program. It'll run an hour loop of ghosts and goblins, and it's like a whole television show on their house.
Expand my business for me. Like, you give me all these good ideas. I appreciate it.
Well,
Like, this is things to think about.
well,
And,
absolutely.
like, actually take action on too.
Well, that's of your industry. No longer, I mean, lights are fine, but projectors are the future because they're so good now. And, like they make the whole place come alive. And I was thinking, like, you could do a projector rental on someone's house and
Yeah.
make huge amounts of money because not only would they have like the normal lights that you do, but if they have any blank walls, like especially like on their garage, that's a whole canvas that could be used and they could tell a story.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we've got I don't know, people are doing trick or we've got like a projector that can be installed above your garage door so it projects downwardly, and they make these already, and it can show like people, like cartoon versions of people trick-or-treating, you know what I mean, and it's like a television, it's like a screensaver on your house.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was thinking that people can already buy these for their residential residences or whatever, but they don't want to set it up and they don't want to run the cables, and that's what you're doing. Just like people can already buy their own lighting.
Yeah, it can be at like a lower cost than just buying the whole projector out too.
Exactly.
Like, oh, you can rent it for a day or whatever.
Exactly.
Or a week
And you don't have to store it. They don't have to store it then. You store it, and especially for like Pride, dude, you can light somebody's shit up with just all kinds of symbols or whatever, rainbows or whatever. Like, okay, I imagine a normal, like, let's just say house. I know you're doing residential. You're gonna do like the deck or like the patio, and you're gonna do the windows and everything. But there are a lot of areas on that house that are blank still, like the garage, like perhaps a wall, and you could say to a homeowner, "Hey, we do continue to do lights, but I just want to make you aware that we could put a projector as well, and you have a choice of these like 5 different stories or whatever you want to tell, or you could have them loop or whatever, and you could probably get double the amount of whatever you charge for the lights just by putting a projector on someone's house."
Yeah, man. Like, pitch it as like a premium product.
It's,
like, hey, like, thanks for being the lights customer for the last 2 years. We have this new thing, and I think it would just enhance the experience. And so, yeah.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And it's an enhancement or an upcharge that you're able to do, and really, it has, when people look at the house, I hate to say it, they're not going to look at the lighting. They're going to look at whatever that projector's doing. But they're going to look at the lighting too. They're going to look at the lighting too. It's the whole on toward. They're going to look at the projector.
I agree with you. I definitely agree.
I was also thinking as well, you can do lasers on a house. So they're really inexpensive, and you just shoot a laser on a garage door.
Yeah, I've seen that before. That's the second mention of that. I think the projector thing, I haven't heard about that until today, but that is really smart. Like,
yeah.
I think that's a really good idea.
I've seen these projectors on big buildings, and they make the whole building look like it's coming alive. And
yeah, I've seen it before. I've seen it in New York City. I've seen it in like Tyson's Corner. Like, I've seen it before. I just haven't thought about like implementing that into like a residential like thing.
Right. And I might even say to myself, buy this, let's say $300. I'm going to charge the customer $1,000 over the course of a month that this will be up. And even if somebody went out and stole my projector, I still made out with $700.
Yeah, true.
So
All right,
it's a thought.
I have to wrap it up, but this was like really like informative, and I appreciate like all the ideas you've given me for sure.
Absolutely, Big Dog. One last thing about the project. Get places that you can't get of climbing on a ladder. I want you to do the second story. Well, you're not able to do that because your ladder, or like third story maybe, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So just put a projector on it, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
All right, Big Dog.
All right. I appreciate it. I do want to talk to you more about this, but like I said, like I have 2 minutes before I have to absolutely go.
All right, you go. Take care, my man.
I'll be off at like 8 o'clock. So I'll get home by 8 o'clock. I'll be off before that. But yeah. So I might come back to that then.
Absolutely, my friend. Take care.
Practice was nice and everything, but then it was also like, you remember Scott Day? He would try to discourage you from going to the Laugh Factory. He's like, you're a Comedy Store comic, you know, Laugh Factory. I'm like, listen, man, I gotta go up everywhere. I can't. I'm developing. I can't be just limiting myself to one.
After a while, you're like, I developed better at the store.
Well, the thing about the store too, you got 3 totally different environments. You got the belly room environment, which is like very intimate, very small, simple. And then you got the OR, which is the gritty. That's a night. And then you got the main room, which is the big show. There was so much opportunity.
I always hated the main room. For the last 5 years I was there, I just couldn't work. But the original room, like everything.
The original room, you're locked.
You're locked into it, and yes, and then the play piano. And
the main room was big stage, big ceiling. Everything was different. It was a different kind of a show.
The first time I showcased for Jamie, he's like, man, what are you doing here? You belong in Las Vegas, man, in this show. You know the LA comic.
That's hilarious.
He was a really good guy. At the end of the day, he really tried hard.
Well, he loved comedy.
Yeah, he loved it. All those people were very, you know, I just went to Nashville for Festival, Lodge Green, theater there. What's the name of the theater?
Grand Ole Opry? Yeah.
And it was great. But the great thing about that everybody from the improv was there last night. I saw people that were there for 25 years. And we just were dropping stories. Aaron, the guy Hartman was great. He's a big peptide guy, big everything guy. He was in Nashville. Joel from Florida.
Oh.
You know, you get to see those guys and you're putting this shit together. Like I told Aaron, I met Aaron in Irvine, came to Hollywood, and I was like psyched because she gave us all up. And she was pregnant, she was hot. She used to wear the farmer, those things, the overalls. Oh, she was so hot. I still tell her when I talk to her, I always tell her. Savage, always fucking tormented. Really nice to see them off the wall. You know, just we're all in there having a great time. 20 years ago, we were always at war with one of you guys. We cursed too much. You know, we were talking about when I got fired with Pablo.
Yeah.
And then he found out I wasn't doing coke and he felt really bad, you know, so it was it's just great to see what we've been through together. And now after everything, you're like farted.
Miami, right? So,
Miami, 98. New Year's of 99. That's why to watch somebody at New Year's Eve. I forget who the fuck it was. But yeah, that's the rock with kids. We were fucking kids together.
And also, you have to think, like, imagine having to employ you. Imagine being a businessman and you got to employ you in 98. God bless him.
Not good.
God bless him.
I remember the improv really liked me and I fucked them over in like 2000.
Who was the guy, the original guy at Coconut Grove? The guy who liked to party.
I forget his name now. Rich, Jeff. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
The original guy.
Yeah, crazy.
He was
crazy.
fun.
Crazy.
Fun guy.
Really from Cleveland. He lived in Cleveland.
Liked to party.
And his wife hit the lottery for $1 million.
People didn't realize how nutty Coconut Grove was. That was the nuttiest improv. That improv, we would go out afterwards and have Cuban coffee, and eat Cuban sandwiches at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
We used to
Everything was
the
open.
newsstand. The
Yeah,
newsstand.
yeah.
It was open till 5 and it
We'd always
closed for an hour.
tell stories. Yeah.
And you could drink till all night.
Oh, yeah.
So they closed from 5 to 6. But whatever booze you had on the table, you could keep. So you would give me like 8 beers. And then they would open up again at 6 and you're right there. Hey!
They closed for 1 hour.
Oh,
At 5 in the morning.
I remember one night you were on Conan O'Brien. This is 97, right? No. You did somebody's late show. It was the week that our friend got shot.
Oh, the Hartman?
Hartman thing. You can't believe it. I remember. See, I'm just telling you that I don't know shit. Look up the dates. When Hartman got shot, you were on that show like me all weekend. And I stayed, and then you went to New York to shoot that, and then that weekend, Hartman, you know. But I'll never forget, I was involved in the 3 when you were on that talk show. And it's a chubby chick and a hot chick, and we're snorting coke. And I'm trying to eat ass, and I'm looking at you. I go, put on NBC so I can watch the show. And I'm watching you as I'm trying to tackle these 2 animals. I'm like, who the fuck gonna believe this? The chubby chick got up. She's like, you didn't want to be with me anyway. You always wanted the hot chick and slam the door. It was a full night. It was a full night.
Cocaine. Down.
But all that shit, you see these people now, you put it together.
Yeah.
We all went through it together. What a great fucking thing that we're all here. You know? Fucking really nice, man. It makes you go, wow, this comedy life was worth every fucking thing.
It's a fun ride when you look back and you think, like, imagine when you were first starting out, imagine that it would turn out this way. You never imagined it. And then you look back, what a fun ride. What an extraordinarily fun life.
I'll never forget you. I had it pinned down from the beginning. I never even told you this. One of my friends, I got to LA like January 97. That summer, like August.
Nope. No, that's Cleveland Improv. On the, or Miami too. Oh, thank you.
What we talking about?
Something pinned down. Manager.
Who the fuck knows?
We were talking about, never imagining that looking back on this life, like when you first started, never imagined it turned out this way.
You said something about me once. That was right. You know, I remember when that guy first came on the scene, he was in a leather jacket and all this shit. He was buck wild. You know, I just get to LA and a couple spots. The guys at my first talent coordinator, would you like to work Irvine on? And I go, yeah. He goes, I got an MC spot. Go do it next week. I go down there, and I had a crazy girlfriend then with all the teeth.
Oh, yeah.
And this motherfucking head chef comes up to me and her, and he goes, hey, she's got the same mouth as Gina Davis, the nice cocksucker mouth. That was my first weekend ever. And at first, I took it kind of weird. And then after the show, I went up to him and I go, hey, man, who the fuck do you think you are? Saying something like that. He goes, what are you doing? If you go at me, you'll never work on improv again. I just kicked him in the fucking stomach. I was like, yo, come on, man. I kicked him like I fell apart. All of a sudden, he wasn't a tough guy no more. I was just so pissed. How can you say fucking girlfriend to her face? All in the apartment. I don't give a fuck. I remember getting in the car going, Joey, you can't let the old Joey get in the way, man. This is not good. You should have just walked away. But no, why would I walk away? Fuck that shit. That was the problem. A lot of people would walk away from that shit and you just lost. You just became a Hollywood asshole. When you say fuck you with a fucking more a year later, they did. They would give me more work. So
Was that guy still there when you went back?
no, he was like a cute cook that thought he was cute. Like he Orange County, he wasn't gonna get smacked. I don't give a fuck who you are. I fucking kicked that motherfucker. I didn't give a fuck, Jack. I was so buck wild at the store in the beginning. when I hit the kid in the head with the microphone, and I took the pool cue, remember they had that pool table in La Jolla, the bumper. They had a bumper pool table in La Jolla.
Right.
So these guys kept threatening me that they were going to come get me. So I became fucking Chuck Norris. Silence. I took all the pool balls and I put them in different places, trying to throw them at him as a weapon. And I hit all the fucking pool cues. You know what Code of Silence? That's since Seagal stole it from him in that fucking Bobby Lupo movie. But that was Chuck Norris when he would fill a bag with pool cues and hit you in the head with it and shit. In the pool hall with the Colombians. Dog, and that motherfucker, I saw them. I was sitting outside the La Jolla store, and they had that little bench facing the Chinese restaurant. You don't remember La Jolla no more. And I saw them at the light, and they made the turn, and I took one of those balls, and I kept it right here, and they pulled up and took water pistols out. And I fucking took that ball and threw it with everything I had to hit that car. And all of a sudden, the fucking car just took off, Jack.
Code of Silence. I remember this because this was like the first like real movie that like got respected by. It wasn't just a karate movie. It was a movie that was about like an undercover cop movie, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Against the Colombians.
But it was the fighting part was just part of it. It was it was just a karate movie. Like most of his other movies were just karate movies, or they were kind of campy, like Missing in Action. It was a lot of it based on the karate. This was, we got hit by the pool ball. Oh, they jump him. This is a terrible movie.
This is terrible. I thought
it was the shit back then.
Dog,
but it's so when you watch it now, you're like, this is the corniest fight scene of all time. These guys would overwhelm him.
Listen, man. Good men wear black. Chuck Norris had a couple movies where he showed his shit. This was not one. Walker, Sheriff Marshall was not one of them, okay? With the wig doing push-ups still on Channel 89. That wasn't him. I love Chuck Norris, but Chuck Norris made some good movies early on that were dark. That's why nobody talks about Good When Men Black. What's the other one? The Octagon.
Oh, yeah.
You forget about all that.
Oh, yeah. Is this Good Guys Wear Black? 1978. Wow. How many fucking people martial arts? How many people? Because Chuck Norris movies wind up doing martial arts. A fucking shitload.
No, because of him. Because he was one of the first Tank-Sudo guys, and he split. He made his own thing. Fuck.
So it's kind of amazing like how many guys didn't become karate movie stars. Chuck Norris did. How many of them were there? How many karate guys wanted to be movie stars and couldn't figure it out? And he did.
So I saw every martial arts film made in the 70s. Even with the black exploitation, the movie was called Three the Hard Way. Jim Brown, Jim Kelly, and other really good black.
Forget about Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly was trying to break into that thing. There was a lot of watch the movies. And then after Bruce Lee died, Jet Li. Bruce Lee, you had all these fucking Bruces. And that was the end to see all those fucking movies growing up. Billy Jack. You don't remember Billy Jack?
I remember Billy Jack.
The Indian?
Oh, yeah, I remember the black hat. I remember the whole deal. I'm going to put this foot
on that side of your face, all that shit.
Damn thing you do.
They even had a white woman dude be a martial. Everybody, Chinese, black, everybody played fucking kung fu. Everybody. And that movie, Code of Silence, is Dennis Farina's, one of his first movies. Yeah, he's his sidekick in that movie. He's just, people forget how many kung fu movies or martial art based movies they actually made in the 70s. Fucking unreal.
Oh, yeah, unreal.
And the shit that was getting sent here from China, it's like kid porn. They were just sending it every Chinese. Like by 70s, there was movies that the guy had like a thing of gold, weighed like 2 tons, and he would throw it up the hill and then jump and catch it on top of the hill. Come on, now you lost me. The one-armed swordsman, you lost me. The guy's got one arm and he's fucking.
Some dudes love those kung fu movies. They were completely ridiculous.
Forget about black people. Recreate, when people talk about Bruce Lee, it was was a sensational fucking phenomenon. And the people that think about all the people he opened up to martial art movies and martial arts in general. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Chuck Norris was the second half of it. You know, Bruce was the first, Chuck Norris was the second, and I hate to admit it, UFC is the third big wave of that.
Yeah.
You know, nobody goes to karate no more. Okay, how many karate schools you got? If the kid's 10, they make them hit a paper.
Yeah, they're going to jiu-jitsu schools now.
They're going to all MMA schools, so it's changed. The culture has changed. You know, in 73, everybody went to Wing Chun Kung Fu.
Yep.
You do now because you ain't going to make no money off judo. Nobody was doing judo back then. Brooklyn to get savate classes. There was savate.
Yeah.
The French.
Yeah.
You got to go to Brooklyn. In those days, New York had everything. But then, when like our friend, one who does the MMA podcast with you, Matt Sarah from Long Island, all the way to like close to Philadelphia. It'd be 3 hours on Sundays. Jiu-jitsu wasn't everywhere yet. When he got into it, he would have to travel. I think he told the story on one of these podcasts. He would have to drive to Jersey just on Sundays. They just did jiu-jitsu on Sundays because that's all that was available. Now you got a jiu-jitsu school in every fucking corner. And who's that because of? That's because of UFC, man. It just blew it the fuck right open. So, who knows? I may be wrong.
No, I think you're right. But for sure, UFC opened up Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. When in the first UFCs, that opened up Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu all over the country.
Saying, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it was a completely new. I mean, there was no Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in America. You never even talked about it. I did martial arts my whole life. I've never even heard of it.
You heard of it, but
I don't even know
it was
if I
so
did.
far off to you.
I barely even paid attention to it. It was like, it could have been anything. And then all of a sudden the UFC came along. It's like, oh my God, that's the thing that everybody needs to learn. That's what's wild now. It's like, how many people trained to like 50 years ago? It's not, there's no comparison. There's way more people that know how to fight now than like ever before.
Or at least they know how to neutralize somebody.
Well, a lot of people are training now. There's way more schools now.
They're going to neutralize you on the street. We're going to break your fucking shoulder on the street. They're trying to neutralize you, hold you down. Hey, take a breath, relax. Don't swing at me because I'll break this fucking arm.
Did you ever see the video of Matt Serra? I think it was in Atlantic City. And somewhere in a casino. Some drunk guy is causing problems. And Matt winds up taking him down and mounting him until hold on, there it is. The guy's swinging. Look at Matt. Like, you've got a literal Brazil world champion, and he's just mounting you, laughing. Like, you think about picking on the wrong guy. He's just holding it. But the guy's completely helped. I don't remember the whole story behind this. Look at the security guard coming on. I was like, relax, I got this guy.
I don't know that could knee him, kick him in the face, and get up and leave.
You could literally.
This is what I'm telling you. The jiu-jitsu, that atmosphere doesn't teach you to do that. It just holds you down. But hey,
well, he's not to the proof. You know?
no, catch your breath.
He's laughing.
Catch
He's
your
a
breath.
world champion.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he had been the UFC champion by that time, but, you know,
Street and break their shoulder, and then I
you're going to go to jail,
Yeah,
you're going to get sued, you lose
So,
everything.
I know jiu-jitsu people think it now, like the bouncers.
Yeah.
They just neutralize you.
Night before his Hall of Fame induction today.
Okay, so that's way past the time that he won the title. Yeah, that's hilarious. That guy could have killed you, and he was just so nice. All he did was hold your wrists and sit on your chest for a little while.
He was on the boat having a good time. But hey, something to get me a water or something.
No fear whatsoever of that guy hurting you. You know, it's like a child. It's like your little child's having a temper tantrum. Like, come on, it's Matt Serra. It's funny. There's so many dummies out there. This is part of the problem in this world. It's hard to get your shit together. So many people just stumble, never getting their shit together.
I found my friend last night. She has like a cooking show on YouTube. She goes, this is what I'm doing it, Jimmy. because my mother would watch it. Like the weirdest, like, everything show me a dick, show me a pussy, you can't cook, bitch. And you're like, how much longer am I gonna take this shit?
People are so hard.
It's fucking horrible on the internet. She's a young girl looking good. I told you, I had to cancel the fucking thing. She was doing like a workout, a cooking thing. She goes, no, she was that, but it's impossible.
There's so many animals out there.
And they're out there, they don't give a fuck, and they say shit.
There's zero consequences for saying horrible shit.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get a rise out of the other people in the comments, too. They're trying to say outrageous shit, so back to it, so that you...
It's the dumbest fucking thing ever.
It is. I was thinking this last night. It's a kind of crazy thought, but everyone on social media and addicted to going online and just addicted to content. You're constantly getting content. You're constantly interacting with your phone. And this is a very new thing, right? It's within the last 20 years this has happened to people. This is like prepping us for what's coming next. We're going to look back on these days. We're going to realize, the addiction to the phones, the addiction staring at the screens, checking your email, looking at YouTube and looking at Instagram, Twitter. That's just preparing you, being completely connected to electronics forever. It's like the early stage of it. I was thinking about it last night while I was watching this television show. Watching this crazy show. It's called From. Have you seen this show?
No.
It's nuts. By the guys who made Lost. One of the dudes that's in Lost is the main star of it. It's fucking great. Twisted, just like Lost. Like a crazy show about these people stuck in this town. But I was thinking while I was watching this, I was like, why? Because no one has a phone there, and everyone's just locked into. This is just. But what's coming next? You're gonna reminisce about the days of the phone. Oh, you remember when we had phones? We look things a little thing. You gotta charge it. Remember when you had to charge it? That's how we're gonna be. We're moving into some weird new area. They're building these fucking data centers everywhere, and everyone's like, "Oh, the data center. Oh, great! Like, what is that? What are you doing? Why are you building these things that need to be powered by nuclear reactors? Why are you building these sucking up all the fucking water? These things out in the middle of the desert, biggest fucking 5 football field, fucking giant buildings filled with computers. Like, what the fuck are we doing? And the gates is this goddamn phone. This phone is the gate. We're opening up the door.
Killing kids. Why? My daughter can't watch a whole movie.
They have no attention.
40 minutes in, she has to leave based on. We watch her do experimentals at the house. We do all that shit. So she said, Dad, I always only watch the part when he shoots the brother-in-law. That's the only part it's always on. When I come down, I want to watch from the beginning. She enjoyed it for a little upstairs. After one scene, I'm like, I can't watch this again. She goes, I'll stay up. 2 days later, Mother goes, did you see the review she wrote on it? And I don't know. She goes, take a look at it. And she's like, I enjoyed the movie because it was Cuban American, but then as the movie rolled on, I figured these Cubans don't know how to treat women. Here it comes. They were smacking them and shooting. All you do is sit around, wait up for me. Fuck you. She didn't fucking like that at all. She's like, I know my dad's Cuban, but Jesus Christ, they're so mean to their women. I'm like, do I act like that? She goes, no, but
that's the cocaine days.
Yeah, she said, she goes, that gave men a different fucking thing. I go, Mercy, that was 40 fucking years ago.
Not only that, you're dealing with the people that were the criminals of Cuba that were kicked out of Cuba that made their way to America. Like, this is not normal people.
No. And now they're about to let the second half out.
What are they doing to Cuba right now? Like,
well, they're not survivors. They don't have any power, no gasoline. It's funny because every couple days I get an algorithm which is promoting Cuban videos. Cuban videos, people in Cuba get that they had kids going to work out. They took them to like this little place. Everything had papers on it. They did pull-ups, sit-ups with the head. The pipes were broken. Yeah, see, these fuckers we wouldn't even look at it. Their body weight work. They talk, they go around Varadero and they interview people, and I don't know what this is doing. I don't know what this is doing because we're 2 years away from Cuba being legit. We're going to go back down there after this whole thing goes or whatever they decide they can't get fuel from Venezuela. How long is it going to take? I mean, they're not going to be happy till they have a Starbucks in Cuba.
So what happened was they were getting their oil from Venezuela, right?
Right.
We took over Venezuela, we cut off their oil. But what is the United States trying with Cuba right now? They're trying to get rid of the communist government?
They charged Raul Castro with something recently. That's the beginning. I'm going to wake up one day and maybe they are in Cuba pulling people out.
Doesn't China?
That's why Cuba started. When they had Russia was fucking doing everything, but then they didn't need them no more when they cut them off. I think they do small trades for sugar.
It is kind of crazy for the United States to have an enemy that's 90 minutes offshore in a boat. Trump administration said on 2026, May 20th, indicted former Cuban President Raul Castro for murder based on the downing of 2 planes near the Cuban coastline in 1996 and killed 4 people. As a historian of Latin American and U.S. foreign policy, I believe the indictment may be the prelude to a direct U.S. military action against Cuba.
This is the beginning.
This is Kevin A. Young from UMass Amherst. Before Castro, the last U.S. indictment of a Latin American leader occurred in January of 2026. That's the Venezuela thing. Since January, U.S. has ended the flow of Venezuelan oil to Cuba and has an economic and military pressure to prevent other nations from trading with the island. Trump recently threatened a friendly takeover of Cuba. I believe what's missing from most recent analysis of this situation is the history of U.S. aggression against Cuba as essential context for understanding the Trump administration's recent escalations.
Yeah, once they indict you, they're coming for you. Just a matter of time. Like they're saying,
They're just starving the country.
we woke up, yeah, they just...
And then they'll come up with a solution. Here's your solution.
There's a shooting,
in your ship.
and I'm telling you, there's a shooting or 2 I'm not getting. There's no power. There's no electricity. They have roaring, what do you call it? And that was, yes, an earthquake? Yeah.
Oh, biggest one, 150.
Yeah, so they're just fucking... They're doing everything they can.
This was the biggest one in over 100.
Yeah, so everything is looking like right now, survive this.
Fuck. What happens to those people? They just wait this out with the United States and we have so they get no resources, no supplies.
You got 2 things in Cuba. You have people that don't know. You ever watch that 30 for 30 with El Duque when they won the championship? And they said people in New York were throwing toilet paper and the wife was grabbing it, saying in Cuba, this is cold. But why are you throwing away toilet paper? We have no toilet paper in Cuba. Now they so those people are brainwashed to the where they, every day there's a bullhorn. Buenos dias, communists, whatever they call each other.
Yeah, comrades.
We're winning the war. We're getting close. What do you mean I'm getting closer? I'm down to 118. I was walking around at 170. Now we're getting closer to a victory. So they're getting sick of that shit. They say the bugs that land on you at night are fucking just atrocious. These, they have real fucking bugs on that island. Not to mention, they all have syphilis. I think half my tongue got toenail is syphilis because it smelled like it, you know what I'm saying? But on the fucking not joking thing, I got 2 weeks left. 2 weeks from today.
And so you think they're going to invade?
Yeah, they're going to invade, take Raul out, and then I remember a couple months ago they were shooting in Cuba of a boat. You remember that, right? Right, Jamie? Some people out there for the Cuban Navy shot them. I don't know. They were investigating it.
Cuba hands out weapons to citizens and tell them prepare for an invasion. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. That's June 7th. That's Sunday.
Sunday. So yeah, we're 2 weeks away,
They're distributing weapons to citizens in fear of a U.S. invasion. They reportedly started handing out weapons to civilians as the government urges population to prepare for a potential U.S. invasion. Reports from South American publication Final stated, against the backdrop of the deployment of American military power near the island, the government of Havana began distributing weapons to citizens, officially urging them to prepare for an imminent foreign invasion. What if the citizens use that weapon to take over the country?
Which they should do. That's what they fucking should do. Just call the
That's kind of a
fucking
crazy
coup.
risk. Start handing out guns to people.
Like I said, man,
All of a sudden you're poverty money either.
look at man. When I started doing okay, I contacted my sister. I offered her a free ticket out of Cuba. Money. When I got half is yours. You're my blood, you know.
Right.
I don't know if I can do that. Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't I fly you to Jersey, go to your mother's grave, you go see where her house was, her way of life, and then I'll take you back. She told me I can never do that because I'm married to one of Fidel's guys. I don't even want to go to the United States. So she was so brainwashed. And after that, she was still my sister, but I couldn't help her.
Well, you're used to what you're used to.
Yeah, and that's
Taking
what
a
it
big
was.
chance to come to America and not knowing where you're going to eat and how you're going to live and where you're going to get money, where you're going to work.
They got programs for all those people. They got churches. Cuban people have churches. They're Catholics.
Is there also a thing where if you leave Cuba, I think it's a cleaner path to get to becoming a United States citizen.
Right.
You're fleeing.
Yes, it's easier. I think so.
Yeah.
Something like that. If you're
Fleeing
fleeing
violent dictatorship,
no community.
military dictatorship. Fuck, dude. It's just like, what are they going to do about that?
And then you got to. We're talking about Vegas. What's going to happen in Vegas if Cuba reopens?
What do you mean?
They're going to put gambling back there. You know the Americans going to put gambling back there. They're in negotiations already with Harvard. Already they're talking.
Turn into a resort, a location.
They're not going to rip down architecture. That original architecture is what makes Cuba. Those oceans will be trained. To a mile out of Cuba, there's a ton of shit that they have. That shit. They planted it during the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Look at this. 1957, back when the mob ran it.
Look at everybody dressed impeccably.
They would go there.
No
People
flip-flops,
loved it.
no nothing.
They loved it back then. They loved going to Cuba. People would go there, live it up.
And sex was free and cheap. And you could fuck a chick in those days. You get fucked in the ass by a guy with a
Must have been amazing.
dog. It was unreal. That's why the whole point of Kennedy and all that was for them to get Cuba back. The Italians. They were making too much money in Cuba. And now they're going to start to put drugs in there and shit towards when they took it down. Cuba's been fucking riddled with bullshit for years. Every bad luck that they have, they created in the 50s and 40s because it was a sex heaven. Americans would go down there on a Friday and not come back. And, you know, it was whatever it costs here, $8,000 will cost you $80 to get your dick sucked for 3, rubbing your feet and shit.
Castro Revolution had major effect on Las Vegas. Look at that. Closure of Havana casinos spurred exodus to the desert. People in the...
Frank Mayer's father.
What do you mean Frank Mayer's father?
Frank Mayer's father was a casino. So that's how he ended up in Vegas.
Oh, I was
Brenda.
connected to...
No, Frank Mayer's father was a casino dealer in Cuba.
Oh.
Cuba closed down, he went right to Vegas.
Oh.
So a lot of those people went right to Vegas.
Wow.
Really interesting shit there.
That is interesting. It makes sense. Because those are the two places. And if you're on the East Coast, the trip to Cuba is easy.
With 30 minutes.
It's like going to Florida.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
It's what you and your wife would do on a weekend.
Like, how far is the flight from New York to New York City to Florida? It's what, an hour?
Yeah, because Trump is down there now, so they go a different way now.
No,
You can't go straight to Fort Lauderdale or Miami. You got to go outside that range. And be
What did it used to be? Two. Used to be 2 hours. So New York City to Cuba is only an extra half hour.
That's it.
So like less than 3 hours.
3 hours, you'll be on the
So it's basically the same as Vegas then.
Yeah,
It's the middle.
the middle.
But you have you're on an island. It's a resort.
Nobody knows what's going on.
It's beautiful.
I told you that my mother would tell me how all those Hollywood stars would. That's where they would suck dick on the weekends.
Rock Hudson, that makes
all
sense.
those Hollywood people would go to Cuba, lock themselves in. There was no TS. These people in Cuba don't have how are they going to get the pay?
And everything's like just all same.
A minute, you read that Event Nocturne. That book.
What is it called?
It's Event Nocturne. It's a revolution from 3 different places. Union City, New Jersey, New York City, and Miami. And how, not New York City, Tampa. And how those 3 cities were like involved in that whole.
What do you think's going to happen to Cuba? If you had a guess.
If I had a guess, come on, I'm already seeing dollar signs. If you're a casino right now with how bad casinos are doing here, you're looking at that right there.
Event Nocturne. How the mob owned Cuba and then lost it to.
Excellent book.
And so that was Kennedy trying to get rid of the mob. That's why they helped Fidel.
Mob. Listen, Kennedy's father went to Chicago. And he talked to those people. They had to pull. If you live in Chicago or where else, you win the primary. I don't know how it works. I'm not a political guy.
Well, they definitely helped Kennedy
right.
They
helped Kennedy get into office.
But then, when he got into office,
and the brother double-timed them, and then they started shooting. And I don't know who shot Kennedy. I'm just saying this.
Well, the mob definitely didn't like him. They were very upset.
They cut into their pocket.
And the mob helped him get into office in the first place.
Right.
And then once he got in, they started prosecuting people. Like, hey.
Then he fucked them with the when he pulled off air support. That's
he didn't know that they were going to do this. And then when they told him about it, he denied air support. And air support was critical to the success of the mission.
Absolutely.
And Operation Mongoose. Robert Kennedy spearheaded a secret government project to topple the Cuban communist regime, working parallel to the CIA's mob-assisted efforts. But this is after the revolution, right? This was when Fidel was running Cuba.
Right.
Right.
They were trying everything they do to kill fucking Fidel. They were doing everything.
This is after. So what spurred the Cuban takeover of the military's taking over of Cuba? Mob bosses like Sam Giancana and Santo Trafficante were recruited to help eliminate Castro using methods like poison pills. Mafia wanted Castro gone so they could reopen their multi-million-dollar Cuban operations. Wow.
All it was money.
Wow.
Big money. Untraced.
I can imagine. Untraceable.
No nothing.
And you're over there living the life.
Nobody knows nothing. My Alaska eating fucking Cuban food every day.
They probably had it all set up. It was nice, and then the
Kosher
revolution
Cuban
came.
food every day. Fucking my Alaska.
What do the people think? The people think that these mob our country. Let's let Castro come in and we'll be socialists and everything will be great. Or did they just get taken over?
They got taken over. What happened was Castro went in there. Batista was horrible. Batista was fucking no better than Castro. So when Castro took over, he was to take over Batista and make Cuba, but in the conglomeration, he became a communist somewhere along the line. And then when he took over Cuba, that's when he shut the casinos down. He destroyed the fucking casinos, you know. And then the Italians got mad. They all came back. And then they thought it was going to be temporary. Like, this is going to be temporary. We'll clean over this. So for years, Italians were just watching the news, waiting for somebody to kill fucking Castro. It was the Italians.
And then when they thought that the United States was going to go in there and invade, like, oh, good. We're all set.
I wish they different, not the same. They put fresh shrimp from the fucking ocean, lobster, fucking all these other things. They got these pies now in New York. I'm scared to try them. I can't. They put calamari on the pizza. How fat can you get? How fucking fat do you want to be? You go to these pizza place in Jersey, dog. It's like ziti, a pound of ziti on a slice of pizza.
There's pizza places in Jersey that are just going off, and the sandwich places in Jersey.
Oh, you boys coming on. No,
Oh, Giovanni, but that's White Plains.
That's
White Plains. That's phenomenal. There's nothing like Italian delis on the East Coast. There's nothing like
that smell, like that cheese when you walk in. Unbelievable. There's too much pizza. Like, that's just too much. You know what's funny? When I moved down, I'm scared to gain weight. The pizza, I eat one slice a week, maybe. Just had the knee surgery. I've been doing a podcast at the house, so I've been ordering pizza from this one place, and my buddies go crazy. That's the best pizza we've ever had. It's thin, sweet red sauce, extra cheese. You burn it. It's fucking thin. Oh my God, the sweet red sauce. God,
they know how to make pizza. They try out here. They do a pretty good job out here.
They try.
It's just not the same.
It's missing something.
Same as the sandwiches. There's some good Italian sandwiches out here. They're pretty good, but they can't fuck with like Giovanni's place.
Oh, Giovanni sent me 2 shipments that were.
He's the best.
I had to give him half of it away. I'm like,
I know.
Mate,
He sent you so much.
Fucking salami.
Salami,
dried
cheese.
Oh,
The cheese is incredible, right?
and the cookies.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking cookies.
Fuck you up with those
died
cookies.
for, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and that's everywhere. Like, I just stopped. Fucking around. Like,
But when I go to the East Coast, there's so many things there.
I gotta take you to this place.
Which place? And you took me to El Nido. That was phenomenal.
El Nido now is Colo Steakhouse. Whatever. But
It's a steakhouse now?
yeah,
Is it great?
They fucked me up a couple weeks ago. I went in there 5 to 9. I've been there 3 weeks in a row with big party. And then my wife once, and then a friend once. I go in there when they're 5 times. Like, let me get a 14 ounce with a beer. And they're like, well, ain't nobody in here steak. No, closed. It's not even 9. No reason to go back.
That's a bummer. That's people want to go home.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's a steak. You guys are, there's nobody in here.
Right.
The bar is cute in there. Nobody's ever in there. They got a male bartender. They got a bar with big tits. You back the fuck up. You got a little Spanish guy that's a great guy. But I go to this place now. They had on a special 3 weeks ago. You ready? Stuffed shells with lobster meat. And a caught inside. And he gives you 5 of them in the tray. Oh, no.
What's this?
Korea.
Where's it at?
Marlboro. This is my spot. It's a dude will do whatever I ask him to do. Like, he has a menu, but then he'll go, Joey, have you tasted my Italian fried rice? You're like, what are you talking about, Italian fried rice? And he makes risotto with lobster and shrimp and fried rice. So he's going to have it. He's got a new restaurant opening, so he lets me sample everything. He makes a cheesesteak to die for without bread with the seeds on it.
Oh, yeah.
The semolina bread.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Osteria. There it is. Oh, that was not from like East Coast Italian food. Paris.
No, Steve and Angelo in there, bro. They don't fuck around.
All right, let's wrap this bitch up.
Bro, thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
I love you.
When do you leave town?
Thursday. I'm around both.
All right.
But I'm in Atlantic City, 7th and 8th at Ocean's Casino, White People Casino.
July 7th and 8th.
No, August.
August 7th and 8th. Okay.
Chicago got announced November 5th.
What's the website for people to go to find out
I got
details?
no fucking
You know the website?
JoeyDiaz.com.
Is that real?
I don't know anymore.
All right, well, they'll find you. So one more time, where's the casino?
Ocean's Casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey, the 7th and 8th. Tremendous. The governor's coming.
The governor?
Yeah, Mikey Sherrill. I don't even like her, but I do like Mikey Sherrill. I do like Mikey Sherrill because she's a Democrat. You're not supposed to like her, but it's funny. I went to a restaurant. Some guy's like, hey, man, life would have been so much better with Jack Chiarelli. I go, I know, but he lost by 400,000 fucking votes. He tried to, a Republican in Jersey, that's never going to fucking work. They've been Democrats since Jesus showed up. So, 400,000 votes, bro.
That's a lot.
I'd be in my house with the windows fucking like Sonny Black and Donnie Brasco with the windows, the shades drawn for a year. 400,000
Did you see that
votes.
podcast I did with Joe Pistone?
Yes, very good. He was very good on it.
Amazing.
He's a good dude, too. He's
a
a good
really
fucking
good guy.
savage.
What a crazy life. The real Donnie Nebraska. He really fucking lived like that.
And he infiltrated the banana.
Yeah.
Deep. Never recovered from that.
Even loved him after he fucking came out and they found out he was a cop. They're like, oh, you're better than me. That's like one of the guys said that to him. Hey, you won. You beat me. Wow.
Welcome. How are you?
All right. I love you, brother. I love you. Thank you, brother. We're going to have fun tonight. Bye, brother.
Fire the kid.
I'll say this.
It was a little earlier than usual.
A little earlier, but I'm up. You know, my kids are like,
I don't
hey.
mind early.
Yeah. My 2-year-old is like, hey, everybody, it's time to wake up. What time do you go to bed? Doesn't matter. I'm coming in, and I'm going to, I'm up, and everybody else is up. So we take turns sometimes. And kids have taken to now sleeping with mom. But there's no room in the bed for dad because they breathe.
Oh, you guys are
So I got to go downstairs.
separate beds.
I try. Doesn't work. When you have a 2-year-old on your face, it becomes a problem. Yeah.
You're, we're doing it early because you're going back to LA.
Daughter graduating high school.
Man, that's
Graduating high school.
Santa Monica.
That's right, buddy. Son graduating 8th grade.
You still have so,
Because I missed that.
damn, she graduated.
My son is so
And then
funny.
and then she's going to University of Colorado.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
The old stuff.
Going the old. Yep, that's right. That's right. That's right. She'll be studying engineering. Unlike you and I, not as
Engine.
yeah, we're not.
That's a good engine.
I don't think so. She's not. Yeah, it would get in the way of her academia.
She's gonna be successful.
Well, she was.
You don't have to worry about that. About her, you know, being the older, successful lady with a bunch of cats.
Well, she's pretty.
I know.
You know what I mean? But she's.
With her demeanor, you know, it's gonna take a.
Listen, you better come correct as well. I stay out of it. The one thing I always say to my daughter, because I've never had to worry about it. She's so self-directed, it's crazy. I always say, hey, leave a little room. You know, you usually want your kids to be like, hey, you're getting a little crazy over here.
You want her to get a little.
I want you to get a little crazy.
Let your hair down.
Let your hair down.
Let your hair down.
I want you to get a little crazy. I want you to do something for the sheer joy of it. And some people are really good at they're just killers. They're killers. Competitive. There's no
Nothing matters.
There's no fog. She knows exactly who she wants, what she wants.
It's tough when it's in the business world. That's where it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be successful. Yeah, I get it.
Look,
Yeah,
everybody has their own challenges. If you make a fortune,
But
right,
she doesn't
in
know
your
anything.
life,
To her, she's like, I don't give a shit.
what's that?
You know what I'm saying? Like, for her, it's like, yeah, she gonna buy a dope house. That's the
My guess, she finds her counterpart as a man.
It's gonna be tough in 20, whatever the fuck. By the time she finds a man, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We all have our.
Or she finds like Serena Williams found a fucking cut boy that started. That dude's so soft. Already stepped down.
Oh, didn't he create Reddit?
Oh,
We had him on the podcast. He was a good. I liked him. Remember him?
No, I don't. I don't think we did. You said this before. I don't think he was on the podcast. I thought he was the guy who started
That was a different guy. Yeah, we've had a few on the show.
It is Alexis Ohanian.
No, that's his name. Yeah, we all know him. He's very famous.
We're talking about Reddit, right?
Yeah, I know that. We're saying, was he on Fighter in the
I think he was, and I really liked him.
He definitely was not on our show.
I believe
He's done
he
a lot
was,
of
Papa.
shows.
I believe he was. Yeah.
Previously, made a guest appearance on the Fire the Kid podcast.
There you go, Papa. Told
Hosted
you.
by Brendan Schaub. Damn, can't say Brian Kelly.
Dude,
Really?
yes. And he was great.
How long? Does it what year, Chin?
A long time ago. It was a long time ago.
Was this in the 70s?
No, but it was a long time
Let me
ago.
look for the actual videos.
But we really liked him. He was like a dude who bought his family. I remember he bought his family a season tickets to the Lakers, I think it was. He was just a regular guy. I remember we both really liked the guy.
Remember he stepped down?
Yeah.
Remember he stepped down from Reddit, was like, an African American needs to take over this company.
Well, I don't remember that part.
Yeah, that's real.
There's no official known episode. What's going on here?
I have not interviewed him. I'm telling you, I don't think we have.
All right, well.
We asked Chad, that's the last step. You guys keep talking though. Because especially back then, we had somebody, but we could pick anybody we want. If you would have came to like, hey, I got the owner of Red, I'm like, absolutely not.
Well, I didn't know what it
I
was.
have no interest in talking to that guy.
Okay.
Keep saying
Maybe
it.
you saw it.
You heard it like we just did.
All right, well, in that case, never mind.
Yeah, I don't think so. Especially back then, I've been like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Now, come on in.
Well, let me check our ledger. Yeah, is there anything? What do we
Schedule.
What? Looking at my summer, that seems to be wide open, and the fall and
No, I would just
spring.
pretend I go, let me look. Okay, can you do two? Okay.
Yeah.
I could sandwich it in between Theo Vaughn and Shane
Oh
Hill.
wait, it's not 2019. So
Hey, 2018.
Yeah.
Can you go forward a few? Oh, weapon.
Ooh,
Pick a day.
Yeah. Pick a day or an hour. We'll be there right now. Okay. You want us to come to you? Fantastic. 2 planes and a rental car. We'll be right there.
Did you say Thursday? Ooh, I can't. Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
Some conflicting? Yeah, I just don't want to do it Thursday. That's where we're at now.
Don't wanna.
I don't want to, man.
I remember Rogan. There was a certain famous person that wanted to do his podcast, and Rogan. I was like, "What do you want me to tell him? He wants your number." He goes, "Tell him I don't want him to have it."
Yeah. See Rogan and Terry Bradshaw, when Terry Bradshaw brought up stem cells,
No.
Terry Bradshaw's like, they don't work. You know, Terry Bradshaw's old school.
Oh yeah.
Super old school, and his wife's a doctor.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So you can probably find the clip, Jen. But he brings up stem cells, and he goes, "Yeah, I don't believe in them." You know, Rogan, Mr. Stem Cell. He's like, "Well, why not?" He's like, "Because I know a bunch of guys, a bunch of my buddies, probably football players." He's like, "They've had knee injuries, stuff like that. And he goes, they got it. What do you think happened?" Rogan's like, "I don't know." He goes, "They had to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Keep doing it." And Rogan's like, "Well, that might be arthritis and stuff like that." And he's like, "Yeah, it doesn't work." And Rogan's like, "Well, I had a complete, tear of my shoulder and it fixed that." And he's like, "Okay."
Yeah. Well, stem cells. I've done them twice, and I've heard a lot of people, like a lot of doctors and people that are scientists, that go through it. Problem is sometimes the stem cells you get are already dead, or they're not.
Yeah, I should play this.
There are a lot of issues with them.
Right now, Joe, it's killing me.
Yeah.
I got it injected.
And stem cells? Would they
No, I don't do stem cells. I don't believe in stem cells.
You don't believe in them, but you believe in that little baby Jesus.
Absolutely.
Just fish for you.
No, yes, I do believe it. Carry the baby Jesus with me. Let me tell you what happened.
You carry a baby Jesus.
Baby Jesus.
Like from the manger?
It's Jesus.
Right.
It's Jesus. We call it baby Jesus.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, so it is.
Yeah.
Just go back to that fishing story.
I love that.
No,
That's
that's
great.
not the clip. I want go back for stem cells, not the baby Jesus.
I know that one. It
started
started
off
off
with
with
the
the
stem
stem cells,
That's good to watch, though.
I had too many people, based just on people that went and did stem cells. And what happened? They went back and did it again.
Okay.
Did it again.
Right.
Then what happened?
What happened?
They went back and did it again.
Okay.
Then what happened?
What happened?
They went back and did it again.
Got it.
Okay.
Right. Why'd they keep going back?
Because it didn't work.
Okay. Did
Same,
it at all?
same symptoms came. No. It worked. It worked for a little bit.
Right. Well, what are these people dealing with? What's wrong with them? They're going back and back and back.
Mostly knees,
Right.
ankles.
Okay. So you're probably talking about arthritis.
Yeah.
You're probably talking about
Yeah.
degenerative knee conditions, ankle conditions. So the amount of damage that you're trying to repair with stem cells, you're going to get a little bit of benefit at some point. Kind of
Exactly.
that far gone, but stem cells work.
Go ahead. I'm glad they work. So stem cells actually work into certain therapeutics for sure, like they're curing diabetes. It's just a question of what kind of stem cells, how they're applied. There's a lot to it, but the future of medicine is the stem cells are the future of medicine, Yamanaka factors and all that. But the question is, as they are administered in a lot of places, as they're shot into your body, the question becomes, how? It's hard to measure.
It also depends where you're getting them done at.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I got stem cell in my knee, but I don't have a meniscus, so it's bone on bone. It helped a little bit relieve some of the pain,
So
but then it's back.
Yeah, and the other thing is when
I think it's
they shoot
muscular.
it into the certain area, there's a lot of so it doesn't quite make sense in some ways because there's no evidence that
Spreading everywhere.
right.
Yeah.
So the idea is we shoot it into your knee. Well, no,
It goes everywhere.
it goes everywhere.
It's
It's not how your body works. And then the idea would be the stem cells go there and know to go there.
Yeah.
We don't really know that there isn't a lot of evidence.
I definitely think they work, but again, if it's like bone on bone, it's not a miracle. Yeah, I think if it's like ligaments, tendons, muscle, it can definitely help with that.
The only thing I noticed, and I felt like it was really real, is when I got stem cells at Waste Well. I told Brigham, I was like, dude, I've been exposed to cold after cold after cold from my kids, and I haven't gotten anything for a year. Yeah, and he goes, that's a common thing, and I was like, that was weird to me.
See, they're expensive. I wouldn't get them if I didn't have a major injury.
Right.
You know, like I'm just trying, like for overall health, it's like there's cheaper ways to do it, man. You know, it's not cheap.
Yeah.
If you don't have like a legit muscle injury or tear, I wouldn't get them.
I have my friend Joe. He did them and paid a lot for them, and he swears by them. Like,
Oh yeah, no.
So I don't know.
They can definitely help.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Is it just you're talking about Terry Bradshaw, old school man, tough as nails, old school.
Yeah.
You know, pro man.
He played for 14 seasons, dude.
I don't blame him.
I don't know.
So funny.
But that guy,
those old school guys.
that guy knows his body, and he's also older. And,
I don't know if he knows his body.
well, I mean, I think he's dealt with
Just 'cause
real
he was
injuries, right? And he's probably
Yeah,
tried
but doesn't
everything.
mean doesn't mean he knows. You know.
Yeah.
But then also, it's like the older crowd is going to be a little hesitant to most new stuff. Like trying to teach my father-in-law about peptides and TRT.
Yeah.
And then he goes to his old school doctor, and they're like, "Well, this." I'm like, "Then don't do it."
My thing, though, about all of it is that we are making like insane discoveries and progress in just how to reverse age cells, how to so with CRISPR-Cas9 gene cell editing, immunotherapy, curing cancers, even like not curing, but pancreatic cancer. Guy just got a standing ovation from every oncologist because it's such a difficult cancer, but with this new immunotherapy and stuff and this new drug, it's literally increasing people's lifespan by 100%, or doubling it. And so science is very real and it's really happening. But there's also a whole influencer culture that makes a lot of money off of things that haven't been proven.
Correct.
That's all. So, there are a lot of trends that happen that
But also part of the problem with peptides is it's the Wild West.
Yeah.
So unless you're getting some from a reputable source or people you can trust, because most of them use a compounding, faculty that is good and have high standards. But if you're just randomly rolling off the internet, like BPC 157 doesn't work, it's like, okay. The TRT doesn't work, okay.
TRT works.
Well, it depends, but you can get
Sure.
TRT.
Well, Rhonda Patrick was talking about peptides, and she said peptides work. Like you can show that certain peptides promote angiogenesis, so blood flow and all that stuff. But she said we don't know enough about a lot of it, so people are taking these stacks without really understanding it, and that can lead to major problems because you're not really aware of the mechanism of how it's working, especially when you combine 5 or 10 of them. So.
Hey, let's take a little break here, man, because if we need car parts, the finer kid, we stop one place. O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the freaking road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs. Whatever you're looking for, they got for you, man. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. They're hands down the best. There's one right up the street. I'm always there. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
I can tell you this: when I started taking TRT,
Yeah.
I was doing amazing. Remember my TRT, my test levels are pretty good in the first place, and then I took it and it was just like really, really high. But I stopped it for 2 years, and I was taking HCG. My test was completely gone. Like I said, it's abysmal. That's why I went back on it. So just be careful. Brian's been saying it forever. He's like, "Did you see an endocrinologist?" I don't know any endocrinologists, but people that are trying it out there, just make sure you double check everything.
Yeah, well, I think that the other thing is you want to make sure your body's healthy, man. Like you want to be doing, I think exercise and sleep.
Yeah, but again, with all this shit, you can't be an idiot. So you gotta get your blood work done. Yeah. Like you can't just guess.
Correct.
You're not just gonna go in and be like, I need TRT. It's like you gotta check your levels, or I'm low on this. I need this. Most reputable peptide places, the first thing they're gonna have you do, the very first thing is blood work.
They wouldn't see what's going on unless you do blood work. So they would do blood work every 3 months. And when I was on it, I was fine. Here's what I'm saying. I stopped taking it because they stopped providing it, and then all I did was go online and go, just take HCG, right?
Yeah, but
I didn't do it.
You were also drinking all day.
Even when I was drinking, I was still doing great. It's when I stopped taking it all of a sudden. I'm just saying that part.
You don't want to just stop cold turkey taking it, but there's things you can do because I had to get off it because it killed my sperm. I had to get off it. So
that's a different
baby. But people are like, I don't want to be on TRT forever. That's such a myth. There's so much shit you can do to get your testosterone back. There's so much you can do. So much shit you can take. I don't know why you'd want to. I mean, for me, I had to because it killed my sperm, but I don't know why you'd ever want to. It's like taking a vitamin every day. I don't get it. Yeah. If you're deficient in vitamin D, take more vitamin D.
Yeah, but it does cost you money.
Testosterone. That's the thing. Testosterone is probably the cheapest one you can get, Jen.
Yeah.
I get it, but it still costs money.
Oh, yeah. Well, all of it does. Yeah. But overall, TRT should be your cheapest one you get.
Yeah, but
again, most people, they're just ordering offline and then stacking them or doing this. A, who knows what the fuck you're getting. B, but all this is it's like back in the day at Gold's Gym. When it was like, I'd stack Equipoise with Deca and Trent, and guys like, he's jacked, I'm going to do it. It's like, I guess, dude.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah. Man, hormones are making
it's cool. There's so much shit you can do these days. So much shit you can do today. So much.
I think in 10 years it's going to be a whole different thing. Be ready for me to have a full head of hair and smooth as fuck skin. And wait till I look like one of those myostatin cows. They got those myostatin dogs. Bring up myostatin dogs, please.
Myostatin dogs.
Got to push ourselves a little bit with our dogs. There you go.
Those big juicy ones?
Yeah, it's a juicy one.
Oh, that's a.
Oh my god.
That's a greyhound on steroids.
Yeah, that thing's
that's cool.
Oh lord,
he can't live long.
No,
that's a whippet.
Apparently no.
And he died. Yeah, he died.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, look at that.
A lot of these dogs are like close to that size. These breeds or whatever.
Yeah,
breed them that way.
It's a pit bull. Yeah. Pit bulls can put on muscle easily.
Oh yeah. That's my back.
Yeah, they're jacked.
Hell yeah. I'm always fascinated with how a lot of athletes, like if you see these athletes, no matter who they are, they just are not muscle bound like that. They're not. Some are, but for the most part,
Yeah, no, muscle doesn't mean athletic.
it's weird.
That dog is super jacked.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Little red nose.
They got to be giving that dog some shit.
Probably. That dog is way too ripped.
Yeah, I like it. I'm a fan.
Can you give dogs tests? Can you inject tests?
No, I don't think so. I think that, let's see.
Specifically testosterone?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't give a pit bull. I wouldn't be fucking with its emotions.
Well, no, we wouldn't do it, but you can do it.
Whoa.
So it says yes, you can.
Yeah, it's hormone therapy because if you get off their nuts, you're going to want some tests flowing through that dog.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Wow. All right. That's cool.
I'm sure a good amount of people do that.
Love it. Have you seen any good TV?
Not really. I mean, I watched that Michael Jackson doc.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't watch it. That made up my mind, though.
After that conversation.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Who knows? There's 2 deep dives on all of it. Super deep dives. I don't know. I don't know. It's fucking weird. We know that.
It's weird.
It's weird. All it's weird.
It's very weird.
Gun to the head. Right.
With I was watching that Rafa doc that's making a lot of noise on Netflix. Rafael Nadal, the great tennis player.
Oh, yeah.
And how he played in pain like his whole career.
Yeah.
All the time, but also just broke his body in half, And his coach, his uncle, was the one who pushed him so hard that, and then his uncle tried to do it with other players.
Can't do it.
And couldn't do it.
Oh, no, it takes a special.
It's just a special kind of guy.
Special.
Yeah. And at one point, though, it's interesting because Rafa Nadal was
Those kids are
talking
going to
about.
quit.
Yeah.
Eventually, like, if you push them like that and they have a fucked up foot, they're going to
Well,
quit.
he got so fucked up with his uncle that because his uncle, he was so exhausted and he started losing. And they got in his head. And so his wife said he couldn't get in the car without a bottle of water that he would drink because he would start choking on his own spit. He had this anxiety. So for 2 years he had to, and then finally he went to a psychologist and they hired another coach. And the coach was like, hey, you need to take a rest.
Chill out.
You don't just keep working. You gotta, you're exhausted. Overtraining is a thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially for MMA. Probably the number one sport with overtraining.
I bet.
Because you're motivated by anxiety and fear.
The thing about
it's easy to overtrain.
The thing about tennis is that these matches go on for 5 and 6 hours, and then you have a break, and then you do another 5 and 6 hours, and so that just wears you down, man. The running and stuff like that. So
That's why they retire so early.
yeah, so much of it is how do you stay healthy while you're.
Would you say you're going to watch the White House card? It's all I care about.
Really?
When you're talking about tennis, I zoned out and was just thinking about the White House. Right? Because I'm not gaming. But it's White House Sunday, right?
It's on Sunday?
I won't entertain any other sports right now.
So right now it's White House.
It's the big
It's White House Sunday all week.
all week.
So if I say
I
anything,
can't. I wake up and I go, 3 more days. 2 more days.
you're that
It's
excited.
the biggest.
Why are you so excited
It's
about
the
it?
biggest event in mixed martial arts history.
I don't think so.
Name one bigger.
Well, are you saying because it's at the White House?
Yeah, name one bigger. It will never be done again. We can do the Sphere again. We can do the.
But the fighters are not as big a draw as fighters have.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's the event. It's the event. It's like saying the Super Bowl is the biggest game of the year because
What do you think's going to be there?
because the Seahawks. Yeah, they're not the biggest in the market, but it's the Super Bowl. Everyone's going to watch.
And
So for
where's
UFC,
it's
it's
about
about
the White House
on the
lawn.
wall. It's on the wall.
Wow.
It's on the wall.
Think about being a fighter. Where are you going to be training? I guess trailers. I mean,
All they have is set up. It's the fucking White House. It's going to be sick, dude. They're $1 billion business. It's going to be, world class, dude. It will, and here's the thing. It will never be done again. Ever in our, definitely not in our lifetime, but will never be done again. And you're crazy if you don't think I have that belt coming.
what What do you mean?
I have that belt coming.
You bought it.
I have someone send me one.
Let me see that belt.
Look at that fucking belt.
Wow. That's pretty cool, huh?
Can't wait.
You're I think you're a little too excited for it, and I'll tell you
Oh,
why.
wow, you're a piece of shit.
I just think it's
So you're donating to Israel. I know what's going on here.
what are you donating to
I'm
Israel?
just kidding. Go.
No, you're a little too excited for it. Like, yeah, I know it's a big deal.
The biggest. Again, argue my point.
Are you excited about who's going to be there? Are you excited?
Oh my God, no! I wish none of them were there. Those elite oligarchs that don't know what the fuck they're watching. Like I told you, my idea is just give all the tickets to the troops.
So, Adam Sandler, Jason Statham, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Mario Lopez, Guy Ritchie, Jared Leto.
Jared Leto's always at the fights, though.
All right, let's see. So a lot of people aren't going to show up.
Well, they said The Rock's the big one. A lot of them are busy, but again, I bet you they put out feelers for so many.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to. I think a lot of people are going to go like this. The conversation is going to be like, it's a political move.
Do we want to deal with
right? Where do I want to go? What if somebody shows up and then I'm seen shaking hands with them? There are certain people I don't want to be associated with. There's a lot.
But then also just the risk of it's a Trump event. There's crazies out there. There's also that risk. Like I'll have fighters who are going to DC. Like, man, where are you watching the fights? Where do you think it's George fights? Home.
Here's the biggest issue. Here's the biggest issue. I don't think it's any of that. I think it's the shit you have to do to get there. The lines you have to wait, and even if you're super famous,
not at the White House, because remember, there's going to be 3,000 people, but there's several different entrances.
Yes, but
so
it's still.
Oh no, it's gonna be a nightmare to get through. But I'm saying,
they're not used to that.
Once you're there,
yeah, but you're waiting in line no matter who, no matter who you are.
Oh, yeah.
Like Tucker Carlson was talking about this when they went to church, and everybody's in the line freezing. Him, Charlie Kirk, everybody's just freezing their ass off because there's a protocol to the security, and they're like they go through everything. So everybody's gonna have. So it's the amount of the getting there. Drive your car, park, then a shuttle, then another shuttle, then an escort, then a line, then security. It's 1,000 things, and people are like, "Fuck that."
Yeah, it's history. It'd be cool.
It's history.
I would go just me. I would go if it was like you and me. I wouldn't bring my kids, my wife.
No,
just in case something pops. Just in case something pops up.
Right.
I don't want to be around it.
If something pops up, I'd be like this: "Get down, Brendan. Get the fuck down," and I'd throw my body over yours.
That'd be cool. Yeah, name a bigger
and you'd be like this.
You know what I'm saying? Name a bigger event in UFC history. Ever. It's hard. You can't.
I wonder what the ratings are going to be. You think everybody's going to tune in?
Massive. And Dana went over it because it's not on CBS, but Dana was like, you got to realize, I forget how many homes he said they're going to be in, like 2 billion homes.
It's on Paramount Plus.
It's on Paramount Plus, but that's just in North America. Around the world, it's in over 2 billion homes. So that's Dana was like, he's doing Super Bowl numbers. Like the Super Bowl numbers are worldwide, right? So he's like, yeah, it's gonna be Super Bowl numbers worldwide.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh, he's massive. Again, to your point, it's a little different because no one's really talking about the fighters unless your ball's deep in it. It's just that's how you know it's gonna be so big. It's the event. The Super Bowl is an event.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the Seahawks versus this team.
Can you imagine having to run security? The headache that is.
Yeah, but it's also
it's like fuck. Nobody gets. So he went to the Knicks game, I think, right? And they were talking about like having to shut down Penn Station and like what that did. He was like, I want to go to the Knicks game. They were like, oh fuck, like.
I bet his team when he's like, hey.
But it also inconvenienced so many travelers because people couldn't come into Penn Station. Is where you come in. That's where you get to go to Madison Square Garden. That is the busiest.
You know how they have the claw? It's called the claw. If you see it, it's dope. It's like a US flag claw. Trump's gonna leave it there. No, you're not.
Yeah. Let me see that. Let me see that claw.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
I like that.
There's actually finished photos of it though, Chin, all over online and stuff.
Oh yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah, the X factors are the weather. The weather.
Yeah, dude. I never thought of that. So it's outside.
It's covered, but it is outside.
Yeah.
It's covered, but it's outside. But like Dennis said, if there's not supposed to be lightning. He's like, if there's lightning, he's like, everyone grew up playing sports, right? When lightning, you go inside for a second, come back out, right? Like, that's what we're gonna do. I love it. He's like, what?
I love it. He doesn't care.
It'd be a little humid, but and there's no forecast for rain or thunder.
That's really cool.
They're gonna be fine. It's something for shows to talk about.
That's really cool. What time is it gonna be?
7 o'clock our time. And there's only 7 fights. I think it's supposed to end at 11 o'clock. So I'm curious about the pacing. If there's going to be one thing they get lit up on, it's going to be the pacing. Because you got to fill that time slot. You only have 7 fights.
Yeah.
Who knows how those fights are going to go?
Wow. Doesn't look like it's a lot of cover for rain.
Just the top.
Yeah. All right. Wow, it's
That is intimate.
That is a small arena. That is small.
Just fucking up that grass.
Right?
It's like the Apex, you know?
Yeah.
But it's
like the White House. It's right fucking there.
You dudes are warming up in they're warming up in the White House. Again, it will never be ever done again, ever in our lifetime.
They're warming up in the White House. Fuck. That is such an honor. Like, think about that. You can just say,
now, imagine being Steve Garcia, who's fighting Diego Lopez. He's the first walk of the night. He's the first fight of the night. You're the very first fighter ever, and probably
it's a lot of pressure, bro,
to fight at the White House.
Yeah,
making the walk.
That's kind of amazing.
Isn't that pretty cool?
How many fights has Garcia had?
He's a stud, man. He's a Jackson guy. Oh, I want to ask you this. You know, Greg Jackson. You know, Garcia's his guy. He's scoring him, I think, for all his fights. He's skipping the White House one. Doesn't agree with Trump's politics.
See, I to me, it's not about that.
100%.
To me, it's about
everyone knows I love Greg. Greg coached me for a long time.
Yeah, I love Greg.
I saw that.
I love Greg too.
Oh man,
I think
now you're making about that.
To me, like, you can do whatever you want. And I respect Greg and whatever. To me, I'm just saying, I would. It's a little bit like this. It's like it's the same thing with the Saudi Arabia thing. It's like, if you want to start playing this game with what presidents do, we can do that.
Yeah, no one has a.
I mean, I think it's not. I don't think it's about Trump. I think this is about the United States. I think it's about the White House. I think it's about the UFC. This is the UFC fighting at the White House. It's historical.
It's also a celebration. It's 250 years of America. You're missing it.
That's it.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I think.
And if
it wouldn't matter to me who
was a fighter, I would be so upset with him. I'd say, hold on, let me get this straight. You're gonna miss literally, even if you fight for a title fight, it won't be bigger than this. You're gonna miss the biggest fight of my life because you don't agree with the politics of the current sitting president. Man, you out of your fucking mind? All the work I've put in, all the times we've been in the
coach there too, right? It's like a lot. Yeah. It's like
it's also he's the game plan guy. He's the mastermind.
Yeah.
Hold on, you're gonna miss it because you don't agree with something he did. The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah,
I would switch camps. Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you think of me? So you're putting politics above me. And I'm putting all this blood, sweat, and tears over the years to get here, and now you're going to sit this one out? Soft shit, dude. It's just bitch shit. And I love Greg. God, what are you doing, dude?
Well, you know, some people just, they look at it differently. I have a friend who, I told you, I have an old friend, really close friend. I've known him since I was 18 years old. He doesn't talk to me anymore because he thought that my posts on my Instagram were pro-Trump, which I'm not. I'm not. I mean, Bill, you're a conservative, you're a liberal. What is the subject you want to talk about? What are you talking about? I don't know what I am. It depends. I'm definitely not. Definitely not a Kamala Harris supporter.
No, unless you're like some crazy left-leaning, you know, transgender, kids can pick their sex.
I don't think
unless you're that extreme. Yeah. I get along with everybody.
I don't think my political point of view is very extreme at all. To you, like, and it's my friend I've known 18 years. But some people like just decide I'm not going to be friends with that person. I'm like, hey, and they make these choices. And I'm like,
good riddance.
Right.
Good riddance.
Right. I was like,
but I was a snowflake. Oh, you're not my real friend.
But you also know me, dude. Like, give me the benefit of the doubt. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, just a snowflake.
Really weird.
I would be
So I think
I would
sometimes
be
people
just
are
as
looking
excited.
at the wrong shit.
Yeah,
Right?
they're focused on the wrong shit.
Yeah.
I'd be just as excited if Biden was still this. I can't
Of
stand
course you
Biden.
would. If Kamala Harris
It's
was
not
president
about
and I
him.
could fight at the White House, I'm fighting at the White House.
I don't give a fuck.
There's a lot about Trump that bugs the shit out of me. I'm not gonna.
Oh, his support is in the.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna.
He regrets it, guaranteed.
Sure.
He's made a critical error.
But I'm still gonna fight there. I mean,
Look at that shit, dude.
yeah, that's incredible. You're listening to this podcast, so you know you got a curious mind. Come on. Here's a helpful fact you might not yet know. Drivers who switch to Save with Progressive save over $900 on average, and they make it super simple. Pop over to progressive.com, answer some questions, and you'll get a quick quote with coverage options tailored to your choices. Plus, you'll see which discounts you may qualify for, like the online quote discount or savings for paying in full. In fact, 99% of Progressive Auto customers earn at least one discount. See if you save when you switch to Progressive. You'll feel good about making a savvy choice. Visit progressive.com. See if you can enjoy a little extra cash back.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates national average 12-month savings of $946, and by new customers surveyed who saved Progressive between June 2024 and May 2025. Potential savings will vary. Progressive.
At first, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light, and I was transported to another place. Pluto TV. Then I heard a voice.
Come with me if you want to live.
There were thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free.
Truth is ours.
It's just so beautiful.
On Pluto TV, free streaming of Terminator 2, Fringe, Arrow, The 100, and The X-Files may cause excitement, loss of sleep, and sudden belief in extraterrestrials. No credit cards or alien encounters necessary. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Here's a question for you. So, there's a woman. She was 24 years old. She met her biological father who she'd never met before. He was, can't remember how much. Yeah, anyway. So,
Are we playing the guess the ethnicity game?
nope. Couple whites.
Ready to go.
Couple whites
Okay.
from Australia. Take it easy. And they just connected on the phone deeply. Then they see each other. And then she's like, he's sleeping on her bed. She insisted. She's on the couch, and she goes, "What is going on here? I'm attracted to this man." And he was like, "I'm attracted to this woman. This is crazy."
How old is he?
I believe he would be 24 years older than she is.
Yeah.
No, hold on.
Has to be. If she's 24.
Right. Is that how that math works?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I would imagine, right?
Right? Or we
Could have had her.
That has to be 24.
Yeah.
She's 24. He has to be 20. So he's at least 48. Right?
That's right. That's correct.
Assuming
So-
he had her at 24.
What's that?
Assuming he had her at 24.
Well, if she's 24, she's been alive for 24 years, and so he was.
Yeah, but we don't know what he had been 16 and had it.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is where you realize we're so dumb.
So dumb. Yeah, we don't know.
Well, if he was
Well,
20,
let's assume he's over 20.
the
Let's
point
assume
is, he's 24 years older,
no matter
what.
what. Yeah, but
Right. So if he was 10, but chances are he's probably 20 something. Okay, so let's call him 48. But in fact, actually, I think they were both teenagers, and the parents didn't let them have. I think that's what happened. So I
Okay.
think it was probably like 20, 19, 18, something like that. So she gets pregnant. So anyway,
wait. You
So
can't skip over that.
huh?
He impregnated
No.
his daughter.
Oh no, hold on. I'm not there yet. So they have a 5-year affair, and they're like, "This is so wrong," but they just connected so deeply, father, daughter.
Yeah, because it's your daughter, dumbass.
Yeah.
So clearly you're gonna connect.
And then she got pregnant, and she had the baby.
Baby's healthy or baby has?
Very healthy.
Oh wow.
The thing I'm gonna ask you is, what are we to do with this? Where do we place this? What is
What do you
she'll be? She can't go to Australia. I guess they said that you can be. That's illegal.
It's illegal everywhere.
You can be arrested for it.
In America too, Bubba.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't have that.
You can't be having your father and daughter.
We can't have that.
You can't
either.
have that.
All of it's wrong.
But it's just in every way. It's
Yeah, all
just
the-
like, what?
It's terrible.
Yeah, like like there's something about that just no matter what,
Can't
no
have
matter what. Now Now there are two ways that sit in this with us. For
So
me,
they don't know each other? They
yeah, but
never
for
met?
me, it's still like it's just unnatural. And so even though like there are some people that say, well, it doesn't hurt anybody, it's not wrong. For me, it's like, well, no, I can't. Now I don't know. There's no penalty. It's just, but I understand why it's
There are penalties, aren't there?
well, there is, but you probably there it is.
Adopted as a baby?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait, she was adopted? Oh, no.
She was
no,
adopted.
he gave her up. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
He's her biological
Yeah.
father.
They didn't let her mom keep her because she was younger. It's weird. I believe in that situation.
You know what's weird?
If you're the father, you gotta run away, bro.
Yeah, let's say, but what if they never found out they were related?
I understand.
So it's kind of like the pressure that,
Yeah, I get it. But also, you just like sometimes you just can't do it. Like there are certain things you're not allowed to do. So you're attracted. You go like this. Watch. Moving on.
he's arrested.
When a disgruntled former girlfriend of Michael's reported our relation to the police in Australia. Michael was arrested and later received a suspended sentence for what was legally classified as incest, although because the relationship involved two consenting adults who had never known a family relationship, it was referred to during proceedings as technical incest. British police interviewed me at the request of Australian authorities, but decided it was not in the public interest to pursue charges, yet the possibility of an Australian warrant hung over me. Something I tried not to think about. So she hadn't seen her son. She wanted to see her son who was 15. I mean, dude, I don't know.
Do you know if they're still together?
They met as strangers. To me though, to me as the man, like this guy, I'd be like, hey, bro, come on. I am sure you guys connect. Like that's your biological daughter.
Yeah, there should be
I just
something
think
in
you
him.
can't do that.
There should be something in him that doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, you gotta go. Like again, watch. Oh, wait, what?
But
Like,
hold on.
what are you doing?
Yeah, how about this? Let's say they met just randomly. She never met him. Obviously, he gave her for adoption. They meet randomly at a bar. And then they have a 20-year marriage, beautiful family. And then they get their DNA done. Like, guys,
Okay, that's different.
sit down.
Because you didn't.
It's still, is it something?
Not if you didn't know.
But now you know. 20 years later, you have this beautiful family. You're living in
That's crazy. Now, I mean,
and then, well, it's the same thing, right?
yeah. Well,
It's still
that I would say. I'd be like, I guess you're dealing with what you're dealing with. I mean, that would be a little bit different. I'd be like, just don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with that. But I know that in this case, you got this great connection with your daughter. She's your biological daughter.
All dads should have a good connection with their daughters.
It's just
Biologically,
yeah, bro. It's like there are certain things that are just unnatural, and you gotta go. No,
He might have been a shitty dad too. He's like, God, I've never felt this before. Love of your daughter, retard.
yeah. Well, yeah.
God, I've never felt this before. Yeah. A
But also,
connection to your
my thing
kid?
is like, just because you feel this deep connection, you're just not allowed to do this.
That's frowned upon.
What if it's your cousin?
I'm a little bit more.
I'm a little more lenient. I know. I want to see the
If it's your second
I want
cousin,
to- if your cousin's a bona fide
yeah.
dime,
If it's your second, third cousin,
second, third,
I got
West
you.
Virginia, it's encouraged.
yeah.
Yeah.
There are a lot of cultures where it's like, yeah.
Second, third cousin, a little easier
get
pill
it.
to swallow.
I get it.
Daughter? No.
Second,
Daughters
third
and-
cousin, your third cousin, 100%. It's not even a relation. Second cousin.
What else you got, Jen? That is weird.
Did you see the story coming around? There was rumors that Joe Rogan was going to replace Anderson Cooper.
Well,
on 60
CBS
Minutes.
is run by Barry Weiss, who's like, a great journalist and, the thorn in a liberal in the far left side.
We knew this was never going to be a thing. Rogan would ever entertain it.
I'm sure people around the world that aren't as into the whole, podcast
Joe's also
world
older than
would know.
57.
Yeah, but obviously it's a false rumor.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience is not being considered to take over. False.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not real. They could never hire him to do that.
No.
never. A, they couldn't afford him. B, he would never sign up for that. He's completely against corporate and this big brand shit. He would. There could anybody who knows Joe, even if you just listen to the show, and you saw this rumor, you're like, oh,
he is not. He can take money either. He's got enough, and there's no money that you could throw it.
Well, I wouldn't be either.
Yeah,
so not motivated by money.
I'm just saying
because he has all.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, no.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, it's like
they could be like, hey, we want to give you like the $300 million back.
This is a shitty thing that happened. So this dude has this dog that has 1.5 million followers.
Oh, come
so it's like
this looks like a fake.
This is a real story. So this is in China, by the way. So the dog has 1.5 million followers. This guy, he loves his dog so much, always posts about him.
That's a great dog.
Yeah. And then when he left town, these two people, a woman and a guy, went on a moped, saw the dog on the farm and they said they thought it was a stray. They picked it up, sold it to the local market for $26.
Dude.
And it was eaten the next day by whoever eats dogs.
Put him down and ate him?
Yeah, so that's the couple that stole the dog.
Guys, you stole that dog.
And that's the dude with his dog.
Dude, he must be
heartbroken. Yeah, but also take better care of your dog. Have the dog get away.
I mean, it's on his property.
It's on his property.
Yeah. Oh, hold up. They went to his house.
Yeah, they stole
the dog. He has a farm. They have a farm.
And they thought he was just a stray dog.
Yeah, it's a joke. And it's not a joke. It's an excuse. That's what they're telling me.
They stole this dog.
See, look at this right there.
That's a great dog. Oh.
Well, go up. Look at that headline. It says, go right there. Letter confronted the restaurant butcher who killed Shuko, hoping to recover the remains or fur, but was told the hair was thrown in the rubbish long ago.
Yeah, and even the thieves were saying, like, it already happened, just let it go. It's an accident or something like that.
Hey, dude, you took the dog.
But also China don't kill cute dogs.
Man, that sucks. Bummer.
It's the most Chinese story ever.
All right, here's one that's...
I would have to say, that's the most Chinese story ever. That's the most mainland Chinese story ever. Ooh,
so this is a naval employee at a base, and during lunch...
Oh, I saw this. What? B, you know what kind of shark this is? You should.
Tiger shark.
You didn't see the fucking shark?
Okay, sorry.
Shark attack caught on camera. The man spotted fighting for his life. Right in the water in harrowing pleas for help. It happened at a naval facility.
He didn't die.
In the city.
He's in critical condition, though.
Authorities say two staff members went for a swim in the nearby recreational marina when the shark struck, attacking one of the men, severely injuring both of his arms.
Have you got the person out of the water? You know, the person I think is still in the water.
First responders rushing the man to a local hospital. A naval commander saying their actions were critical.
We continue to have the safety of all our personnel paramount in all of the operations that we do on board the base.
Look at it! Oh my god.
See the
The
tail?
attack comes during a string of similar shark
crocodile.
It's a thrasher shark.
It's a thresher shark.
of a nature trail in
See how long the tail?
Yes.
to a fisherman hooking a great white in Nantucket.
I don't know why they're tossing this in there.
Tonight, authorities say that naval staff member in Florida is now recovering from surgery.
A thresher shark.
I think the thresher was a different. But they're talking about different sharks. I don't think they've
That
actually.
looks like a thresher though. With that
That's a
long
thrasher.
tail.
That's the only shark with that long of a tail.
Yeah.
Which I've never heard of one attack it.
I haven't either.
There's no other shark with a floppy long tail like that.
Yeah, but is that the?
That looks like the
No, that's not
Wait,
the
go
tail.
back
That's
again?
the fin.
Dude.
That's the. You'll see the long.
Holy shit!
Not
That's
there. You got to go to where at the end where it shows the tail. It's so.
I think that was footage of a different. They're showing like
Oh,
other sharks.
yeah, I think that was footage.
You want to watch? We can watch it again.
I think it's different.
Can you fast forward so I don't have to watch it?
This is just Instagram, man.
Let's see.
It's a very short video.
Because it does that and then it shows longer because the same thing.
We continue to have the safety of all our
If that shark is in your
all of the operations that we do on board.
So watch.
Oh my
Right there.
Oh yeah, no.
See, that's a,
That's not.
Similar shark sightings.
That's just a sighting. Okay. See, that's a thrasher
That's a
there.
thrasher.
That's definitely a thresher.
This thing was probably some
That must
kind
be a bull or tiger.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was the same. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I've never heard of thrashers being that aggressive.
Yeah.
Thresher, Thrasher, like the band.
Okay. Have you seen this clip from Kristen Cavallari? I guess she has a new podcast, and just watch
Talking
it.
about sex.
She's talking about grammar, but watch it. Just listen.
Grammar on a man is a big fucking deal to me. If you don't notice the difference between there, and there, THERE, THEIRE, THEW, apostrophe RE, the difference in
Oh, well, of course. Who doesn't know that?
there are people, bilingual, no, real American people who are like then and then.
Well, I see like on social media comments all the time.
That's mainly the thing, but I wonder if she's trolling.
She's not trolling. No, she's fucked up. Hey, but if you're talking
Oh,
about
Kristen Cavallari.
She's
in her 40s. She's not.
Been single for.
Well, she has, no, she was married to Jay Cutler, had a horrible divorce. She has 3 children.
Oh, she does?
Yeah, she's pretty cool. Yeah, she's not one of those. She's cool.
Because we have a friend, Taylor.
Yeah, she's cool.
Yeah, 39.
She's probably smart, like one of those smart gals, you know?
Yeah, just can't spell.
Yeah. This one's just kind of interesting. You know, you've heard the mayoral race, and they say that is
so shady.
Brad gone now, or is it still have a chance?
I don't know.
I don't know how it works exactly, but
It's so shady.
so this is according to the New York Post Review. They found out that 7,600 voters were registered at a
what a surprise.
But even if they got their votes, they weren't staying overnight. And you've seen video of them like them being paid $2 just to vote. So
Here's where it gets weird too. So it says U.S. Attorney has announced he will investigate the findings of all the evidence to determine whether laws are broken. Nothing's going to
Hey,
change.
don't underestimate how fucking dumb LA voters can be sometimes, especially the younger progressives.
No, it's not that.
White
No,
neighborhoods.
this is so shady, dude. This is so. And remember, you don't have to have ID to vote. It's so shady. They had 36,000 votes in 2 hours.
You get what you get.
Club.
You get what you get.
It's so corrupt.
let's go do this one first. So Elon Musk is supposed to be past the trillionaire mark, like the first ever trillionaire. In 2 days or so, like the June 12th,
Going public.
13th, going public.
You gotta get rid of that guy.
His life doesn't change, though. It's cool.
The 4 Comma Club.
Yeah.
First member.
These are synopses. Here's a woman falling through a man's.
So awful.
This is in Brazil. There's 2, by the way. The first one, I tried to look for the video. I could have sworn I saw it, but I can't find it anymore. Yeah.
Oh, she died
In New York. No, apparently it's not online anymore. It was never publicly released. But for some reason, I thought I saw
New
it.
York.
Yeah, where she stepped out of a cab
She
and fell right
heat
in.
gas.
The timing was perfect where she stepped out of a cab, and then someone moved that manhole minutes ago, and then she went straight down like 3 meters, screamed for help, and then was basically burned by the steam and inhale. She couldn't breathe and all that. It was terrible.
It's just like Manhattan.
Yeah, like or somewhere. Yeah, I think Manhattan though.
What a terrible way to go.
And this one's in Brazil. This woman's in the hospital. She's fine though apparently now.
So you just gotta avoid manholes.
Look at that. Boom. She's gone.
She had a second, but that's fucking nuts.
She's on her phone too, but that doesn't matter.
Ugh.
Because you would expect manholes to be
That's
okay.
not true.
I got pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
And then I guess the reason why this happened is because there's thieves that go down in these manholes to steal like copper wire and all that stuff, and they don't place them back correctly. So
That's right.
yeah,
Manholes shouldn't they be called them holes these days?
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
He, she holes.
They holes. Non-binary holes.
You want some more of those, or how are you feeling? How are you on time, bro?
Gotta get going.
Okay, last one then. Unifor launched that new electric car.
This was dumb as shit.
So bad.
So they lost 6 to 8%.
I mean, it's
After the
a
reveal,
terrible looking car.
which is 4 to 5 billion euros
It's so bad.
within hours.
This is a terrible looking
It was a
car.
horrible car.
Horrible.
I don't get it. Why would you do that to your amazing brand? Who decided.
Also, read the room. But in Europe with the electric cars, that's why Dodge got all fucked up. They hired a French guy to run their shit. In Europe, they just don't understand how much people, especially in America, dislike electric cars, especially Ferrari.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it. I just want to talk about, no, not this one, the box office stuff that's happening. So Scary Movie.
We're good.
All right.
You got a plane to catch, Bubba.
Yes, Bob.
Going to LA.
Yes, sir.
Have fun, bud. Tell your daughter to congrats.
That's right. All right,
See you,
kids.
Buff.
See you in a bit. I'll be in Lutherville, Maryland, McCoobie's Joke House, July 17 and 18. We got some time.
All right, kids. Yeah, you do have a lot of time. All right, kids. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. This is really the Fight of the Kid.
Let's do it, everybody.
I like that sweatshirt, Bubba.
Not bad.
Anti-boxing,
Right?
Dude,
I don't wear it out publicly like at the airport. I like it so cozy, but I don't
cool.
look at it.
You're like an old trainer there that watches a lot of tape.
I'm not a boxer. I told you I worked with I worked with this guy Danny O'Connor, and he was just showing me some stuff. Now he fought at 140, Brennan. He walks around maybe 165, maybe 5'8", maybe 5'9". Yeah, older. And I'm not trying to be like what I'm saying, but I realized I was trying to hit him, and I go, I can't reach you. He goes, no, you'll never reach me. And then he was just moving and then digging at my body, but not hitting me. And I went, I go, and I went, wait. The truth is, I think if in our first exchange you would knock me out.
Yeah.
And that's really true. Like I would throw a jab and a right hand, and it would be the worst.
Yeah,
and I just said to my friends, I go, if you ever hear me say that I boxed, and I really mean this, if you ever hear me say I boxed, or I know boxing, I don't know boxing. I don't know anything.
I try to tell you this all the time.
You don't know anything, dude.
No,
it doesn't matter how much you work on. It doesn't matter. And I went, and guess what? I'm not going to work on. I'm not going to do it anymore.
You know what you should do? And dude, when I say I'm sore, do you see how I was walking today? I'm so goddamn sore.
Right.
I started doing those fight camp workouts where you can do 20, 30, 45 minutes an hour.
Yeah.
But they have trackers in them.
Yes.
Where it tracks everything.
Yes.
So Tiger do it. I do it. Dude, I'm so sore.
Yeah. So you're doing bike and then
No, fight camp. So you get sent to your house. It's like this big white heavy bag.
Okay.
And you put sand in it. You should probably put 10 pounds in it. I had to put 300 pounds in it. Right? That's not a big deal. So you put the sand in the bottom so it can't go anywhere.
Okay.
Then there's an app. I connect it to the TV because I set it outside. I connect the TV outside.
Yeah.
And you have a trainer that's taking you through warm up and then rounds.
Really?
Rounds. And professionals taking you through it.
Really?
So you can I was thinking.
Can you bring up fight camp? I see what you're talking about.
I was thinking about you.
I do train.
Dude,
I roll every day.
Yeah, you would do it every day.
I love that right there.
The white fight camp.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm all about that.
So you download the app, right? And then it says level of experience, like what kind of workout you're getting, and it's literally like never boxed before, some boxing. I'm into it.
Yeah, but it's a category that says it thinks he can box.
And then it says like pro level. Yes, you're competing against a bot.
Oh boy,
you're basically competing against the computer. Now, if you select pro level, you have to keep up with his pace on the bat.
Yeah. That's gonna get to you.
Oh yeah.
And you have been doing that.
I'm so sorry. But it's also built my shoulders like a mother.
So I will say that right now I'm in pretty damn good shape because I go to Archetype and we do these imams that a lot of times Tim Kennedy will lead.
Yeah.
Or some other guys and then we roll after that and I'm good after that and that's an hour and that's good for me.
Jump on that. Just do like the 45-minute pro workout.
Yeah.
Do the 45-minute pro workout. Now you know who's involved with this, right?
No.
Oh, some big boys like Wonder Boy.
Okay, it's my boy.
Yeah, John Jones.
Yeah.
Demetrius Johnson.
Oh, you got some people.
Yeah.
Got some people that know something about training.
Yeah. Like, Wonder Boy has a whole tutorial on it because you can also put the trackers for kids too. Which again, that's your shit.
That's my shit. Dude.
I know, but
one thing I say is watch out for my feet.
This is my thing. See, my son loves it because in baseball they have trackers now. So when he's sitting in the cage, they have a camera there. You can go to Fenway Field. You can go to Wrigley Park. And it shows his balls how far it would go on that park. So he turns around, look at his velo, and see how far it goes. If it was an out, double, whatever it is. So ball, turn around and look. Kids and adults, they love when you're tracking.
Oh, sure.
So with this, Tiger will punch, and it'll show how hard he punched.
Wow.
Yeah, and then
on fight camp.
On fight camp. But here's my thing though. So it's tracking, and I like doing it too. And they're like, Dad, how hard can you punch? You know, I'm not going to say it out of it. But so T goes, Dad, how hard can you punch? But I was watching how much they love the tracking. How dope would this be? This got me because you have UFC 27 this weekend. You have Game Red. How dope would it be if they put those, and the trackers are small. It doesn't affect your glove or anything like that. If they put those tracking in the UFC gloves, and you could see how hard Poton's left hook is. Or Francis Ngannou, like at Netflix.
Yeah.
When he knocks a dude. Like, I would love to see how hard his uppercut was against Overeem.
Oh,
what was that at? What was that at? Or Deontay Wilder when he's going against Chisora? How dope would that be? Wouldn't that be sick?
It'd be incredible.
And it's thin, dude. It's thin. It's thin.
Damn.
This is just for them, though, not for the public.
That'd be pretty amazing. Digital gloves are authentic. I love it.
Yeah, but that ain't the fight camp technology. Everybody trying to get that technology.
It's
like
when are they gonna have robots?
Freaking bomb trying to take them out. What?
Wonder when they're gonna have robots you can actually spar with.
Well, it's a movie with Hugh Jackman, and it's gay as shit, dude. Just
you might have like robots where like they're teaching you, and you're like,
that's legit a movie.
And you're like, all right, keep taking.
You ever seen that movie? It's a horrible movie. Oh, I remember. I don't know what it is. My kids will watch it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Even Boston 6 were like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Real stupid. Get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Get out of my freaking face, dude. But I was thinking, if we I gotta get Fight Camp to send you one of those bags. You would use it like a mother.
Dude,
and he was like,
100%.
Because they have, you put the trackers on your feet for your wheel kicks.
Let's go.
Let's go. Our boy Thompson teach you how to kick.
Let's go.
Dude, you might be able to do something.
Dude, I'm telling you right now.
I mean.
Now, hold on. One thing I said.
You might be able to work out and
talk about it on here. Here's what I said to boxers. Hey.
Keep you busy.
Well, no. I go, now listen. Your hands are great. My feet? That's all I do. Right? I go, you don't want me to use my feet, right? You don't want the feet to get them.
You don't want
my front kick.
No, I know. This is your world's here. Your world's one, too. Your world's one, too.
Yeah.
But what about 3-4?
Yeah.
Do you know 3-4?
3-4 is a bad situation.
3-4 stinky, too.
My back kick that goes into my roundhouse that goes into what?
3-4 stinky.
And I follow up.
1-2? Fun time. 3-4? Stinky.
Stinky, dude.
3-4 can get stinky.
My feet are stupid.
Stinky.
Stupid stinky.
Stupid stinky.
That's what I do.
1-2 that keeps it clean, right? Clean. Is it called a clean 1-2?
Yeah.
You're at a stinky 3-4?
Here's what's going on.
I ain't talking about a hook uppercut.
3-4 is what sets up 1-2. Right? What happened to your midsection? Gay. Yeah. That's what I do. So let's be serious here. And there is that little front kick that gets you right in the old.
Talking about the old teep?
That sucks. That Muay Thai shit can hurt you.
Tipperoo. The old Tipperoo.
Yeah, you'll get guys at the old archetype where they'll teep you right.
Just a teep while you're boxing?
They'll just do a little kickboxing and they'll be like, hey, stop. You're like, oh, that hurts.
As long as you know the rules before you engage.
Yeah.
As long as you know the rules. Dude, I was watching, Netflix is kind of crushing right now, obviously, with all their shit. So I was at this birthday party, like get together in, what's it called, West? Is it West Hills? Yeah, West Hills.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the big high school's at. So West Hills and Lake Travis are rivals, right? So you go to West Hills. West Hills, if you're not from Austin, is our version of basically Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
It's like the super ritzy, old school money.
Kids.
Most are trust fund babies, really good athletes, but it's where the elite of Austin live.
Yes.
I don't live there. I go to a party there. I have nothing in common with these people, blah, blah, blah. But there was a lady there, and her and her husband were talking about how they watch Crime Dogs. I'm like, you don't say. Because I wasn't talking. I was in the corner. And then I heard her start talking about murder. And she goes, do you know about the Austin ice cream murders? I'm like, I do. Let me guess, you watched the documentary. Oh, that's all surface level. And then she goes, yeah, but do you know there's a doc comes out tomorrow on Netflix about the bicyclist who was murdered in Austin off Lamar Street. And I go, I don't. And she goes, oh, it's a fun story. Fun meaning you got to be messed up in the head. Yeah. She's like, fun. It's a crazy story. We watched it last night. It's heartbreaking because it's a family that loses their daughter. And if you have kids, it showed her as a video. This girl was up. Her name's Mo. Yep, her name's Mo Wilson. She was a badass travel cyclist. So that's on dirt, right? Yeah. Badass. Like, bad. Like, pro cyclist, monster. She was a super pretty girl. That's her on the right. Wow, she's beautiful. So she's dominating cycling, right? She's doing all this shit. And then she starts seeing this guy who's a pro cyclist. And he has a girlfriend, though. But they're on and off again. According to him, he's kind of manipulating them. He's lying to the girl at home. He's lying to the girlfriend. He's being a dirtbag. Yeah. First team all dirtbag. Yeah. So he's doing the dirtbag thing. Well, his living girlfriend is like super jealous. This girl's just getting started. She's starting to get sponsors, starting to get attention. She's winning all these races, going national, international. She's crushing it. She texts him, and he has her under a different name on their phone. And the detective asks him, goes, why is she on a different name? He goes, my girlfriend's a little crazy. I just didn't want to deal with that. Every guy goes, I know exactly what he's doing. But every guy's like, hey, bro. But also, so her name's Mo. Bring her up. And her name in his phone was like Christy. She's so pretty. So pretty. So this crazy bitch at the bottom left there, he has an iPad. And his texts go to his iPad. So she sees that this girl is hitting up her man. iPads will sync you. Yes. Yep. You know what we're talking about. So she sees the messaging that he's going to meet up with her. She goes, okay, cool. She has a 9mm at the house. He drops her off. She waits. She was only there for a race. She comes to the house, shoots her in the face twice, and when she's on the ground, shoots her in the heart. And then evades police, so gets away, goes to Costa Rica, where she's doing yoga, and they couldn't find her, so they thought it was going to be a cold case. So one detective goes, I know what we'll do, because they believe she's in Costa Rica. They go, we'll put an ad out in Costa Rica. We're looking for an American yoga instructor looking for work. So they put an ad out. Her dumbass, even though she got all this plastic surgery, it look different. She got plastic surgery, looks like shit now. But so she got all this plastic surgery to look like her sister because she was using her sister's passport. So the fucking shout out to the Austin police. They put a thing out looking for a yoga instructor. This dumb bitch answers the call. They go, cool. Is your name Caitlin Armstrong? She goes, yeah. They go, very cool. Woo! Yeah, you're arrested. She got her. And then, while they have her apprehended, she had some condition with her leg or some injury. She's like, you can't chain my legs because of my injury. Like, yeah, good point. Dude, she takes off. This is an awesome at Travis County. She got a nose done. Yeah, she had a great nose before that. Now she was super pretty before. Now she's just busted. Well, but she was trying to evade police there. Man, she must be a real psycho. Oh, dude, they gave her 90 years. Yeah, and she had no remorse. Yeah, that's a sociopath. Oh, you know what? He was dating a sociopath. Yeah, she is. Meanwhile, because it's super heartbreaking because they'll show like videos of her as a baby, like the Mo girl as a little child. It's a nightmare. It's horrible. Your beautiful daughter is killed. But so they let the mom talk to her in the courtroom. Yeah, and she's like, when you shot her in the heart, you shot me because she killed him by shooting in the heart at the end. Yeah, and of course, and then the parents were like, this isn't a victory after they did give the sentence of 90 years. Like, this isn't a victory. Two families are, pray for the family's super nice. Pay for Caitlin Armstrong's family. And me and Joanna, I'm like, God, I would not be that way. Well, there ain't a security guard in America who could hold me back from getting my hands on. I know, but forgiveness is the only way. There's no forgiveness then. Yeah. You kill my kid, there's no forgiveness. We're enemies for life. Of course. I would have been like, enjoy fucking Prince for the next 90 years. What she did to her face, though, she was so pretty, but, this is a scumbag. Well, she was trying to get away. She was trying to look more like her sister.
What a fucking what a sociopath.
Yeah,
Just shot her, and then she just left her boyfriend and everything, and just went to Costa Rica.
Yeah, was on the line.
Like sociopaths have this weird.
Thought she was gonna get away with it.
Yeah, sociopaths think they can get away with things. I'm gonna go to Costa Rica. Good plan. Good plan.
Hey, that's not too far, dumbass. But then also, I think the boyfriend should have taken some accountability because he was manipulating both of them.
Sure, but the boyfriend was. By the way,
but you know what the cop said? The cop goes, "Was he doing whatever shady shit, hooking up with chicks?" Yes, but he didn't know she was capable of.
That's what I'm saying. He's probably he's probably dealing with a psycho. She's already a psycho, right?
Well, they're on the stand. They go, they dated for like 10 years, and he goes, "I don't. I thought I did. I don't know her."
No.
I'm like, hold on, you don't know her? He goes, no. The person I know would never be able to do that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Sociopaths can really, they can surprise you, man. They behave a certain way for a long time, and then they turn. But that's just
heartbreaking.
Man,
it's a tough
killed a girl. Just
stalked her at this house.
So, man.
And they wouldn't play the 911. They wouldn't play the ring because the neighbors ring picked up the
of course,
the audio, maybe the audio of her getting shot. She gets shot twice, both in the face. One straight here, the other here, and that didn't kill her. You hear her yell, and then the one in the heart, it goes silent. Terrible. And then the mom, when they bring her in, she's like, she's gone. The mom starts crying. She's like, you just left her there? She's all alone? And it's like, fuck, dude.
The worst thing ever.
Ooh, I can't imagine. I can't. Unfathomable.
There's some scumbag people out there. She's
just a real piece of shit.
Monster inside. But they're out there.
Dude, you want to talk about a piece of shit? Well, I shouldn't say piece of shit. Just a lot of issues. It's Lamar Odom. Have you seen that dog? The Lamar Odom dog? I'm not that into it. Like Joanna was like, "Yo, let's watch the Brett Favre doc." I'm like, I already know all that shit. I don't need to. I know. I like Brett Favre too. I don't want to. I know all his shit. Like it's gonna be new for you. Same shit for me. I've followed too long. I'm like, let's watch Lamar Odom, dude. Well, he had 6 heart attacks, 7 strokes when he went to that bunny ranch and just did drugs for like 7 days straight. He legit died. He was out for a while.
Yeah.
And they brought him back to life. And then Khloe Kardashian.
What was his drug? Just everything?
He smoked crack, sir. Smoked. Oh, I'm sorry.
And also, you know,
Hey, Brian. Smoked crack.
He's also a giant, so it's not good for his body. He's already
the whole thing's a fucking disaster.
Right.
Smoking crack. Yeah. So he has like 6 heart attacks. 7. He gets soaked every step of the way. He's not. He don't have money coming. She gets him rehabilitated. Gets him walking because he went brain dead. She started bringing back his family, so he started to remember all that. She's paying for all the nurses, all that shit.
We didn't have money.
No, I guess not during this. So she covered everything, got him back to life, nursed him back to health, and then she went to go surprise him one day. And she goes, "If you ever smell the scent of crack, you know it. You never forget it." She goes, "I go to surprise him one day after all this work, finally back on his feet, remember his family, walking. I walk in." And I can smell crack cocaine. She goes, and I left and never came back. She goes, that was the bottom line. Let's take a little break here. I love a good dad, dude. But with the summer coming up in just a couple of months, I've been taking a little bit. Summer's coming, dude. Well, you gotta get
there are guys that could use this for sure. Now, I'm pretty shredded, but classic dad bod just comes from, drinking more beer, eating worse, that's fine, but that's not the whole story for a lot of guys.
No, as you get older, dude.
I can tell you as a guy who's getting older, your bodies reprogram themselves. You start storing more fat, losing muscle faster.
And all this is due to low test.
That's right. Most men's testosterone levels fall. They start dropping in the early 30s.
That's why it's easier to get fat.
But I started feeling it for real. When that happens, it becomes easier to gain fat and all that. So here's what happens. Mars, man.
Yes, tell me why you start taking Mars.
It's a natural supplement designed to support healthy testosterone levels, which can help your body burn fat more efficiently. There it is. There it is, right there. I've got some of these. It's got Tongkat Ali, which is known to raise testosterone. Shilajit, zinc and boron. A lot of times when your zinc and boron levels are low, that's what happens. They'll test you before they put you on testosterone therapy. Because if you bring that up, your testosterone will go back to healthy T levels. Weight management, exercise performance, these things fall. So either way, each batch, by the way, very important when you get supplements, is third-party tested. That's the most important thing. So I've got these at home right here. This is the best way to naturally raise your testosterone. I know that. I've talked to people that before I went on T, this was
5 pills in the morning after breakfast, and you're cooked.
and there's a 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk. Just see how it feels, all right? Well, worst case, you don't absolutely love it, you get your money back. But over 91% of all the users report higher energy levels. So, and that's really what it's about. It's about higher energy levels. You feel, if you start to feel the incredible results, that's what it is. Now, here's the thing. You'll get 50% off Life Plus, free shipping, and 3 gifts at mengotomars.com.
That's 50% off for life, not.
That's what I meant.
50% off. So that's mengotomars.com for 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. It's also available on Amazon. Super easy. After you purchase, ask you where you heard about them. Please tell them your boys here at Finding the Kids sent you. That's mengotomars.com. But then what's interesting, be famous. He always wanted to be in Hollywood and be famous. Sure. His number one thing is being famous. So if you remember the Lamar and Chloe show, Chloe didn't want to do it. Her family didn't want to do it. It was Lamar Odom's idea.
Wow.
It was his idea.
She seems like a nice person, Khloe Kardashian.
Yeah, I know them a little bit because our kids went to school. Yeah. She's the most normal one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard to be normal anyway in general, right? When you're in the spotlight.
Disaster for them. Yeah, you would not want that life.
No, but they all seem like
she's the most normal. Yeah. Kim's pretty she seems pretty normal.
Yeah, she seems like I appreciate.
She's pretty hands-on. Would always drop the kids off at school. Always pick them up.
I think she's just dealing with like overall doing that criminal justice reform that she went to law school.
She didn't pass the bar. Kanye did in like 2 days, but not a big deal.
Yeah.
Kanye passed the bar. He in court, bitch. Yeah.
He did?
Yeah. Just because she failed it, and he goes, oh, very cool. Well, I'm a genius, so check this out.
No, I don't think so.
Unverified, so sure.
Man, the guy that passed his first time. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's smart, so if he decided to do it.
Did it? Because, well, as of now, it's just lacks official verification. But I think it's tough for Kim and Chloe too. Like, obviously they're both single. Like Kim's dating Lewis Hampton, but when you're at their level, you can't just date a normal dude because you don't know their motives, anything like that. So they're single because, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, that's a tough gig, man. I'm telling you, like, everyone wants rich and fame, dude. When you see them and the shit they have to deal with,
talk about that.
The security they gotta deal with.
People don't realize what that is. You're so right. Like, people don't understand what fame on that level is. It's a prison.
It's a different level. They can't go to mall. They can't go out to eat. They have to always take out.
When I did a movie with Tom Cruise, they were working on a movie for a long time. Tom Cruise, he was like, would you want to go to some restaurant? He goes, I can't go to that restaurant. It's like, what?
So my kiddo played on the same team as his, as Kanye's and Kim's kid, Saint.
Okay. So you know them pretty well.
Yeah. So we drop them off there. They drop Saint off all the time. The issue is like, even at a little league game, there's security there. There's 4 fucking security guards at all times. So it's just not normal. But it's normal to their kid. To Saint, that was normal. What's not normal is on his, when he turns 6, is they have a chocolate fountain that's carved out of a 6-year-old. So it's his body made out of chocolate, a chocolate fountain. He turns 6. And then they have the new movie, and they have all this elephants and all this shit. And then when he turns 7, T goes, Dad, I'm going to Saint's party this Friday. I go, oh yeah, where's that? He goes, Six Flags. I go, man, that's going to be tougher than getting a Six Flags. Kim's going? He goes, yeah, it's just the moms and 1 kid. So Joe goes, it's just the moms and the kids. And I go, man, that's going to be a disaster for Saint and Kim.
Not when they.
Oh, and then Tiger goes, "Oh no, Dad, it's just us." And I go,
"They rented it out."
Yeah, I go, "What do you mean it's just us?" He goes, "Oh yeah, they rented the whole thing out." Like, the whole park. He goes, "Yeah, we don't have to wait in line." I'm like, "Oh," and then he goes, "What am I doing for my birthday?" "Oh, we're getting a cupcake and we're going to the batting cake."
That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, and you're gonna be stoked about it. Otherwise, I'm gonna get pissed. So one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons we left LA. Like,
of course, that's where you're in.
The Joneses, but then there's stuff with the Kardashians, and I can't win that game.
No, you can't.
So on spring break,
No, you cannot.
Or summer break, spring break, fall break, whatever the fuck, winter break.
Yeah,
all that.
People should know that your kids were going to where my niece and nephew went. Sierra Canyon.
Yeah,
and
which has its whole other set.
You go to that school. You're going to school with people like Puffy's kids. People like
Chris Brown's,
LeBron James kids, all of them.
Yeah.
That's who you're going to school with. Not to mention a bunch of very big Hollywood people. A pauper. Yeah, that's right. Right. So, you were telling me that story about they were talking about going on vacation.
Oh my God! So spring break, fall break, winter break, summer break. Team would come and go, "Dad, Saints going to Paris. Saints going to Africa. What are we doing?" I'm like, what do you mean? What do you know? You're staying. You have a backyard.
You're not jet skiing in St. Bart's.
That was the toughest thing to navigate by far. That was one of the biggest issues in LA, keeping up with that shit.
I know.
Because it's not Tiger's fault.
Yeah.
Because he goes to school with those kids, he thought that was normal. And I'll never forget. I had that F-150, the Ford Lightning. It's a 2003 truck. I made it as nice as possible. It was dope. It's all Bentleys, Rolls Royces, Lamborghinis, Uruses, G-Wagons. And he goes, "Oh, Dad, can you drop me off here on the side of the school?" And I go,
and you were driving a nice car.
"Yeah, dude." I go, "What?" He goes, "Dad, just line." And I was like, "Yo," it hit me. I go, "Oh, he's embarrassed of my car." So then I go, "Oh, buddy, you don't want me to drop you off because you think their cars are cooler than mine?" As well, it's just different. I go, "It is different, Tiger. You know how it's different? I worked on this car. This car is very unique. Those people, go ask them what engine's in that G55 or G63. Go ask them what engine's in that yours. They have no clue, Tiger. They bought those because they think it's the thing to do. I bought this because I actually enjoy it and I love it."
Right. It goes to school like that. It's just not. It's not conducive to coming into the real world. I always say, if your kid has never flown commercially, you should probably be arrested for child abuse. It ain't going to work out for them, typically, almost always. Like, I'll give you another example. It's like my friend's kids, they were like talking about how they were with a friend of theirs that's made some money or maybe all the money. And, this is their vacation. They were like, we're out here in the waters on this insane yacht. Let's use the sonar to find where the whales are, and then we'll go snorkeling with the whale.
Yes, I know.
With the whale. That's the kind of experiences that you have. So it's very hard to compete.
It's hard to compete, but then I just give Tiger examples. Like, dude, we were talking about that the Alaska vacation we went on.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy. The hotel was
fantastic.
Trash.
Yeah,
trash. Trash meaning it's not a Four Seasons.
Right.
It's just a lodge. You have a room. There's no.
It's rudimentary.
It's very basic because you're up at 5 a.m. You're going to bed at 8 p.m.
It's a hunting lodge, dude.
It's a hunting lodge, so there's not a lot there. We walk in, T goes, "Jeez." And I go, watch, buddy. And I'm like, "We're just going to go to bed because I get up early in the morning. There's no TVs. There's no cell phones. There's no service. Let's just see how it goes." But at the end of that trip, he's flying in that plane. He's doing all the fishing. We're out all day. He's eating, right? And then when we got back, he's like, "Yeah, this is the best time I've ever had." I'm like, "I told you." And this isn't crazy expensive. This isn't nothing wild or extreme.
No.
Like, dude, this is
hunting is good for that too. When no matter how much money you have, when you're on a glacial lake in Alaska and you're looking for animals and freezing, there's something about that shit that when you're done with it, you're like, damn, that was an experience.
I'll tell you what, world different out here. World of different. The parents out here, especially where I'm at, it's a bubble of sport parents where, how was your spring break? Good, got 24 sessions in, and it's like, wow, did you go there? No, not either. It's not even a competition. It's not like they're bragging, but and that kid's really private. Everyone has one goal, to create the best.
And even if you don't make it, the value of getting good at something when you're young has nothing to do with going on to be a pro. It has to do with the fact that you are learning how to learn. You're learning how to get good at something, and you can apply that to everything in your life. That's the other thing.
Correct.
Like all of a sudden you have some pride in the fact that, well, I'm watching that really good tennis player or that really good pianist, but I kind of know what they went through to get there.
But it's also like it teaches you to work hard, and then you reap what you sow. So it's like, all right, well, I put in whatever. I did 6 extra BPs this week, and then you go into the game. It's like, oh shit, I went whatever 6 for 6 this weekend. It's like, yeah, because you're working.
Yeah,
you're working.
Working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
LA, that's very tough to find and compete with.
Is it?
Very tough.
What do you think tough to find?
As far as the same morals and work ethic, because a lot of them come from us.
And resources, right?
That's the thing. Like in the bubble we're in California, in the Valley there, Calabasas area, that's a bubble. That's a bubble.
How often are your kids on phones or tablets?
Never.
Never.
We don't have. Yeah, they don't have.
Not much.
We don't have. No, we don't have. But that's one of the reasons we had to have one of Tiger's friends stop coming over, saying, because he'd come over, he had a cell phone. That's it. And instead of playing with T and Bossy in the backyard, he was on his phone. I go, oh, but I took it from him. And no one ever did. I go, oh, buddy, we don't have cell phones in this house. I don't want my kids getting used to that. So if you're going to come over and play, there's no cell phones. What do you think happened?
He stopped.
He never came back.
Wow.
To his dad, we're saying, like, he wants his cell phone.
Wow. What a bummer.
So instead of playing with you, he wants to scroll on his phone. And then I get pretty rude. And I go, fuck him.
Yeah.
I tell T, fuck him. Okay, fuck him. Tell me to go buy tickets at your game. Okay, cool. See you at the game. Let me know if you need tickets while you're scrolling on the fucking phone, Bubba.
Yeah.
Good luck.
It's so bad for you. It's not him. It's the parents.
Correct.
It's like, you are.
They're also so busy where it's also the nannies. But the nannies don't have the power to do it. It's a nightmare. You don't wish that upon your worst enemy. It's a nightmare. It's a recipe to create no motivation, to create incels. Correct. It's not good. Tell T, tell him, congrats, man. Let me know if you need tickets. Nightmare. Not out here, especially our neighborhood. Not a single kid has a phone. Everyone's sports specific, oriented. It's just all about family. It's just different. Now that exists in LA. This is the other thing. Don't get twisted. People will say, "Get ready for sports in Texas." We come from LA, where especially baseball, football, baseball out there. Like if you look at the top 10 teams at 10U, 11U, 12U, the majority of them from California. The majority of MLB players, California. So like, get ready for Texas. Don't get me wrong, it's fucking great here. California's big boy baseball. Big boy baseball, right? And they have all the resources. All the pros are out there. All the hitting kids. It's year round. The weather's perfect for baseball. It's year fucking round. If you look at all the top teams, they're all out of California. All the top pros are all out of California. Wow. California creates more MLB pros than anywhere else.
Crazy.
Great baseball out there. Great baseball.
My daughter turns 18. Flying to LA.
Holy shit.
How about that?
18. Can start an OnlyFans.
No.
What?
No. Like all my friends have to say something. All my friends are like,
18-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
18. 18.
Oh, baby.
Like this. 18. Did you say 18?
She is a full-grown woman.
She never will be in my eyes. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, well, you knew her when she was 3. Literally 3. You knew her when she was actually 2 years old. How about that?
She's a little thing.
You knew her 16 years ago.
She had diapers, yeah.
Yeah, diapers.
Like, you remember that Brentwood house?
Binky.
Yep. She had her binky and diapers.
My God.
And the last time I saw her was probably a year ago. You picked up for something. You guys were in the Tesla. She's in Taco Bell. I go, "What's up, girl?" "Hey, Brendan."
She comes out and you're like, "Oh, you go. Well, you're a full-grown woman now, so that's cool."
Yeah, she's huge.
Yeah, she's got a bone structure,
so
not dad's.
No, yeah, thank God.
Long legs.
Yeah, thank God. Is she can do something in sports?
Yeah, she played varsity tennis, actually.
What grade is she in?
She is going into college. Got into Boulder. She's probably going to Boulder.
She's going to the old alumni?
Went to Boulder.
How do you think she got in?
What?
Yeah, dude, I pulled some strings.
What? Yeah.
Is she really going to see you?
Yeah, that's going to be her first choice.
Buddy, what? Did the old dorm?
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
See you, Boulder, great school.
Great school.
What's she going to major in there?
Engineering, mechanical engineering.
Oh,
yeah, she's
wicked smart. Yeah. Oh, that's right. She's all A's.
She's never gotten a B.
Yeah.
And when I say she's never got a B, I mean she takes AP classes. She's now in college courses now. It's nuts. She likes academic competitions. Their team came in like 15th in the nation or something.
Engineering? Oh, she's gonna be sad.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you've been putting off dental cleaning, annual checkups. Honestly, any kind of doctor's appointment, that's us, dude.
Well, first of all, try to find a good doctor, right?
It's a nightmare.
Like, when you move to a place that says, I don't know who's a good doctor, I don't know where to go. I actually don't have a doctor, which is a major problem.
Dude, I just got a dentist. I've do so much work.
But I go
for years, I've said, it'll work out. It's fine. For years.
Yeah. You basically go, oh, I have this. Let me go to ChatGPT and put the symptoms in.
Yeah, does this sound familiar? This year, you're going to do things differently. We're finding doctors we love and booking appointments on
ZocDoc.
ZocDoc.
COCDOC. Okay? So, it basically...
It's a free app.
Yeah.
A website. Helps you find and book high-quality in-network doctors so you can find someone you actually love.
Yep.
We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 150,000 providers.
And by the way, it could be dermatology, dentistry, primary care, eye care. For one of the other 200-plus specialties offered by ZocDoc, you can easily search by specialty symptom to build a care team that is right for you.
Do the best. Appointments made through ZocDoc happen fast, typically within 24 to 72 hours of booking. Can even score same-day appointments.
And you can see that, by the way, Brendan, personally, like in person or via Zoom.
Whatever you want to do. Yep. So stop putting off those doctor appointments like I've been doing. My teeth are a nightmare. Go to ZocDoc.com/fighter. That's ZocDoc.com/fighter to find and instantly book a doctor you'll love today. That's ZocDoc.com/fighter. That's ZocDoc. Thank them for sponsoring the podcast. Oh, she's gonna be sad.
Yeah.
I've
never had to worry about her in terms of accomplishing things.
No. She was
violinist,
varsity
tennis, straight A's, all that shit.
Damn, Boulder, what other schools on her list?
She got in everything. Texas A&M.
Great school.
Yeah,
especially for engineering.
Literally, she got the only school she didn't get into was Stanford because...
I'll solve that. She's not Asian. What were we saying? White girl? Oh,
so blonde white girl, by the way.
Fucked. Blonde white girl or boy in America in Ivy League or like
you're competing.
No, you're not getting in, Bubba. Go look at Stanford. You're not getting.
Korea and China's got something to say about that. They've been studying. They've been getting ready for that Stanford moment since the womb.
Don't get me started. But then also, you're fucked. So I never claimed Tiger's Mexican side, but on those college apps,
right.
You full-blown Mexican.
You 100%.
Oh, you're in for hear about your white ass.
By the way, you might see some Peruvian Indian. We're going to throw that in there. We don't know. But
there might be a splash of Cherokee.
Hey, it's tres culturas, which means three cultures. Spanish, Aztec, and...
Oh, if we have to pull that card out, it's going to look like a fucking... Oh, it's going to be DEI hire, baby.
Correct.
That shit is going to be...
It's a Spanish Aztec mixture, and that creates Mexican.
Might be some black. I don't know.
Hey, we don't know.
How bad do you want to get in, Bubba?
Right?
Stanford, we're going to have to pull
that
card.
They called you the hybrid. I'm just saying that there are things going on here. He could be some Native American. There's a lot going on that he should be getting a full ride. Not just... Actually, they should pay you just because
That's what we're
He's
hoping.
going to get an academic scholarship, but then there's the other stuff.
I don't know if academics is his thing.
No, I mean athletic.
Yes.
He's going to get an athletic scholarship, but then he's marginalized. He's in an oppressed community.
He's been suppressed his
So you
entire
got to get
life.
some money. You got to get some reparations.
Yeah, pay us.
That's all. That's beautiful.
So I'll tell you the only time we're gonna use that card. Put the
My kids are white as fuck.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Bro, I had both wives white as white. Like my son is a bit of a ginger. That kid cannot be in the sun for more than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
He'll start to smolder.
Your kids don't tan.
Man, either does old dad.
Do you have a type? That's what. I know what's going on here. You want your bloodline pure.
Yeah. I'm a racist.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I gotta keep it real pure.
Yeah, your wife now so white.
If my wife doesn't burn immediately, then she can't be in the family tree.
Yeah, like almost like a vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah, both your wife Amanda was white as fuck.
She was one of those people that tan really well though. She had that golden tan.
She's white though.
But my girl's actually Italian Irish, so she's got dark. My wife is darker. I'm white. They get my fucking skin. Whatever my skin is, even though I'm half Sicilian, I didn't get any of that shit.
Dude, your daughter must have crushed it on the SATs. Do they still do SATs?
Yeah, she crushed it. Yeah, she crushed it.
Because to be straight up white, and like we can't toss it.
Got an everywhere.
Yeah, you'd be
Captain,
special.
tennis team captain of the fucking. I don't know what the hell she is. She's just like, it's too much. I had to tell her, I go, hey, you can't do everything. You got to stop.
Well, you can.
You got.
They want all those extracurricular activities,
like
all
too
that
much.
shit.
Like, come on. So have some fun for once.
That's fucking wild. I was at Tigers practices are at the high school field here, on the big boy field. There's a kid walking around. He's a junior. I think he pitches 102. And he got a full. He offered to go pro. He decided to go to the University of Texas. And he's walking around, just like, what's up?
Big boy.
Yeah, big kid. I'm looking. I'm like, God, that kid just got the world by the fucking balls.
My daughter got it. She's down at the beach with her mom, up at Big Sur, and a surfer, some 19-year-old surfer.
Beat it, broke back.
Stud,
Nope.
kid, long hair, comes
Like
up,
no money.
right in front of his mom, goes, hey, my name is Tanner, whatever.
Hey, Chad.
I'd love to take you out sometime.
Nope.
My daughter looks at him, she goes, really? And he goes, yeah. And so my
Good for him though, for shooting.
Oh, my ex looked at him like, this kid's a stud. So she goes, I'm gonna go to the car. So he picks her up the next day. It's a day date.
They went on a date.
It's a day date. And how about how badass this kid is? He's a surfer. So he takes her down to the tide pools and
Shows off a little bit.
gets her to pet an elephant seal. Highly illegal. But
this kid's a risk taker.
he's a risk taker. And my daughter goes, this guy takes me to this place where nobody knows it's this beach. And I'm like, what's going on here? But he was like, and he goes down, there were other people there, other surfers. And nobody knows, but it's the locals thing.
What a day.
And he goes, go ahead and pet it. And he pet this female, and then knowing this would happen, the male comes flopping at him, and they got to run away giggling. Because it's a giant, It's a 5,000-pound seal. He goes, let's get out of here.
Hey, do you think that's the elephant seal that got petted?
Now, hold on. Hold on, bro. Now, hold on, bro. Bro, I'm going to ask
Do
you.
you think that's the only elephant seal
Now, sir.
Do you think that's the only elephant seal
Sir,
that
my
got
daughter turned 18 today.
You think that's the only elephant seal that got fed?
Now, hold on, bro.
No, I'm asking about the fucking animals.
Yeah, it got pet. I'm just saying that's a
Too
stud
much.
move.
Yeah, dude, what a stud.
It's a move.
But I go to my daughter like, yeah, the surfer's cool, right? Love your life. Now listen, you're going to be financially supporting him while he surfs all day.
Oh, that's the thing. And she knows that. And so she said, it was a nice time.
Oh,
we talked about Jesus a lot. That's not that sexy on a date. It is what it is. God bless. But she was like,
Has she had boyfriends before?
She has had boyfriends before.
Oh, she had that Jewish boyfriend.
She also had that guy in Seattle.
She's a long-distance relationship?
She was going to Seattle. And I'd be like, excuse me.
She's flying to Seattle?
I said, how's that going? She goes, hey, long-distance relationships don't work.
Yeah, no shit. But also, you know how many fish are in the sea? Why would you pick one that swims all the way to Seattle?
She met him touring in college. He seemed great, and now she's going to Boulder.
Now, you know, Boulder was top 5 party school. So her grades can take a dead.
You don't know her. God, she's a grinder. She's like, very cool story. And getting straight.
But also, she's not like a sorority girl, is she?
Yeah.
Hey, we'll see.
We'll see.
When you see those sororities, like, oh shit, this is Liddy.
Yeah. There's a possibility. There's a possibility.
A candidate.
She's not one of those girls that needs to be super social.
Yeah, that's
I'm different.
Yeah, you're different. Yeah, she'll be fine.
Like one time, she was playing lacrosse. She always played sports, playing lacrosse. And then she kind of like, after the game, was just walking alone. I go, is she being excluded? My ex goes, no, she's late for violin. So she's making a beeline.
Yeah.
She's not like you. She doesn't hang around. I was like, oh.
Dude, you love this. So Tiger and Bossy, Tuesday's the only day they don't have sports. It's the only day they have off, right? They come home, why, Dad, we're going to see our buddies. They head out the door. They have walkie-talkies, like those old-school walkie-talkies. So they get outside in the neighborhood. They come back after whatever, 3 hours playing. I go, how was it? They go, oh, Dad, so they built a fort. And because down by the lake, they get wood and they built this fort. And he goes, yeah, we started an army. I'm like, oh, cool, man. What do you guys do in the army? He's like, you know, it's me in Boston, Everett, and we're America. I go, oh, cool. And he goes, and then the other kids in there have militia. He goes, and they're the Nazis. I went, it's America versus the Nazis. Came up with the Nazis because they call themselves Nazis. All
right, well, are they goose stepping?
I said, do you know, maybe just call it Americans versus Germany. How about tell them to rename the thing? I go, now we don't draw our armies, right? You don't draw Nazis.
Well, you don't draw on your uniforms, do you?
I said, does one of them have a fake mustache? Are you guys doing, how deeply going with this
small mustache that fits under a gas mask?
It's America versus the Nazis.
That's all right, funny.
Yeah, they're learning World War II right now.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's great.
Weird. Kids are like, we'll take America, we'll take Nazis.
The social space, it's really interesting. My 4-year-old fell in love with his 4-year-old cousin in Florida. Fell in love. Inseparable. Okay? Incredible.
Oh, dude, baseball was lit. Dodgers are just on fire, thank God. Dodgers are fucking cooking.
What do you mean? Is this
no.
Sorry. Is baseball starting now already?
Yeah, bro. We're 2 weeks into the season.
Really?
It goes to October.
World Series was just happened.
Yeah, they did its regular season early in the season. I think it's like 8-2, so it's probably 10 games of the season. And the Dodgers went to Toronto. We beat the dog piss out of them in Toronto again. Beat the dog piss out of them. But baseball's better than ever. But then also, there's a fight last night. I want to get your take on this. I sent to you, Chin. So it's a pitcher, right? I think it's Anaheim. I forget who the other team is. Okay. So he runs at the pitcher, big cat too. The dude's no puncher. He hit him before, threw another high pitch towards his head at his third at bat. So he's like, they start talking shit to each other. But as he approaches the pitcher you would think drops the ball. You just pass it, Jim. Yeah, right there. He's hitting him with the baseball like this. He's going boom, boom with the baseball like this.
Interesting.
Once you drop it,
you don't want to hurt your hand.
That's what I'm thinking. You're going to hurt your hand with the baseball. Anything like this? Or it's more of a weapon?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
I was thinking, I don't know how many fights he's been, because I would.
They haven't fought.
I would throw the ball at him and then punch.
Yeah, but
But I wouldn't use the base because. I don't know, but I'm trying to. Is it
as good athletes as they are? They're specializing. I've seen players and guys like that throw punches.
Well, that's everyone in general.
Yeah,
if you're not learning.
Yeah, you never really. Yeah.
Can you go to the beginning, Chin? Because that's what. Oh, this is part of this too. The coach for is that the Braves? The coach for the Braves. He's an older coach, probably your age, dude. He trains MMA. He trains MMA and wrestles. He just fucking double legs it, dude. Taking him down to the ground to stop the fight.
Okay, let me see this. Yeah, guys, take a break because I want to talk to you about stash. Investing can be very, very intimidating.
Yes.
There is an app, Stash, and when it comes to investing in the market, it basically has an algorithm which helps you and guides you through this. Okay, you don't need to watch the market every single day or become a finance expert. You don't. The key to success is guidance and consistency. And Stash gives you a clear plan, so you're never guessing what to do next. The best investors do not rely on guesswork. They have an expert by their side and a system that keeps them on track. Okay? Most people don't have access to a human advisor, and that's where Stash comes in. Gives you a disciplined, long-term investing philosophy focused on steady habit building, not speculation. That's really important.
And Stash is registered financial advisor built right into an app from your phone. Stash shows you way more than just your balance. It offers personalized next steps to keep you moving forward in any market scenario and why.
That's right. So don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/fighter. That's get.stash.com/fighter to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and to view important disclosures. So get.stash.com/fighter. And there you go. Paid non-client endorsement, not a guarantee or representative of all clients. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk.
Here it is. So he hit him in the hand before, which is the worst place to get hit.
When was that?
This is last night. So this is his first at bat. So that's the second one. So they were talking shoot each other. Now watch this. The batter's big too. I think he's 6'4", 235. Jesus. I love how both benches double leg
right there. Okay. Oh boy.
That Anaheim Angel, he didn't land a single punch.
Hey, he's throwing though. He's throwing.
He didn't land a single punch.
Yeah.
Great double leg by that old man.
They throw the way that they punch the way they throw. It's actually
he's like this.
Yep. It's exactly that. You sink to the level.
There he is.
There's Weiss.
Oh, is that Walt Weiss, Jim?
I don't know.
That is Walt Weiss from the fucking Colorado Rockies. He's a fucking Rockies.
Look at his ears. Homeboy's got some ears on him.
It looks like he had some cauliflower.
A little bit.
Both of them get kicked out, though. Jim, see if that's Walt, the great Walt Weiss. It is. Holy shit.
I don't know anything about Walt Weiss.
Oh, buddy. He's one of the greats.
Yeah.
When he played for the Rockies. He managed the Rockies, too. He's 62 with a great double leg.
God, that's great for 62, actually. Love that.
Did you ever see... So,
I think he's Jewish.
Take it easy.
Look it up.
Nolan Ryan is writing Round Rock, and he owns the minor league team. He's a compound.
He's not Jewish. Okay.
Yeah, you wish. But Nolan Ryan's not far from him. The great Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
You ever seen his fight? Where he fucked that dude up? Where he gets him in the headlock, and he's just like, yeah. And then goes on. They don't kick him out of the game because it's the 90s, and he's a badass. And he goes on to shake him on to dominate.
Yeah, he was the guy who never missed a game.
Yeah, people see him around, especially Round Rock. I was just there for Tigers football game, but he has a compound out there. He owns the minor league team, which is good baseball.
Really?
Yeah. They have a dope stadium out there in Round Rock, which is like 30 minutes from here.
So cool. Yeah, that's one way to do it. You just have your ball. You could also throw the ball as hard as you can when he's right there.
When he's coming.
That'd be a dirty trick, though.
Yeah, it takes it to another level. You hit a guy in the face with a baseball.
It's a different thing. Yeah, but here we go.
Boom! But he has that chin protector on. Yeah. He's just flailing. Yeah, you can tell they've never been in a fight.
Yeah, but you see how
Lopez looks a little more composed, though.
A little bit.
Lopez like Yuri
right now. He got his feet set.
Boom!
That would hurt.
Yeah, I guess you don't mess up your hand either. The backhand was...
Yeah, you see how you don't really know what to do. You're just flailing. That's what, even as good an athlete as he is, you can't back to.
Boom! But see, he's protected there.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul. It's great. Do you ever see when Ohtani got hit? Because he doesn't want violence, and he goes... And he looks at his bench and goes, nope. And he goes like this.
He's
and then goes on to hit.
Boomer. That's how you That's how you do it.
Here I am.
Easy.
Calm down. I got a game to win here. Everyone calm down.
Easy.
Calm
I'll
down.
just hit a home run.
No. Everyone calm down. Because the next pitch I'm going to send to the moon. Okay? I'm going to send to the
Did he,
moon.
by the way?
Oh,
After
yeah.
that?
Yeah. He's the man.
If you think about it, I love the difference because with this guy Kyrgios, who's a tennis player who was so talented, beyond talented, and he would let his mind take him, and so as a result, he never did it. And
He's out of control.
Rafa said, do you think that Rafa? They said, do you think if he got his head together and he goes, if, what do you mean?
Oh, it's a huge hit.
Huge hit. If I was, this thing, it's like, every time you get mad, your energy goes over here and not toward there. Let's bring up Arnold Schwarzenegger's son because I'm very happy with his physique.
Dude, ain't that a bitch? So he sleeps with that warlock of a nanny, and then they just produce the kid he's always wanted.
That's fair.
He looks identical to his papa.
He does. And he looks fairly natural. Naive. But hold on. You can tell he loves his son. That's his boy. Let's see what we got here. That's a natural bodybuilding tournament.
I think he looks natural to me.
Yeah, might be. Right? Would you say? Is that fair?
Like, really, really good, though.
Don't you think? Natural bodybuilder. I've seen guys like that.
All right, Brennan's gonna just...
It's not.
He looks like that.
It's not great, though, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's young, too, man.
Yeah.
Compared to his papa, too?
Well, he's trying to be like his dad. It's great.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Learn from him. You know the only reason why I have my Hummer and people are allowed to buy Hummers because there's Arnold Schwarzenegger? He was the very first civilian to get Hummers licensed into the United States.
I didn't know
so
that.
To drive them.
I didn't know that.
He has some badass Hummers. Well, he's 28, so a little older than I thought.
Yeah. You're not going to go anywhere unless you're on all the drugs nowadays, but...
No. Hey, Chin, bring up his dad at 28.
Boy, that whole scandal. Dude, you can't get your maid pregnant.
Be fucking...
And he was like, you know what? I'm going to just win and run for governor.
So that's Arnold at 26 on the left.
I mean, yeah. He was special.
This is a different dude, but...
Haney. He couldn't have looked better back then. Long legs.
But also had big calves. Like his son, what's going to hurt him is his calves. But God bless him for doing it. Jesus Christ. Biceps are popping too.
Fantastic. Handsome too. Just a great face. Look at him.
But his son looks like him in the face.
He's a big Austrian. He's a big, handsome Austrian.
His papa's a Nazi. You want to know he is. You watch the dog.
Yeah.
He looks very similar. Coachada Schwarzenegger. He definitely got those genetics passed down.
Now, I think in Terminator, Arnold, you see Arnold's dick in the shadow, and he's got...
When he's all naked?
And he's hanging well. I think he had a piece on him, and I appreciate that. He did a lot of fucking, you know that in Venice, California, back in the day, right, sir?
He owns fucking Santa Monica.
Yeah.
He owns Lodo.
He did. Well, I should say he did all the fucking. That's what it is.
Is that real?
He's doing well, by the way. I don't know if that's a real picture.
I'll tell you this. It looks pretty fucking...
But I hope it is. Yeah.
Damn, it says leaked meat.
Yeah, him walking. Let me see. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah, he's back in heat right there.
Yeah.
Dude, could there be a better time for a human being when Arnold was 24, living in Venice and Golds, and just
the answer's
smoking weed with his boys and lifting, and then fucking all the Venice chicks?
He said, he goes, I'm always coming. When I'm working out, I'm coming. It's a cum fest. So,
I don't know, it's a cum fest.
There's Franco Colombo, his best friend.
Yeah, that's his boy.
Yep.
Sharing a bed.
sharing a bed like a couple of men.
Looks like you and me were back in the day.
Back in the day, buddy, naked in our underwear.
You're clearly Columbo.
Yeah, only just a little less muscular. Wow.
What else you got a chance to do? Let's see. If his son goes on to do some...
Spencer Pratt. He's now number 2 in the mayoral race.
And people are freaking out. Apparently some writer from LA Times harassing him, trying to leak where his kids go to school, his favorite restaurant.
Spencer Pratt?
It's a person in LA Times is trying to do it. How could you not vote? This is my thing. When people are like, how could you vote for Trump? How can you vote for Spencer Pratt? Well, the alternative was Kamala Harris, which is insane. Yeah. The alternative to Spencer Pratt is Karen Bass. So you're not giving us...
Who is Spencer Pratt? I'm so sorry. I should know.
Spencer Pratt from the
OC or Laguna Beach, one of those reality TV series on MTV.
He was kind of like, they call him a reality star. Like he came up in LA. He's a smart kid. His girlfriend, Heidi, was big on that show. He was a character on the show. We got to think about, was that 4 years of his life when he's 16 in high school? You know? And when the fire started, that's when he was like, fuck this. Because his place got burned down. He was like, Karen Bass did not do a good job. I'm going to handle this.
How is it going with that? The blue majority and the super majority in Sacramento. Anytime you have a super majority of anything, especially a bunch of socialists, it's not going to work out for you. I mean,
you're crazy if you don't think he's...
Santa Monica's dead. The business community's dead because these people are so hostile to anybody who's an entrepreneur. You know, and it's these city councils, man.
He's still pretty far away, though. She has 25%. He has 11.
Yeah.
How the fuck you can continue to vote for is insane. But again, they might be saying the same shit I am. Like, well, it's either her or Spencer Pratt, the kid from fucking MTV.
Right.
Oh, this shit was fucking wild. This is a bus driver who ignored the train.
This makes me
train crossing. Did you see this, Brian?
No.
It's insane. So
just don't get in.
No, they're fine. I mean, they're fine physically, but mentally they're getting fucked.
Oh boy!
Do you see how close that was? Look at how close this is.
What's wrong with this fucking bus driver? Well, the car's in front of him, but now you can pull up now.
No, but you're not supposed to.
Oh man!
Look at that, dude. That's wild.
That would have been insane.
I assume that bus driver's gonna lose their job.
Oh yeah, she's in jail.
Here's what's crazy too is when I was a kid, I rode the bus. There's no seatbelts. I always thought about that. I'm like, we're just assuming because it's a big bus, like we'll be fine if we get in.
Inertia.
Now they have seatbelts.
Yeah.
Now all of them have seatbelts.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I can't believe we went so long without seatbelts. Buses still smell the same. I dropped Boston tea off at the bus this morning. They still smell exactly the same. Just seatbelts now.
Yep. Yeah, it's had that same law, right? I mean, of course, seatbelts are very necessary, but same law if your car is, this you need a seat. Certain ones don't have to pass emissions tests because that's when they're, made.
Shout out
the rules are,
That is crazy.
Well, the driver, go back. It says the driver Yvonne Hampton, 67, was immediately fired and later arrested. She now faces 29 felony counts of child neglect.
It's a felony.
Along with reckless driving,
yeah,
negligence.
It's an account. It's a 1 count per child, pretty much.
Look what she said.
She even said not. You kind of have to.
Okay, well, we can't have you driving a bus anymore. Guys, take a little break. I want to talk to you about O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. And I mean all of them. And whether you're a car expert or a novice like me, they are there for you. They have the accessories in stock or either in the store or online. You never have to worry if you're in jam.
Dude, one-stop shop for everything you need. The professional parts people, O'Reilly Auto Parts, are one-stop shop. Auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. They have everything. So stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV ultimate set. Free. This is the mantra. Free. This is the with movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Probably drunk, hungover. She doesn't look like life is going that great for her. So, you know,
how many be at her kids got hit in that train?
So much worse.
Those kids are that's horrific.
No, the kids will forget about it tomorrow.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
That's
Wait till you have kids. Wait till you have kids.
They're not scarred.
Those kids aren't scared.
Also, I don't like that kind of talk scarred. Like, then now they can't move forward.
No.
You know, I saw
kids, something horrible happened, literally. But you're 2 hours later, like, we going on ice cream?
You're fine.
Definition of scarred is different between you. To me, it's like it's gonna be a memory. A scar is like something that's always gonna be there.
You're saying they're not gonna want to ride buses anymore?
No, it's unavoidable.
It depends on the kid too, though, because like
nothing happened. If something happens,
you're like fuck that and never get on the bus again. Tiger, like, get on the fucking bus.
In life, you're gonna have close calls and all that stuff. It's always gonna happen. I love
I've had plenty of close calls.
Steve
Burns, I'll never forget him.
Steve Burns' joke is like, when my girl's like, "You never believe what almost happened." It's like nothing, because it's almost.
Yeah, almost. She just can't be driving kids.
She shouldn't have driven in the first place.
What else we got?
This is Jake Paul on Theo's podcast again, and this is just some stuff about him talking about Mike Perry and Nate Diaz. But let me refresh it from the beginning here.
Mom's life, rest in peace. Strike her down, God. Nate Diaz is the lightest and worst puncher I've ever fought. I never say the word, but I think it's like super offensive. I would never say it. When you see someone that's like, it's just hard to like comprehend what they're saying. If he beats Perry, I want Nate in MMA. I think it's gonna happen though. You think he could beat Perry? Yeah. They're just such both unique guys. What's the program you have with the charity? Parents of autistic children giving them like a day off. That's why this fight is awesome. Is like their parents are both gonna get hella days off. I mean, I don't see it, but yeah, I think they're fucking smart. I think they got the toughest fucking autism that there exists. I wish I had that touch gloves, just you know. That's what I'm if they were starting a company, would you invest in it? That's crazy, bro. That's a crazy thing. Somebody, and during the daytime, I'm pretty sure it's like 6. If it were like a dog catching business. Fuck yeah, bro. If it's like, doing taxes and shit, nah. If it's fucking getting your money back from somebody down the street business, then take my money, fellas. You got it. I'm in, dude. There's a female fucking.
There's a dude. Theo's crushing it.
Theo's so funny.
Oh, he's the best. Because he had Nate Diaz on, which is probably the best interview you'll see with Nate Diaz because he felt comfortable.
Yeah.
So you get the real Nate Diaz, who's actually like a silly, fun guy.
Yeah.
And then you have fucking Jake Paul, who's a savage. And then you just had, who's that huge country singer? She's super pretty.
Oh my God, Ella Langley.
Yeah, he had her on. She's like the biggest.
Have you seen her,
country.
Brian?
No.
Oh, you'll see
But Nate, when the cameras aren't on, he's hanging out as a sweetheart. He's a sweetheart.
And you see a little bit of that in the
Yeah,
video
he's
interview. He's not a bad person.
No, it's great.
Yeah, Theo had her on.
She's actually like amazing too. Her songs, her music is awesome.
She's huge.
Some people have it all. God gives with both hands. You know what I'm saying?
God said, you know what? We're just gonna make you
beautiful and give you this voice and a work ethic and talent. Okay, go. Look at her. That's her right there with the glasses.
Yeah, that's her.
That's her over there too.
That's her everywhere.
What?
I bet you've heard her song. I can tell she's from Texas.
She's from Texas.
Oh, that's a good.
You know that song?
I can tell she's from Texas. Yeah.
She's from Texas. I can tell by the way.
Yeah.
She's set
by the way. She's fantastic.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. Dude, crushing it.
Yeah. Okay, let's just look at this one right here. Wait, no, this is too violent, so not that one.
Too violent. Let me see it, dude.
God damn it. People are gonna cry about this. I know it. Okay, this is someone getting robbed, and then of course, thankfully he had a gun and he got his revenge. So hold on.
Oh boy.
Like, people are mad that the guy stuck up for himself and shot him?
No. People get sensitive sometimes. A lot. You'll watch how this happens.
By the way, these guys aren't even wearing fucking
masks.
Yeah.
How's this guy get the gun? You're not very smart.
I love it.
Yeah.
That definitely wasn't in America.
Looks like he hit him.
No, you got him, yeah. But there's not, obviously, it's not too many details. This is like somewhere, yeah, probably in either somewhere in Latin America or Brazil, yeah.
He got him, didn't he?
Store workers robbed by two thugs to make sure they never rob again. Yeah. That's because he killed them, guys. Yeah.
Probably. Okay.
Alrighty.
What else we got?
Let's see. Oh yeah, this is okay. So this guy was going in for a job interview, and he's in America. Essentially, yeah. So he's basically a spy, but they wanted to ask him a question, so to see if he was a spy or not.
I mean, I was in the process of saying, like, we get like a lot of imposter candidates, you know, particularly North Koreans, like posing as like people that they're not. So one of the tests that we do is trying to get them to say something like Kim Jong-un is a fat ugly pig. Could you say that for me? Xinjiang? So no, Kim Jong-un, you know, the leader of North Korea. So I should say, like, yes. Yeah. If you could, because it's one test, so I know that you're not North Korean. Yeah. He's there? Damn. He really don't want to say it. Okay, no worries.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's what you got to do.
Can you just say Kim Jong-un's ugly
pig?
Even if you're in a regular interview, though, that they said, you know, to say that about Donald Trump, but you wouldn't want to say it anyways, all right?
Yeah, you'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, but if they ask you to say it by the alien leader, or easily say it because you're not a fucking spy.
Yeah, I'm just saying sometimes you just don't want to say certain things either. Maybe, but I mean, I think he's obviously, you know, they asked him a
you don't
question.
want to hire a fucking spy from North Korea.
No shit.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Like, I can't be any more of a spy.
Yeah. I love Trump is like, it's going to be the end of civilization. 2 weeks. He's Lucy with the football and Charlie Brown.
He's going back and forth, huh?
Yeah. I didn't like what he said in Easter.
No, it's terrible.
It's fucked up. I don't get it. He's out of his mind sometimes. I have a big problem.
What's this, Jim? It's a chubby baby.
It's a cute little baby, but anyways, the baby was crying a lot on the plane. Some people complained about it, so they actually kicked off the family.
That's wild.
That's so
I know.
up. That's so gross that they kicked off the family. You fucking assholes.
Just people without kids.
That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up that you kicked them. That would make me so mad. I would sue. How are they allowed to do that, man? You have a baby.
You know, when I get off before I get off here, you're all a bunch of bitches, man. I've got a flight to catch to get home or to see our family. Now we're going to miss it.
Oh, because it's making noise.
And the big thing is I can do that the whole flight.
People are the biggest assholes on the planet. I fucking hate them.
You've heard some people making excuses saying, like, oh, someone has, like, auditory issues with their...
Fuck you.
I know.
Kick them off.
We're a fucking...
You have hearing issues? I'm so sorry.
You can't wait for the next plane.
Yeah, I think it's
You
fucked
can
up.
stop lying and
You
just
little
fucking
baby.
put your headphones on like a normal person.
What else you got?
I think that's it, guys. You see, what?
Well,
Because but
She's one gonna say. Where you gonna be, Brian?
Irvine, California this weekend, guys. Friday, Saturday. Come see me. Irvine, California, Irvine Improv. Dallas, Texas. I'm at Hyenas Comedy Club, April 17th.
My boys from East Dallas Diesel are gonna come to that show.
Great.
Fernando and all those
Love
boys
it.
where I got my truck from.
Oh, beautiful.
They're the best.
Awesome.
They live in Dallas. So
Awesome.
they come to the show.
I'd love to see him.
Probably the whole crew's coming.
They'll tell them to come by. Come say hi. Honolulu, Hawaii, April 30th, May 1st.
Oh,
Nice. Oh yeah.
All right, kids. This is the Fine Kid. We're out.
Pulled up to Calabasas, ready for war, I might turn to a savage. Just showed up with the crew, we the baddest. You just showed up like you might need some practice. You going down for the count, it's going down tonight. I do it all for my family, you do it all for the likes. I hear that bell and I'm ready to fight. Turn me up, turn me up, turn me up. They want the belt, they don't work enough. Don't mess around and I'm hurting them. I say the wrong thing, make it personal. You say the wrong thing, I'm like,
We're live and we're missing one of the four amigos here.
I can feel it. He said he goes. This is the text I got. He goes,
I
Christopher,
texted-
you close. We live at 5. He goes, who cares? In parentheses, farting.
This is really the fight of the kid.
Let's do it, everybody.
I like that, Sweat.
this is Ribbon coming to you live from the Fillmore in Philadelphia for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Wow, come on, Philadelphia, make some noise. We're here. Wow, how exciting is this? Brian Redband's here, everybody! We are live from the Fillmore Theater. It is packed. For those to the podcast, I mean, we sold it out. We're blown. We were just in Philadelphia in March.
Yeah.
Some people said we were coming back to this market way too fast.
Too big. But just standing room only. Look, there's like fire exits.
How exciting is this? Make some noise so these listeners can hear you, Fillmore. Good God. Out of control. We're so excited to be back. We're pumped to be here. How many of you were at any of the shows that we had here in March? You guys are unbelievable.
It's amazing.
Loyal following we have here in Philadelphia. Ryan J. Ebel couldn't be here, but he did send along these amazing brotherly love Philadelphia special prints that we'll be signing for you after the show, and also available after the show, the brand new album from Reagan and Watkins. How about that? Climbing with that
album cover.
So cool. Special shout out to Alex Yerkeva and Mike Sosnowski for the amazing, look at this, special Philadelphia Kill Tony bucket, special Eagles font. This place is crazy. Hey, look, there's a photographer. Look what I did for you. There you go, buddy. 2 seconds? Oh, shit. All right, there you go. The show is live. Anything can happen. We're excited to be here. As always, with all these road shows, which we have a lot more coming up. Next week, we're in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And, tomorrow we're in Pittsburgh. I think that's sold out. But, whoa, they're booing Pittsburgh. Welcome to another episode of Kill Tony, where cities that should be supporting each other push each other down.
Yeah.
Just booing an entire city of people. Which is not easy to do when you live here in Philly, by the way. I don't know what you guys think you have going on here, but I saw a lot of damage today.
Oh yeah.
This
Fallout, video game Fallout.
Dilapidated. I mean, it is unbelievable. Just the design of your city.
Yeah.
How the streets are laid out. What's a one-way? What isn't? Nothing makes any fucking sense.
Yeah.
I saw burning corpses on the Cobbs Creek Parkway today. Had to take a detour.
Yeah, that woman that was eating like a dead bird. Remember when we?
There was a lady eating a dead bird.
Yeah.
What can I say other than that? You can't make it up. Dead bird, middle lady.
It's like corn on the cob. It was weird.
Yeah, it was like corn, except it was a bird.
Yeah.
It wasn't a cob at all. It was just a bird, dead bird. As with all these road shows, we're going guestless tonight.
Yeah.
Also, Kill Tony Mania coming up in San Francisco and Sacramento. Don't sleep on that. And huge announcement coming. Well, I'm going to guess on Monday. I'm going to save Monday's episode. Huge announcement to close out the touring for 2019. Spoiler alert, we will not be back in Philadelphia in this year. We've been in Philadelphia. We've been almost anywhere. But that's just a sweet tale of the sport. How's the balcony doing up there? Jam-packed, I'm telling you. Fire hazard galore up there. This is so exciting. But this is it. I mean, I will say this is the biggest, most beautiful venue Kill Tony has ever been at. So let's make it special tonight, shall we?
Chandeliers.
As with all of our road episodes, there is no guest tonight. Gives us more time to run the real inside scoop with the show, find out more about the people, and plus it gives us the time to let the band speak up every now and then, because there is a band here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania tonight. It's one of my favorite things in all of comedy. Every single episode they commit to being characters. Maybe it's the return of some of their famous characters. Maybe it's a brand new character we've never seen before.
What's up, sluts? Not really, that's for sure. I like to great game. So this is going to start really fast. 3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. 3631 130 set the sun of Adam was 3631 130 set the son of Adam was 135 throne is 6 235 international set is 1 3436 225 kingdom son of Enosh is 1 3366 395 Mahala son of Kingdom is 1 3301 460 yards son of Mahala is 1 3139 622 son of Yard is 1 3074 687 Methuselah son of Hanuk was 1 2887 874 Lamech 2 son of Methuselah was 1. It's the 26th of 5786. Thursday, June 11th. No, really not. We've been doing this for 167 days.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing, and there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
All right, folks, so let's do some recap, and let's get into the Zohar. So, as we talked about last time, Kabbalah, the technical Kabbalah, the Kabbalah proper really begins to exist in southern France and Spain in the early 13th century. Now, it's really important to note that it doesn't come out of whole cloth, right? That's the whole point of this class.
that we've been tracing how Jewish mysticism has developed in the world of Palestine, in the world of Babylonia, in the world of Jewish magic in Egypt. And we've been tracing how that's being slowly moving into the European context. And it's in that situation, beginning in the early 13th century, maybe the late 12th century, that Kabbalah begins to exist as such. And some of the driving issues, but some of the more important driving issues are, one, a response against the philosophy of Maimonides, right? We like to claim Maimonides, especially as progressive Jews, as sort of the beacon of enlightenment. But Maimonides, as I pointed out last time, was incredibly polarizing. Maimonides was not universally accepted by many Jews. There were many Jews that hated him and literally turned his books over to the Dominicans to have them burned. Of course, that was a pretty bad idea, because when the Dominicans were like, "Hey, you have these heretical books. We want to burn them. Can we burn some more books?" And of course, they ended up famously burning the Talmud. So be careful who you get to burn your books. In general, my advice to you is don't let anyone burn your books. Hold your enemies close, and don't let them burn your books. At any rate, so we have this idea in Maimonides of this sort of rational, hyper, metaphorical understanding of everything from angels to the body of God. And of course, the mystics were very interested in the body of God, the actual body of God that you could measure in the Persian parasang unit. And they were very interested in the idea that you could travel to go into the realm of God, sit on God's throne, and maybe even be transformed into an angel. And Maimonides thought this was just a complete nightmare of idolatry and paganism. And so he really tried to get rid of this. And so in some ways, the Kabbalah is a response against Maimonides. I think this second, the rise of Kabbalah, is what sometimes I call the gap problem. And this gap problem really comes from the inheritance of Neoplatonic philosophy. Now, I know, again, I want to drive this point home, that I know that many of us have been raised with the idea that mysticism and philosophy, rationalism and mysticism, logic and mysticism cannot stay together. They cannot live in the same roof, and they can't be in the same bed. Well, the Middle Ages does not give a damn about what you think about those things. The Middle Ages is a mixed up, interesting, different place than what you've ever imagined. And the truth of the matter is, philosophy and mysticism, logic and religion have remained very close bedfellows for a long time. And the fact that we post-Enlightenment, post-Haskalah Jews want to drive a hard wedge between them says more about what we need in our desires, our perversions maybe, than it does about what philosophically is rigorous and what historical people actually did. And so part of what's going to happen is that it's not that the Kabbalists are going to reject philosophy, is that they're going to marshal a different kind of philosophy to solve philosophical problems. Now, their philosophy is going to look a lot different than the way we do philosophy now, but that doesn't mean it's not philosophy. And as I pointed out last time, the big problem they're trying to figure out is how to bridge the gap between the infinite transcendence of God and the immanent reality of God. And what's going to emerge in their solution, and we're going to see this in a big way tonight, beginning in our analysis of the Sacred Zohar, is they're going to try to have the cake and eat it too, because that's what every philosopher does, right? Read the first line of the Logic of Hegel, right? Nothingness plus being equals becoming. There we go, right? Get your cake and eat it too, right? You get nothing, and you get being, and you get becoming. There we go. And we roll on out with becoming. So philosophers are always trying to have their cake and eat it too, and so it's not surprising the Kabbalists are going to do the same thing. And their solution, just to be very brief right here, is going to be basically three parts. They're going to maintain the transcendence of God with the concept of Ein Sof, the infinite. We'll get to that tonight. They're going to bridge the gap between the infinite distance of God and Ein Sof to our reality with the Sephirot, right? We'll get to them tonight too, right? And then they're going to talk about how God is immanent to our world, right? God is immanent. God is it. I love the line in the Quran, actually, which is not part of obviously Jewish mysticism, but I think it's the most beautiful line of the Quran, is that Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein.
right? I love that. I think Allah is closer to their vein. And this image is deeply true of the Zohar as well, that the immanent world of God, the Shekhinah, the feminine world, is as close to you as your bride, right? Now, again, this is a bunch of dudes writing dude stuff in dude times. And so who are they going to talk about who's really close to them? Their brides, all right? So the woman taken to bed or sometimes, right? You can see there's a lot of homoeroticism that we're going to see also, of course, in the Zohar as well. And so what's going on here, right, is they're trying to explain also the experience of immanence, and that's going to be the Shekhinah, the indwelling of God in God's feminine form. Now, some of the other really driving concerns here are going to be sort of the primordial world prior to the creation of this world, the origin of evil. The Zohar is going to be absolutely interested in evil and demons all the time in the Zohar. They're going to be interested in trying to reread scripture to kind of discover these ideas that they're mining, right? So what you get is these Kabbalists are coming with these ideas, and so what do? They go to scripture and then mine them out, right? It's not like they go to read scripture and then find this stuff. Now, you talk to a Kabbalist and they'll tell you that's what they do. I think other scholars say they come with the ideas and they go to scripture and they mine them out. So we have very innovative hermeneutical ideas that are going to develop in all of this form of Kabbalah, but also a radical reinterpretation of Jewish law. And this is the idea of Ta'ameh HaMitzvot. And Ta'ameh HaMitzvot is explaining the mitzvot, right? Why do we do the things that we do? Why do we do tefillin? Why do we keep Shabbat? Why do we not eat this? Why do we why do we not do shatnez? Why do we don't allow linen and wool to be knitting together? Why do we not do that? Well, what Kabbalah is going to show is not only are there practical reasons for this, right? There are metaphysical, mystical, occult reasons for this, and that's going to be a big part of the Kabbalah as well. Well, folks, we've arrived. We are at the gates of the Sefer Zohar, and I will say that the Sefer Zohar is an incredibly difficult, incredibly intimidating text. I'll speak for myself. It's intimidating to me. It is a text that I have a very tortured relationship with, just because it's so difficult to get into. I've never experienced a text that is this intimidating. So as I work through these next couple of lectures, and it will be 2 lectures on the Zohar, just because no one can do a service to the Zohar in 2 lectures, much less an even year or a lifetime of studying the Sefer Zohar. It's that monumental. And I just want to illustrate this with a visual example of why we're going to do at least 2 sections on the Zohar, and why I would love to come back and do an entire class on the Zohar. So to get an idea of this, I'm going to hold up just a copy of this right here, this little sliver of text that you see here. This is the longest Kabbalistic text prior to the composition of the Zohar. This is a Sefer Bahir, right? So this is a Sefer Bahir in Hebrew, right? So this is the Sefer Bahir in Hebrew. And what you're seeing here, right, is this is the longest Kabbalistic text prior to the Zohar, right? Now, let's zoom out a little bit. Move my mic. This is a Zohar, right? This is the volumes of the Zohar. The standard Zohar, just the standard Zohar with no additions whatsoever, right, which is still not considered the entire Zohar, is still all of this. So this is a standard academic Zohar with no commentary. No commentary. That's 3 substantial volumes in the standard edition of the Zohar. So I just want you to understand at some level what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with several orders of magnitude, for the math folks out there, of growth in Jewish mysticism. When I say several orders of magnitude, I'm talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of words. So when I say that the Zohar is it's like a giant jump in terms of production. And so what I want to make very clear is If we were to add up every single text we've talked about so far in this class, right, with the exception of the Babylonian Talmud, you could add everything up, multiply it by 10, and we would still not have the contents of the Zohar. It's that substantial. So what I want to drive home tonight is that if the case I'm doing 2 lectures on Zohar, which I'm extending the class basically now, the reason I'm doing it is because I do justice to the text in 2 lectures, and if I tried to shove everything into one, it'd be a violation of God's dignity to do that. So we're going to spread it out to over the course of 2 lectures now, and we'll start with this text. So what is it? The first thing I want to do is do a little groundbreaking. Where are we? When does this text appear? And the answer is it appears somewhere in Castile in Spain around 1270 of the Common Era. And to give you some idea about when we are, right, some cultural landmarks that you probably know, we're in the time period of the groundbreaking of the Notre Dame Cathedral. The Notre Dame Cathedral, the groundbreaking was 1163 and was completed just a little bit later in 1345. So we're right in the middle. So if you were to be reading the first sections of the Zohar, you would still see the Notre Dame Cathedral going up. Baghdad, the most magnificent city of the world in many ways at the time, fell to the Mongols in 1258. The Bayit al-Hikmah was burned, the most important library in the world, right? People forget this. The most important library in the world, and they don't forget this. Islamophobia has denied the right of Muslims to claim the most important library in the world being at the Bayit al-Hikmah in Baghdad, but it falls in 1258. The Bayit al-Hikmah is burned. I would say it's actually a greater tragedy than the burning of the Library of Alexandria in many ways. Also, if you want to think about it more specifically, the Sefer Zohar is composed almost at the same time that Thomas Aquinas is composing his Summa Theologica. Right, so Thomas was composing his Summa Theologica, which is almost the same size in many ways as the Sefer Zohar. He's composing that from about 1262 to 1263. The Zohar is actually being composed about a decade later. But it boggles my mind to think that the person and people that compose the Zohar could have literally walked to one another and chatted over a beer. Right? They could have had wine together. Right? That boggles my mind. Thomas Aquinas composing the Summa Theologica, and the writers of the writers of the Sefer Zohar could have made a little bit of a journey, and they could have sat down and talked about theology over a couple of glasses of wine. And my God, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall of that conversation. So just to give you a comment. Again, I think it's sometimes important to get a sense of when we are, right? When we are, and what's being produced at that time. Of course, the Summa Theologica is probably one of the touchstones in Western civilization, philosophically and theologically. So the Sefer Zohar appears. What is this book, right? What is this book? Well, it's largely a travelogue, right? That's what's weird about it. It's a travelogue. It's mostly the travels of a 2nd century sage named Shimon Bar Yochai and his son Eliezer and their companions. And what do? They travel around 2nd century Palestine and they talk. That's what the Sefer of bunch of guys chatting about stuff. Now, what do they talk about? We'll get to that. Why Shimon Bar Yochai? Well, already in the rabbinical period, Shimon Bar Yochai is already associated with a couple of extreme things. He's associated with miracles. He's associated with extreme piety. In fact, he was so pious that he emerged and killed a bunch of people with his judgy laser eyes. He hated the Romans. He was a sort of bulwark against the Roman assimilation. And in many ways, some documents around Shimon Bar Yochai have already been composed to make him a sort of an apocalyptic figure. So in many ways, he's a perfect person to be this progenitor of a radical new kind of mysticism. Because he's already sort of radically mystical and sort of distant from the world, and he doesn't like the Gentiles, which the Zohar is very anti-Gentile, infamously anti-Gentile. So in many ways, he's the perfect fit for the Zohar. The text itself is placed into the 2nd century world of the Galilee. And of course, that time is a time of very intense Jewish-Roman strife. And so the text here is also representing a very difficult relationship between Jews and non-Jews. And that situation is going to prove important in just a minute. What do we know about the writer of this? We'll talk more about the author in just a minute. We know that they know rabbinical literature incredibly well, but not only that, they are incredibly conversant in philosophy. One of the things that's really important to know about the Sefer Zohar is the person who writes this really, really, really knows philosophy, and they really, really know Jewish traditional literature. This text is only possible if you know both. And so one of the things we know about that is they really, really know both. Secondly, the text itself is composed in a strange dialect of Aramaic. It's not Palestinian Aramaic, it's not Babylonian Aramaic, it's Zohar Aramaic. And when I say that, it actually contains all kinds of strange, almost idiolectic examples of its own sort of private language, to misquote Wittgenstein. And the obscure, weird dialect of the Aramaic, which composes the Zohar, is going to be something we'll talk about in just a minute. Now, what the Zohar is, it's not like you can read the Zohar beginning to ending. The Zohar is actually composed of very small, some big, some small, some only 7 pages, some 150 pages. It's a text composed of texts. And what I want to do now is go through some of the texts that compose the Zohar. Because you shouldn't think of the Zohar as one united text. You should think of it as sort of a stitching together of various texts that don't always work together. So the most important section of the Zohar, and largely the biggest section of Zohar, is the Zohar al-Torah. This is a running midrash, right? So midrash is a kind of creative commentary on the Torah, with almost all the weight being thrown at Genesis and Exodus. And then after Genesis and Exodus, almost the weight of the commentary drops off, and some parts of the Torah are very thinly covered. So it's not like it's a systematic commentary of the whole Torah. Some parts get a lot of cover, some parts get very little at all. Another part of the text are these groups called the Idrot, right? The Idrot are the 2 assemblies. And these are texts in which the characters of the Zohar get together and have conversations. One of these 2 assemblies, the smaller assembly, the Idrat Zuta, is a very small gathering on the death of Shimon Bar Yochai. So it's in some sense the smaller of the 2, the more important one. And the Idrat Rabbah, which is weirdly enough a discussion of all kinds of things, including the commentaries on God's beard. There's a long section about God's beard, and another section called the Sifra Ditzniuta. And this very tiny part has to do with divine anatomy, and many people think this is a very old stratum of the Sefer Zohar. It's a very weird part of the Zohar. So we have these Idrot, which are these assemblies of the sages, and we have this other section called the Sifra Ditzniuta, which is, you can see these words are largely in Aramaic, reflecting the names of the sections. And so these sections are very, very unusual and very difficult to understand. I still don't know what they're talking about in half this stuff. It is very, very weird. But on the surface, it's just a bunch of guys getting together to talk about stuff, right? There's also an early section of the Sefer Zohar called the Midrash HaNa'ilam, the hidden Midrash. The hidden Midrash is probably the oldest section of the Sefer Zohar. This section deals with a large degree of things like the nature of the soul, the afterlife, the Messiah. It's sort of like the Zohar learning to be the Zohar. And I often tell people, if you want to study the Zohar for a beginner, if you want some training wheels to study the Zohar, study the Midrash HaNa'ilam, and then move on to other sections, because it's much more familiar to you if you've studied some Midrash.
but still a very strange section indeed. Other sections of the Zohar that are very important, let's make sure I'm not getting this on the slide. Yeah, I'm not. The section of the Zohar that's very important are the literary subsections, right? So there are a couple of important literary subsections that are very important. And these literary subsections actually include what is called the man and the Nuka, the young child. It turns out the young child and the old man are in fact related. They're son and child. These sections are where a young child, a wunderkind, and a old man who's just a donkey driver actually schools the companions. The men associated in the Zohar are called the companions. And these companions are going along the road, and there's a donkey driver, and the donkey driver actually shows them that the donkey driver knows more about the hidden world of God than they do. And the Yanuka, though, this wonder kid, also shows that he knows far more reality of God than they do. And so they sit at the feet of this donkey driver and this child, and they learn all this stuff about the nature of God and the hidden world of the Ein Sof and the Sephirot and things like this. So what's important to know about these sections is that the Zohar is not one contiguous book. It's several structural literary texts or fragments edited together into one narrative. The edits are not clear, the edits are not perfect, but they are being edited together into one volume. What's neat about that is it allows you to kind of graduate your study as you get into the Zohar, and I have a kind of graduated study if you're interested in that, where one can get into the more easy section of the Zohar and then kind of work your Zohar muscles up till you get to the really difficult parts, like the Sifra de Sniuta, which is incredibly obscure, or the Idrot, which are not quite so obscure, but still very, very challenging in many ways. So that's the basic structure of the Zohar as we have it. It's a collection of very strange documents. In addition to that, there were sections of the Zohar that were not collected together in the original version, which are included in the standard version of the Zohar. Those are the Tikkunei Zohar, the rectifications of the Zohar, and another text called the Raya Mehemna, or the Faithful Shepherd. These are considered in the Orthodox world to be part of the Zohar. So if you were to go in the Orthodox world and read the Zohar, those sections would be considered part of the Zohar. We now think that they're a bit later than the actual composition of the Zohar, but in the Orthodox world, they're considered Zohar par excellence, so no one thinks an eye about them. And those later sections actually do a lot of work of helping to make the earlier sections of the Zohar make sense. Now, I know this is all really complicated, so let me just say it again, just to break it down a little bit clearer. What we have in the Zohar is a commentary on the Bible. That's weird. Then we have weirder books where a bunch of second century dudes hang out and talk about even more strange things. And then we have digressions that are literary units that are contained upon themselves, where they have a conversation with a little boy and a donkey driver, and they learn all kinds of secrets of Torah from them. And then we have a lot of miscellaneous stuff. So the thing I want to drive home with the Zohar is that it is not one contiguous text. It's a quilt, right? You've ever seen a quilt, right? Quilts are cool pieces of fabric because they're not one thing. Quilts are lots of things stitched together. And if you zoom in on one part of the quilt, it sounds like you're looking at one thing. If you zoom out too far, it looks like chaos, right? But if you kind of carefully follow how the quilter made it, you can see how the quilt got designed. But again, if you zoom out on the quilt, it just looks like a bunch of crazy things stitched together. And if you zoom in too close, it looks like it's just things. But zooming out, you can see the structure. The structure of the Zohar is very well understood, and I think the best example of understanding it is something like a mystical quilt. Let's talk about who wrote this thing, right? Who wrote this thing? The earliest appearances of the Zohar occur in the 1290s, but we think that largely it was composed between 1280 and 1286, although
probably, I think, actually was composed maybe in the 1270s. It seems to emanate largely from the person of Moshe ben Shem Tov of Lyon, who lived in Castile. You see his dates there on the screen. We say that because everything seems to point back to him. Everybody who quotes it, he quotes it. The world in which it seems to be emanating from seems to be him. And we do think that Moshe ben Shem Tov of Leon is probably the author of a big chunk of this text. And we'll talk more about, we can complicate that more in a minute. Now, one of the things I want to point out here is that even in the early days of the Zohar, there was a lot of doubt about who wrote this. Many people thought it was a forgery, right? Many people thought it was a forgery. We'll talk about this more in a minute. So it wasn't like the Zohar was immediately recognized by all Jews as obviously scripture. That took some time. Also, one of the things we should note about it is that let's make a distinction between forgery and pious forgery. Forgery is when you intentionally engage in fraud for your own personal gain. That's forgery, right? When I write a check from, I don't know, if I would write a check from Tehia to myself for $10 million, not that check would pass, but if I were to do that, that's clearly forgery. I'm forging my name on a check to get a bunch of money. But if I were to write a letter forged in someone else's name who was dead to praise someone, am I really trying to benefit myself? Not really. I'm really trying to benefit someone who's maybe even dead, right? Pious forgery is not forgery in the benefit of yourself. It's trying to benefit people in the advancement of wisdom, or religious fervor, or religious piety, or spiritual growth. So I want to make a distinction here between forgery, which is meant to only benefit the person doing the forging, and pious forging. Pious forgery, which is there to actually do the benefit of benefiting other people. It's still deception, but it's pious deception. Now, there's lots of examples of this in the past, and I think the Zohar is typically taken to be an example of pious forgery, though there's some evidence to also say that Moshe of Leon was also engaging in mystical practices that may have also put him into an altered state of consciousness, and it may be the case that he was also writing the Zohar in an altered state of consciousness. That is to say, he was in a mystical trance or an ecstatic state, and he was composing sections of the Zohar in those ecstatic states. We have some evidence to say that's true too. So, again, people are complicated, folks. People are complicated. Did Moshe de Leon probably write some of this stuff? Yeah. Does that make it a forgery? No. Because forgery and pious forgery and mystical altered states of consciousness really make this complicated. Now, what I want to point out here is some arguments made by Gershom Scholem, and I'm going to go through these really quickly because I don't want to really belabor this point, because I don't want to. I think it's important to point this out, but I just don't want to beat this to death. Scholem, who is, of course, one of the Gaons of Jewish mysticism, he's one of the great pioneers of Jewish mysticism. People forget he was a philologist. His training was in philology. He was not a PhD of Jewish mysticism because nothing existed like that at the time. He was a linguist. And so when he went to study the Zohar and trying to figure out who wrote the Zohar, he approached it from a linguistic angle and a literary angle. And what he found was it wasn't from the 2nd century. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been. Why? Why do scholars think this now? So a couple of reasons. I'm really going to go through these quickly. The first is there are grammatical mistakes that no speaker of Aramaic would ever make. They're grammatically weird things. Also, there are grammatically blending of dialects that no person speaking Aramaic would ever make these kind of blendings. It's like you were from Boston and San Francisco at the same time. No one speaks like that, right? And so in the ancient world especially, no one from the Galilee would incorporate weird Babylonian grammatical and dialectical structures. Secondly, there are all kinds of neologisms in the Sefer Zohar that are not found in the Babylonian Talmud, and they seem to be made up. In fact, they're not just made up, but there are very specific sounds that the writer of the Zohar likes, right? They're the ka, sa, tha, and ta sound. There's something about these sounds that the writer likes. Further, there's evidence of medieval constructions, old Spanish words, and even philosophical ideas that have really emerged only in the Middle Ages, specifically in Arabic philosophy. Now, what's really important about that is Moshe Leon was incredibly well versed in Maimonidean philosophy. So much so that we even have a copy of his manuscript for the Guide to the Perplexed that survives with his notes on it in Moscow. It's in one of the libraries in Moscow. So Moshe Leon, the purported major compositor of the Zohar, was deeply interested in philosophy, so much so that he had a copy of the Guide to the Perplexed by Maimonides written out for him, and he wrote commentary on it. He knows the language of philosophy. He's in fact, in many ways, fighting with Maimonides. And the fact that we know this is he read it very closely and left many of the medieval Aramaic, Arabic, and Hebrew words for many of the philosophical technical terms are preserved in the Zohar. Secondly, the writer of the Zohar that we have makes a bunch of weird mistakes. And he makes mistakes that no person living in the Galilee would ever make, right? So there are many cases in the Zohar where they say, I'm going from city A to city B, I'm going east. Except for you couldn't go east to get there. You had to go north to get there, right? Or you're going from place A to point B, and you have to go north to get there, and then go west to get there. There's all kinds of geographic confusions in the text that would never occur for someone who actually lived there. It's like saying you're going from Ann Arbor to, I don't know, Traverse City, and you go east, not a thing anyone would do. Secondly, there's all kinds of interesting confusion about relationships. So one of the big things that ends up happening in the Sefer Zohar is that son-in-laws and father-in-laws get switched, right? So that people are married to the wrong people or something. So there are all kinds of familiar relationships that we find in the Babylonian Talmud that just get confused. And no one who knew these people would make that mistake. It's like you would confuse, right? It's not like anyone would confuse my brother-in-law, Micah, for my dad, John. No one's going to do that. And so no one who knows my family would ever do that. And so only someone who doesn't know anything about my family would make a mistake like that. Secondly, the text is in Aramaic, right? But we would expect a text of the 2nd century to be written in Aramaic. Every academic text written in the 2nd century is actually written in Mishnaic Hebrew, not in Aramaic. So the language of the Zohar is just anachronistic. Now, we could expect a 7th century text, a 6th century text written in Aramaic, or a 5th century text written in Palestinian Aramaic, but not a 2nd century one. It's just in the wrong language. Next, well, someone from the outer Jewish world read the Sefer Zohar and did the thing you might do. They were investigative journalists, I guess, and they went to Spain and they were like, let me talk to Moshe de Leon's wife, who seems to these manuscripts seem to be coming from, and they asked Moshe de Leon's wife where in the world he got this. And she said he wrote it out of his own head. His wife ratted him out. His wife was like, yeah, he rewrote this for money, basically. People were paying him. He wrote this stuff out, and he did this, and he used Shimon Bar Yochai's name to bolster its reputation. So his own wife, after he was dead, said, yeah, there were no ancient manuscripts of this. He basically made this thing up. I think that's one of the more damning pieces of evidence. Further, the linguistic analysis of the Sefer Zohar shows that the only document that resembles the Sefer Zohar are other documents written by Moshe de Leon. In fact, the earliest quotations we have of the Sefer Zohar are from books written by Moshe de Leon, in which Moshe de Leon is trying to make a weird mystical point, and he quotes the Zohar to prove him right. Now, that's the cool kind of plagiarism, where you write a magical book, and then you use your magical book that you wrote to prove your other weird book correct. I gotta get on that train, because that sounds like an amazing thing to be doing.
And so we see that happening in some early text by Moshe de Leon. There are no manuscripts of the Sefer Zohar ever found prior to the period in which Moshe de Leon lived. Every manuscript we have comes from after him. Now, it could be the case that just no one survived from the 2nd century, but, you know. Now, one argument is, right, no one like Moshe de Leon or anyone else has ever written something profound as the Zohar. Well, people have. The Prophet Muhammad was illiterate. He was a trader. He was a merchant. And he wrote the Quran, and he was illiterate. Well, Muslims take it to be that the reason why the Quran should be believed is because Muhammad could have never written it because he was an illiterate caravan driver. So simple people, including people like Jacob Boehme, the famous theosophist who was just a cobbler, made shoes, wrote some of the most profound theosophical writings in the history of the world. So it doesn't take a super smart person to be a genius. In fact, I would say, in many ways, genius has everything to do with being smart in ways that are completely unconventional to the ways around you. Just because no one around you does what you do doesn't invalidate your genius. It might, in fact, authenticate it. So, the preponderance of evidence, folks, is that Moshe de Leon, at some level, is responsible for the lion's share of the text we now refer to as the Zohar. Now, what I want to say here is that what we don't believe anymore in the scholarly world is that this is a 2nd century text. What we are now dealing with is the larger question of textual analysis is, did Moshe de Leon write the entire thing? And the growing consensus tends to be no. What we think is now going on is that in Castile, around Moshe de Leon, is a circle of people. And that circle of people, like the Harlem Renaissance or the symbolist poets or other kinds of people in history, they're composing a text jointly in which they're all contributing in all kinds of elaborate ways, and they're stitching this thing together as they go. And that's very clear because as we see the Zohar as it's sort of revealed in history, it's not revealed as one book, it's revealed as a bunch of various tractates that ultimately get edited together as the Zohar because they're all unified in terms of theme and philosophical, mystical ideas. So scholarship doesn't believe now that Moshe de Leon wrote the whole thing. That's what Sholem believed. Now scholars who are far more confident than I now believe that what we really have here is a kind of group authorship project, right? A group authorship project in which there are lots of people going and writing things, and Moshe de Leon seems to be the center of that group project. And again, you can think about in the 20th century, some of the greatest works of philosophy in the 20th century have been authored by groups of people or by co-authorship. I think of Deleuze and Guattari, I think of Sartre and Beauvoir. Didn't technically group authorship, but I think everything that they ever wrote was already imprinted with each other. Beauvoir owned the Sartre more than people would like to admit. You can think of other kinds of group authorship as well. I will say, though, that the orthodox position about this text remains that it was composed in the 2nd century and that it was made public beginning in the 13th. That's the orthodox position. The orthodox position is that this text is from the 2nd century and that it was made public beginning in the 13th century. Modern scholarship, academic scholarship, does not accept that position, but that is the official orthodox position. Although, when it was first printed, it was actually first printed because people thought the Messiah was imminent, and they thought maybe this printed out because it will help the Messiah come. In fact, the earliest printed edition, the Cremona edition, was printed at the behest of Christians, not of Jews. So it's interesting that even the publication history of this text is very complicated. We'll get to the reception of this in a bit. So, how does this text develop? And again, I'm already 46 minutes into this lecture. This might be a 3-part lecture, folks. So the Sefer Zohar is composed of some core ideas. Let's start with the first. The first is Ein Sof. Ein Sof is the modern Hebrew word that means infinite. It literally means without end. And so to understand this, we need to get into the philosophy a little bit and to understand that what's going on philosophically at this time is what is generally referred to as negative theology. Negative theology is that you cannot say anything positive about God.
God is beyond anything you can say about God. So you can't say that God is wise, because any concept you have of wise is always inadequate when compared to God. You can't say that God is loving, because any concept you have of love is always inadequate when compared to an infinite being. And so the idea is that you can never say anything positive about God. You can only say negative things about God. You can only say that God is beyond wisdom. God is beyond love. You can say that God is wise, but you can't say that God is foolish. God is not foolish, and God is beyond wisdom. And this negative theology allows one to maintain that God is transcendent, but you can still talk about God, right? By saying that God is beyond wisdom, you can still say that God is wise. God is just beyond wisdom as we understand it. But that's an idea that's being incorporated into the Zohar, coming from people like Maimonides and people like Ibn Gabirol, but really it has its origins in Neoplatonic philosophy of folks like Plotinus and Pseudo-Dionysius, Christian philosopher. So what's important to note about this, right, is that the starting point of the Zohar is that God is beyond everything you can understand. God is transcendent, utterly transcendent. And so what do we have, right? We have a God in the Zohar that is utterly transcendent. When I mean transcendent, I mean that God is simply beyond anything you can say about God. You can't imagine God. You can't touch God. You can't even make sentences about God that are true unless those sentences are in the negative. God is beyond being. God is not in this room. God is not wise, because any wisdom attributed to God is beyond all of our wisdom. So this notion of Ein Sof is the positing of a being beyond being. So that's the first thing you should know about the Zohar. For the Zohar, the originary position of God, as much as God has a position, is that God is beyond anything you can articulate, anything you can say, anything you can think, anything you can worship, anything you can obey, anything you can love, anything that you can refer to at all. This being is the luminous darkness, right? And again, notice that beautiful contradiction. It's a darkness, right? It's the most darkness you can imagine. God is beyond all things, absolutely, infinitely dark. And yet God is luminous. God is a being that shines. And so that's the contradiction, right? God is the lamp, the infinite dark lamp that shines. And this contradiction is going to drive the Zohar, because God is both beyond all being, and yet all being is reliant. It's a result of God. And we have all these beautiful contradictions that we have in the sacred Zohar to capture this contradictory reality, where God is both beyond all predication, and yet everything that can be predicated of anything relies on God. In some sense, this is a God prior to God. So everything you know about God, everything, the Torah, everything, none of that applies to Ein Sof. Ein Sof is beyond all that. Nothing you know about God applies to Ein Sof. Ein Sof is beyond all things that you can possibly think or predicate or imagine. Now, clearly that didn't happen forever, right? Because we're here, I'm here, you're here, stuff is here, schmutz on my floor that you claim is here, right? So, what happened? Well, we don't know. In the infinite abyss of the darkness of God, something stirred, something moved, something agitated. There was an allergy where God sneezed out, or crapped out, or ejaculated out. And I'm not kidding, ejaculated. The Zohar loves the image of God moving with God's self and light spewing out of Yesod, God's phallus. There's this idea of our birth, God birthing the world. The Zohar is perfectly comfortable with both of these images. Sort of a masturbatory or self-impregnation, and out of that emerges being. The Zohar moves rapidly between these images. Now, one of the great mysteries of the Zohar is why? Why did God flow out of God? And the answer seems to be found, at least at some level, in Neoplatonic literature. And it seems like in the Neoplatonic literature that the
that the infinite darkness, the infinite removal of the Godhead is somehow positively charged. And that positively charged infinite darkness, for whatever reason, flows out of itself, right? It flows out of itself. And that flowing out of itself is something that it can't help but do, right? Either it needs to be seen, or it's so big that its nothingness must become a something, a saucer of milk being put on a pot. It boils over. It just has to go somewhere. And so what ends up happening is, in this infinite darkness there of Ein Sof, something flows out. And this outward flow in the Neoplatonic, it sort of flows out to another, and these discrete things have a relationship back to the thing it flowed out of, and that flowing out eventually reaches a terminus, and then it flows back like a tide, right? So there's procession in the Neoplatonic worldview, and there's recession back into the world of the infinite darkness of the divine. And we see this in scholars like Plotinus, we see it in Rothschild, we see it in the Orphic philosophers, that the idea here is there's an infinite negation, and from that negation itself is negated, and then outflows positivity, right? That the negation that gets negated outflows positivity. So we see that, right, in some things like the early Neoplatonic philosophers, like the Neo-Pythagoreans, right? We're all, in the Neo-Pythagorean philosophy, we have the primordial unity, which is beyond all understanding, and then there's an interior duality, and then there's a kind of interior harmonics that emerges from that. So we get being emerging into difference. We have the one becoming the many. We see this in the Neoplatonic world, and of course here are some of the schemata you can see that are very famous from the world of Proclus, late classical German philosopher, and also here from Orpheus, where you can see from the one, right, from the ineffable on this side, there is a flowing out of being. And if you've ever seen images of the Sephiroth, this looks really should look really familiar to you, right? And these images come from Greek philosophy, but we're going to see something very similar emerge in Jewish philosophy as well in the same way. So, now, as I mentioned last time, the earliest mentions of these kinds of things that flow out of God are the Sphirot. And the Sphirot, right, are these earliest emanations of God. Now, when I say emanations of God, what I want you to hear is something like, imagine that out of a being flows one more discrete being, right? So imagine that out of my inner consciousness emerges the consciousness of myself. The consciousness of myself is distinct from myself. And so we can talk about my consciousness and the fact that I'm conscious of myself as being two distinct things, right? Have you been in pain, right? Where you're like, my knee is hurting, and then yet your awareness of your knee is hurting is a different thing, right? Sometimes we talk about pain and suffering. Pain is the feeling in your knee. Suffering is you reflecting on the fact that your knee hurts. Folks ever had like a meta headache where like your head's hurting and you're like, now I'm aware my head is hurting and I'm thinking about my head hurting, right? Notice how those are distinct things, right? They're just things in your mind, but they're distinct things in the mind. That distinction between the pain and the thinking about the pain, the suffering, that's something like a hypostasis, to use a Greek term. That's an incarnation where the pain and the thinking about the pain are two distinct things. Well, God kind of works like that in Judaism, where we get all kinds of aspects of God, the Sphirot, and these Sphirot are aspects of God contemplating God's totality interior to that totality. Now that sounds weird, but think about yourself. Think about your mind. Your mind is consciousness, emotions, intellect, right? Judgment. You judge things to be true or false, right? Memory, right? You think about memory, its experience of the world. Our minds, we also think of our minds as having parts, right? There are parts of our mind doing different tasks. We'll imagine the Sphirot as something like aspects of God, faculties of God, doing different parts that compose what God is.
just like your memory is different than your logical part, just like your logical part is different than your emotional part, just like your emotional part is different than your judgment part, where you judge things to be true or false. Those are all part of your mind, but they're distinct. They're all part of one mind. So the Sphirot are in many ways like that. Now, of course, as we can remember back from a couple times ago, these ideas first appear in the Sefer Yetzirah, and in the Sefer Yetzirah divides them into 10. 10 of these. But notice back then, they are not parts of God yet. They're not emanations of God, but they will become emanations of God, remember, in the Sefer HaBahir. Now, what we get here, right, is that what ends up happening is that these 10 numerical ideas that come from Sefer Yetzirah are going to pass into a new stage, right? So the first stage of the Sephirot are the numerical ideas of the Sephirot, right? In the first stage, the Sephirot are combined with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. God creates the world that way. In the second stage, the Sefer Bahir is going to link them with the various aspects of God. They are the parts of God that flow out of the inner recess of Ein Sof, the unknowable part of God, and those 10 Sephirot are going to become the parts of God that we know, right? That we can have some intellectual or mystical communion with. So that's the second part, right? And the Sphirot, you can imagine, the second part is kind of like a bridge. They build the bridge between the infinite transcendence of God to us. Right? So one metaphor, maybe a metaphor that might help you to understand what the Sephirot are, is they're like a ladder, right? With every single rung of the ladder, the 10 rungs of the ladder, reaching back up to Ein Sof. So think about the Sephirot as a ladder reaching down from the infinite recesses of Ein Sof, the infinite recesses of the no-thingness of God, to the thingness that we are. Because we have to have a bridge between the finite thingness I am. I'm just a finite thing, just some dude, weird, right? And God is infinite transcendence. We have to have something to bridge the gap. What bridges the gap? The Sephirot. The Sephirot are the rungs of the ladder, reaching down metaphysically, ontologically, to us. Now, what ends up happening, right, is that you have to define what those rungs are, right? We get the idea that there are 10 of them in the Sefer Yetzirah. We get some sense of what they are in the Sefer Bahir, and it's in the Sefer Zohar that they become clearly systematized, kind of systematized, and we now know a bit about them. And what the Sefer Zohar argues is that the Sephirot are the primordial body of the universe. They're like the universe before we get to the physical universe. They're like the metaphysical part of the universe, right? So before there is a physical universe, there is the metaphysical universe. And the Sephirot exist in that metaphysical universe. They are the primeval body of human beings, the primeval body of Adam, the Adam Kadmon, which we'll talk about a little bit later. They're kind of like the being they're the being of reality prior to physical reality. Now, where the rung of the ladder idea begins to break down is that in the sacred Zohar, the Sphirot are not they're not concrete. You can think about the in many ways, the Sefer Zohar is talking about these various parts of God, right? And we'll talk about some of these parts of God next time, right? It's God's judgment, God's mercy, and God's intelligence, and God's wisdom, and God's beauty, and God's endurance. We'll talk about some of these starting next time. These Sphirot are aspects of God, but these aspects of God, just like the aspects of your mind, right? The logical part of your mind, the memory part of your mind, the emotional part of your mind, the judgment part of your mind. It's not like those parts are always clearly distinguished, right? They interact with each other. They kind of move around, right? Memory gets called up, and then memory gets informed by logic. But logic sort of tries to rule over emotion, but sometimes emotion rules over logic, and sometimes Your logic is very powerful and is able to overcome your temper problem, but sometimes your temper problem is able to overcome your logic. Well, you're made in the image of God. And unsurprisingly, because those things are true of you, they're true of God too. The inner world of the divine, inner world of the Sphirot, these aspects of God, are also in a kind of dynamism. They're always interacting with each other. They're always moving around. And this is the reason why. And I know that you're probably wondering, why don't you have this image of the Sphirot on the screen, right? The classic image where there's one sphere at the top, Keter, and then we go Hoka, Bina, right? Why don't you have that? Because I want to disrupt that image of the Sphirot, of the attributes of God, of the qualities of God, the 10 qualities of God, as locked into those sequences. Because in the Zohar, they're not. The sequence you've seen, right? The sequence of the Tree of Life, we'll talk about that more next time. The Tree of Life sequence you've seen is the perfectly balanced version, which never occurs. The Sphirot in the Zohar are always moving, shaking, dancing, crying, screaming, judging, contemplating, intellectuating, being beautiful and fabulous, engaging in prophecy, gloating over the future of the coming of the Messiah. None of them are ever in one place. They're moving and gestating and dancing and being always in a relationship that's moving in and out. So the thing I want to notice here about the Sphirot, the 10 Sphirot, the thing I want to drive home tonight is that image that you probably have of the Sphirot. Keter, Chochmah, Bina, Malchut. You need to get rid of that image if you want to understand this Sefer Zohar. Because that image is like, it's like looking at a map, right? And trying to figure out where you want to go, right? Where you want to go is like this. And then where you want to go another day is like this. And where you want to go another day is like this, right? The Sphirot and the Zohar are not fixed things. Where the divine is always moving. So attached to all the different Sphirot are an incredibly rich, complicated system of names, of colors, of numbers, of names of gods, of locations and body parts, of emotions, of partner Spherotes, of various patriarchs and matriarchs found in the Hebrew Bible. And every time you see them, they're changing, right? So when you read the Zohar, you might see that one patriarch is named and that's associated with one specific Sphira, right? Or a specific region of the body, or a specific color. And what ends up happening is these things are dynamic. There's a dynamism. And so part of how to read the Zohar is how to decode this stuff, which can take a long time to figure out. Now, what is the relationship between Ein Sof and the Sphirot? Well, it's complicated, right? You have to resort to metaphors, right? We're dealing in the world of poetry and art. The metaphors are things like light, white light breaking into a spectrum, or one candle lighting another one, right? So the infinite dark candle that you can never see of Ein Sof reaches out into being, right? From non-being, from trans being, from ultra being, and it lights the light of Keter. And Keter is a light that burns so bright you can't even see it. So it's a light, but it's a light so bright you can't see it. But it lights another light, Chochmah. And that light is so bright that you can't look at it, but you know it's a light. And that light lights Binah. That's again so bright, right? But you can kind of look through your fingers and see it. So what we have here is, again, a metaphor of lights lighting light. Other kinds of things are fountains, right? So you have the very tip fountain, right? The very top of the fountain that sprays just a tiny bit of water that you can hardly see, right? But eventually it fills the first bowl, and the first bowl fills the second, and the second, and the second, and the second, right? You get all 10. But that first spigot of water, you can't even see it. But eventually it fills the first bowl, right? And so what we have here is the idea of God's divine being spraying out, right? Lactating out, right? Ejaculating out, right? The language is always mixed in the Zohar. We'll talk about gender in the Zohar next time, right? But it's a tiny jet that you can't detect, and yet it fills all of being. So God is always beyond all being and yet fills all being. Very important concept on the Zohar, right? Crowns nested upon each other like Russian dolls are the divine body itself. And again, the way the Sephirot relate, you can think of them as flowing from one another, right? You can also think of them as nesting upon each other like Russian dolls. So again, it always depends. The Zohar is always moving around about how it wants to depict itself. And I know that you want me to be showing an image, a visual image of the Tree of Life on the screen. I'm not going to do it yet because part of what I want to do is show you that that image is not trustworthy. In fact, we go back a couple of slides. That's one of the earliest depictions of the Sephirot in history, right? It's not the Tree of Life. It's an Essedal version, right, with Keter, right, flowing all the way down to Malchut at the bottom, or in the center, right, at the bottom, the center. Because again, no up, no down, no left, no right, no beginning, no end. This is God, right? So I know the image you've seen, right, is probably that image, right? That's the image that most people have seen. Something like this image, right? Keter Chochmah Bina, and it flows like this. This is an earlier image, just as representative of the Sephirot as this one. This is a more famous one. I think that one's just as valid, right? With Keter, right, being here. Notice Keter is at the top, Malchut is at the bottom. Here, Keter is on the outside, but Malchut is in the middle. Notice how that totally changes how we think about the relationship between these aspects of God. And again, both of these are completely accurate when we think about the structure of the divine and the Sefer Zohar. Now, just to begin to wrap up tonight, we're a little over. The Zohar is something like a drama. I don't think a soap opera, actually, right? One Life to Live, or I don't know, whatever soap opera you like, right? Dark Shadows, that's my favorite soap opera. Barnabas Collins is a jam. So you can think about the Zohar as a kind of soap opera. It's still, I can now hear the Dark Shadows song. I have the song in my mind. So at any rate, you can think of the Zohar as a kind of soap opera of these Sefirot. It's all about how the various aspects of the divine relate to each other, hurt each other, double-cross each other, how they move, how they dance, how they love, how they fight, how they interact with a harmony, how they excite each other, how they stimulate each other, how they seduce and betray one another. The Zohar is the drama of the Sefirot. And also, the goal of the Zohar is how to harmonize them. Right? Now, I know that no good soap opera wants a harmony because that's drama-free. But what the Zohar imagines is that at the end, at the end of this process, the Sefirot will be harmonized. They will be harmonized, and I bet you even heard, right? In those days, God's name will be one, right? B'yom hahu, Adonai echad, right? That God's name will be one and God will be one. That's a Kabbalistic idea, because the idea is that in the end of time, God's name will be unified, and God's self will be unified. Now, what's interesting about that is that God is not unified yet. God's name is not unified yet. And how does God get unified? That might give us a clue about why Ein Sof ever erupted from Ein Sof at all. It's because God needs us. That we are part of the divine drama. And what part do we play in the divine drama? We are God's wife. Right? We are the wife of God. Israel is the wife of God. And many parts of the Zohar are about this amalgamation of the male and the female, this trans movement of maleness and femaleness, in which those two things unite themselves in an androgyne being. And that androgyne being is us and God. And how do we do that? Well, the Zohar is very conservative. The answer is you scrupulously follow Jewish law. Right? Don't expect some hippy-dippy stuff here, folks. Don't go on down the road and we're going to smoke reefer and free love and do some drugs and trip out and have fun. No. The Zohar is scrupulous about Jewish law. You unite God, you bring together God, you reunify yourself spiritually, and then you reunify God by following Jewish law scrupulously. And not just scrupulously, but the most irrational, strange laws in the Hebrew Bible are, for the Zohar, the single most important. Tefillin, right? You gotta attach boxes to your arm and your head? Yeah. Why? Doesn't matter. There's no logical reason. And it's precisely because there's no logical reason that the illogic of it actually makes it mystically transcendent. And therefore, tefillin becomes an incredibly important part of mystical Judaism. For folks also doing Shabbat, the observance of Shabbat becomes also incredibly, incredibly important. And if you've ever seen Chabadniks, I don't know if everyone's ever been met some Chabadniks on the street, right, where they want the guys to light tefillin, they give the women Shabbat candles. Well, because they're Kabbalists. Because they think that by putting on those tefillin on you, by getting a woman to light Shabbat candles, because ginger rolls and all the thing, if you do that, you're unifying God and you're bringing the world one step closer to redemption. So don't expect Jewish mysticism to be liberal, hippy-dippy, you can do what you want. It's actually the exact opposite of that. It's radically conservative, which, by the way, should not surprise anyone here who's understood anything about mysticism in the Middle Ages. Every mystic in the Middle Ages is radically conservative. Christian, Muslim, Jewish, they're all incredibly socially conservative. In the Christian world, there were no more enthusiastic people about the Inquisition and the Crusades than Christian mystics. They were all about it. So this is not surprising if we look at the other mystics in their neighborhood. Now, what I want to pick up with next week is I want to pick up with a very short explanation of the Sefirot, right? Because tonight I just want to break down the idea that there's a configuration that you need to memorize in Keter, and then Chokhmah, and then Bina, and blah, 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 Chesak, Nod, Yesod, Malchut. I want to break that idea up, right? In fact, I don't even show it to you. We'll get to it next week, because I want to tell you, what I want to drive home is that in the Zohar, the emanations of God are dynamic. They are a soap opera. And soap operas only work because they're dynamic. Because characters getting angry, getting jealous, getting freaked out, making out with whatever. So think about God as the God's interiority of the soap opera, and the Jewish law is organized around balancing that out. That's the best way of thinking about it at this point. We'll talk about those distinctions next time, but imagine God's life as God is a soap opera, and you doing Jewish law is harmonizing it. That's the best way to think about the way the Zohar actually frames it. Let's not make the Zohar say something it doesn't, because it does not imagine a steady structure of these divine things. I put a cheat sheet up, right? A cheat sheet about the Sefirot. We're going to go through them next time, right? We're going to go through all the Sefirot next time. I'll talk a little bit about each one of them, but again, I want to drive home that we're going to go through them next time, but at this point, what I really want you to use the metaphor of is this is a soap opera, not a structure. Because if you imagine it as a structure, you get the Zohar wrong. It's a soap opera. Furthermore, we are not done yet, folks. If you think this is the entire Zohar, you are way off kilter. We still have to deal with Shekhinah, right? That is to say, we have to deal with God's feminine aspect, the feminine reality of God, and the queering of God that goes on in the Sefer Zohar, the fact that God is not he or she or even they. God is all of those and beyond those. We have to deal with the question of the mitzvot, which we already touched on a little bit tonight. How does Jewish law relate to the Sefer Zohar? Obviously, another thing that's very important about the Sefer Zohar is its attention to evil. Evil is very important to the Zohar. And in fact, they imagine that the Sefirot, right, the positive attributions of God, have an inverse version of them, a bizarro version, a backwards version, an inverted version, a negative image. And that negative image is called the Sitra, Achra, the other side. And that negative image of God is the realm of the demonic.
And so we're going to talk about Jewish demonology and the way in which the negative image of God is that world of the demonic. And of course, we have to talk about how this text got received. This is one of the strangest texts in all of Jewish history. How did this text get received? And I think more importantly, how did it become canon? How did it become Jewish scripture? And it is. But also how in the progressive world did it cease to be scripture? Why is it that you've never learned Zohar? Why is it that in your camp or in your shul or in your temple, you would learn prophets, you would learn Torah, you might learn some Talmud, but you would never learn Zohar? How did it get decanonized? We always wonder about how texts don't get canonized. The Zohar made it through the ringer. It got canonized. How did it lose that status among progressive Jews? And why should we claim it back? So we're going to deal with those issues next time, because I think it's very important about how this text got canonized and then lost it among progressive Jews, who I think would benefit from it the most. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.